Chapter 4602. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian encountered a new enemy. 11 powerful primordial era supreme beings appeared in the space in front of him on the left. They directly cut through and blocked Yi Xian's path, forcing him to turn 90 degrees to the right. Such as, although he managed to leave the 11 primordial era experts far behind him, the distance between him and the star-blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger, which was originally about 1 billion miles, was quickly shortened to only about 100 million miles. The price was too painful. Yi Xian was almost mad with anger. No, I don't have much time. With such a weak speed advantage, I won't be able to escape 5 billion miles in 3 days. Murmuring, Bao Yuan moved forward rapidly while thinking of a countermeasure. Very soon. He gritted his teeth and made a decision. Since it's like this, I'll make a last stand. I'll take advantage of this time to make another breakthrough. After fighting 4 powerful ancients in a row, plus the small improvement in my state of mind, the last breakthrough is not at all at my limit. In fact, it's far from it. Plus, I've been running with all my strength for 2 days, and I've been dealing with the bombardment of the Shunnong cauldron from time to time. The gains from the last breakthrough have basically been completely integrated into my body and divine soul. In this case, if nothing unexpected happens, I'll be able to make another breakthrough in just 1 day. In this way, my peak battle strength will reach the 5th level of the ancients. Although my battle strength has only increased by 1 level, my speed will be greatly improved. During this process, the speed of the starry sky-blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger, which are following me closely, will become slower and slower. Meanwhile, my cultivation base will once again break through to the next level. As a result, my advantage in speed will become more obvious. There are only 2 days left. Even if I can't escape 5 billion kilometers, 3 to 4 billion kilometers won't be a problem. In this way, after the Shunnong cauldron's domain is temporarily broken, I'll grit my teeth and have the hope of escaping 5 billion kilometers away. It's better than not having any hope at all. As for the day of the breakthrough, I'll shrink the Shunnong cauldron a little. In this way, even without my control, its speed won't be reduced too much because of its small size. More importantly, after its size is reduced, the probability of being bombarded may also decrease. In this way, I may be able to buy more than 3 days. After saying that, Yi Xian's eyes instantly lit up. He didn't hesitate any longer, and with a thought, his entire body transformed into a ray of light. Bringing along the entire sea of 9 colored flames that enveloped his body, he followed the mouth of the Shunnong cauldron that was filled with 9 colored mist and charged into the space within the cauldron. Buzz! Almost at the same time, he activated the power of the Shunnong cauldron's domain and adjusted it. Its originally massive size of over 40 million kilometers shrank by quite a few times, until it was only about 1 million kilometers wide. Immediately after, Yi Xian adjusted the power of the cauldron's field to the front, moving at an extremely fast speed in a straight line. After that, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He didn't care about anything else and immediately sat down cross-legged on one side of the volcano in the central region. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Due to the urgency of the moment, he did not hesitate at all. With a wave of his hand, a faint sound of breaking through the air rang out. In an instant, rays of light shot out and hovered around him. It was the cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body to start this breakthrough. Then, Yi Xian immediately activated the field of the Shunnong cauldron and compressed all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. He swallowed them into his stomach with a wave of his hand. Hualala. When the nascent soul fist ball condensed from cultivation resources entered his mouth, the expected clanking sound of the chains came from his body. All the resources turned into a majestic energy river in an instant. And this time, the shackles that appeared were the same as before. There was only one. Here as expected, Yi Xian did not pay attention to it. He immediately focused and activated the energy river that had just formed in his body with all his might. He started to circulate it in his meridians again and again. Just as he'd expected, there weren't many obstacles to the breakthrough this time. In just a day's time, the large river of energy that had formed within Yi Xian's body had been completely refined. Following that, The great river of energy within his body completely disappeared after each cycle, fusing into Yi Xian's body and divine soul. Following that, with just a single attack, the incomparably thick shackles were broken. When the shackles completely broke, the expected system prompt sounded in Yi Xian's mind, ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu technique. Current realm, Level 3 Universe Supreme, ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body energy. Current realm, Level 3 Universe Supreme. Level 3 Universe Supreme was the peak of the initial stage of this realm. During the previous breakthrough, Yi Xian's original body's cultivation base was at the second level of the Universe Supreme. If he activated the power of the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body, he would be able to reach Level 3 Universe Supreme. If he activated the 9 transformations of the ancient demon ape and reached the 9th transformation, his battle power would immediately soar to Level 3 Universe Supreme. If coupled with the majestic energy and blood in his body, his battle power would be comparable to a Level 4 Universe Supreme. And this time, after another successful breakthrough, Yi Xian would instantly possess the strength of a Level 4 Universe Supreme after activating the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body. If he activated the 9 transformations of the ancient demon ape bloodline and directly entered the 9th transformation, his battle power would be comparable to a Level 4 Universe Supreme. Then taking into account the majestic energy and blood in his body that was 60 million miles long, his battle power would increase by 1 level. In the end, the strongest battle prowess that Yi Xian could display right now was already on par with the Primordial Era's Supreme Expert at the 5th step. But what he was interested in now was not the increase in battle power, because there were 2 powerful Primordial Supremes chasing after him. Not to mention the increase of 1 level, even if it was 2 or 3 levels, it would not be significant. But the change in his speed brought by this 1 level of battle power made Yi Xian extremely happy. Although Level 5 Universe Supreme and Level 4 Universe Supreme were only mid-level Primordial Supremes, Level 4 Universe Supreme was only the beginning of the mid-level Primordial Supreme's realm. However, Level 5 Universe Supreme was firmly in the mid-level Primordial Supreme's realm, and in terms of speed, it was much faster. Rumble. Rumble. Earth-shaking rumbles continued to resound, and the space inside the cauldron under him shook even more violently than before. Just as he opened his eyes, an earth-shattering boom suddenly came from the space inside the cauldron. It was obvious that the treasured cauldron had been hit again. However, Yi Xian was not anxious, and his eyes shone brightly. Chapter 4603. Another day has passed. I wonder if the Shunnong cauldron has been able to close the distance of 100 million li in the past day, or if it has widened a little more. Although he knew that this was basically impossible, because without his control, the Shunnong cauldron was being chased by 2 powerful Primordial Supremes. It was already good enough that the distance between them was not shortened. It was a bit too much to hope that it could increase the distance between them. With a touch of expectation, Yi Xian quickly activated the power of the field to investigate the situation outside the cauldron. It didn't matter if he didn't look, but as soon as he looked, he was stunned. Then his expression changed slightly, and he shook his head with a bitter smile. As expected, after losing his control, the Shunnong cauldron had shrunk in size, but its speed was not slow, but it was still getting closer. This might be because the starry blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger had seen through Yi Xian's plan, so the frequency of their bombardment of the energy balls decreased, causing their speed to increase slightly. At this time, it was meaningless to investigate the reason, because the facts were the facts. Originally, the distance between the cauldron and the starry sky-blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger chasing behind it was more than 110 million miles. But now, after a day, this distance had been shortened by more than half. Now, the starry blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger were only 20 million miles away from the cauldron. Also, fortunately, Yi Xian was now in seclusion, otherwise, the cauldron would have been intercepted by the starry blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger in about 4 hours, and then the situation would be even worse. Although the distance has been shortened to about 20 million miles, there are still 3 days. With a flash of light, Yi Xian murmured softly, "Now that I have broken through again and have the speed of a 5th-stage supreme being, I will definitely be able to increase the distance again in 3 days." Speaking of this, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. His figure flashed, and in an instant, he shot into the sky of the space inside the cauldron, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the void of the universe, the 11 powerful beings of the remote antiquity era were nowhere to be seen. Ever since Yi Xian turned 90 degrees to the right, they were left behind in an instant, but now, the Heaven Blood Crocodile and the Sub-Blood White Tiger were only 20 million miles away from the Farmer God Cauldron. Whoosh! Show! The figures of the 2 primordial supremes streaked across the void. The Star-Blood Crocodile and the Sub-Blood White Tiger opened their bloody mouths again. In an instant, they each spat out an energy ball with a diameter of more than 10 million miles. Speed in the blink of an eye, they blasted forward. Boom! Rumble! The speed of the 2 energy balls was shockingly fast. It was simply shocking. In the blink of an eye, they were already a billion miles away. Although the size of the cauldron had shrunk to only a million miles, but this time it still couldn't avoid them. The 2 energy balls both blasted into the mouth of the Farmer God Cauldron, which was filled with 9-colored fog. Almost in the next moment, an earth-shattering roar sounded. The giant cauldron shook violently in an instant. The dense 9-colored fog at the mouth of the cauldron tumbled violently, looking very thrilling. Roar! Screech! There are still 20 million miles. At most, we can catch up in 2 hours. At that time, once we force the cauldron to stop, we can't let the violent ape escape. One day, the violent ape has been in the space inside the cauldron for a day. This guy is too cunning. He must be up to something again. We must speed up the progress. After the successful attack, the Heaven Blood Crocodile and the Sub-Blood White Tiger were in high spirits. They each raised their heads and let out an earth-shattering roar and a violent howl. Whoosh! Rumble! Almost at the same moment, from the mouth of the Farmer God Cauldron, which was filled with 9-colored fog, a ray of light shot out. It expanded against the wind, and in an instant, it turned into a 60 million miles long star-sky violent ape. It was Yi Xian. Following that, as the figure of the violent ape appeared, a 9-colored sea of flames poured out from the cauldron, enveloping the huge body of the violent ape in the blink of an eye. While the violent ape didn't stop for a moment. As soon as it rushed out of the cauldron, it rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. The Farmer God Cauldron, which was originally uncontrolled, also expanded in an instant, reaching its full form of 40 million miles. It suspended above the violent ape's head, pouring out an invisible force field to protect the violent ape's body. While, in the blink of an eye, the violent ape, who rushed out of the cauldron, was no longer in danger. At close range, with the 9-colored sea of flames protecting the body, even the remote ancient supreme didn't dare to touch it easily. While, with the long-distance energy bombardment and the protection of the Farmer God's treasure cauldron's invisible force field, unless the cauldron's force field was temporarily broken, no matter how many energy balls bombarded it, it would not be able to shake the ape. At least, according to Yi Xian's prediction, he would be safe for 3 days. At this moment, as the figure of the violent ape reappeared after a day, the Star-Blood Crocodile and the Sub-Blood White Tiger, who were following closely behind, were stunned. Then, the voice of the divine sense sounded, revealing endless horror. What happened? The aura emanating from the ape's body is actually that of a 4th-order primordial god. Damn it, after only 1 day, he actually broke through after entering the space inside the cauldron. This kind of speed is simply outrageous. He really has a shocking secret. He's a rank 4 mighty figure, and with the boundless blood essence within his massive body, this ferocious ape's true battle prowess is already comparable to a rank 5 mighty figure. Damn it, his speed has increased yet again. I can't continue like this. The distance that was just closed is going to be pulled apart again very soon. Whatever, before the distance is pulled apart, attack with all our strength. We must force him to stop and intercept him. Otherwise, in a few days, we will be in a passive situation again. Don't hold back anymore, attack with all your strength. The final moment is coming ahead of time. Violent ape, you forced me to do this. Roar. Screech, in horror, the Star-Blood Crocodile and the Sub-Blood White Tiger roared again and again. In the end, they let out earth-shattering roars and howls together. Without hesitation, they opened their bloody mouths at once. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh, rumble, rumble, boom. The earth-shattering sound of something breaking through the air rang out. It was extremely sharp, and it was followed by the sound of thunder that erupted in the void due to the resonance. This time, the star-blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger were obviously going all out. They didn't spit out the energy balls one by one, but dozens of them in an instant. The two supreme masters of the ancients put all their strength together, and for a moment, nearly 100 energy balls were shot out from behind. Hiss! Almost at the same time, a crisp sound of ripping cloth suddenly came from the right side, 10 billion miles away. Void. Chapter 4604. Whoosh. 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 Rumble. Rumble. The earth-shattering sound of something breaking through the air rang out. It was extremely sharp, and it was followed by the sound of thunder that erupted in the void due to the resonance. The blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger went all out. They didn't spit out the energy balls one by one anymore. Together, there were almost 100 energy balls shooting from behind. The movement was too shocking. The violent ape, who was 20 million miles away, looked back subconsciously and was almost scared out of his wit. Although the hollow-blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger were powerful primordial supremes, it was still difficult for them to withstand dozens of such huge energy balls at once. They would most likely have to pay a certain price and suffer some backlash afterwards. However, they didn't have time to care about this. As they said, all of this was forced by Yi Xian. Counting the two primordial supremes had been chasing after them for more than 3 days now. During these 3 days, they had done everything they could to shorten the distance between them and the primordial supremes to just 20 million miles. However, when they were about to succeed, they suddenly found that the violent ape had broken through another level. The gap between them would soon be widened again. Even the supreme ancients couldn't bear such a huge psychological gap. In a moment of excitement, the two supreme ancients gritted their teeth and fought with all their might. Yi Xian wasn't able to predict this at all. Now, in the face of such a critical situation, he could only sigh in his heart. There was no way to resolve this. There was nothing he could do. Close to 100 balls of energy shot over, each of which was tens of millions of kilometers in size. Coupled with the current distance between the two of them, there was only a distance of 20 million kilometers between them. Without a doubt, at least half of these energy balls would explode within the area covered by the Shunnong Cauldron's invisible domain. While, even if the others missed, when the energy balls exploded, they would also be detonated by the raging energy. In other words, almost 100 energy balls would all explode. If nothing unexpected happened, the void within a radius of 10 billion miles would most likely shatter inch by inch. Even if the power of the primordial void was strong, it would recover soon. However, during the time when the void was shattered, even if the field of the Shunnong Cauldron didn't collapse, he and the violent ape would be trapped here and couldn't move forward for the time being. Even though this time was very short, it was more than enough time for the starry sky-blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger. After all, they were only 20 million miles away from the violent ape. For the powerful supreme ancients, if the violent ape, who was running in the front, stopped, the blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger could catch up with them in an instant. Alas, as he sighed in his heart, Yi Xian simply stopped. His body transformed into a ray of light as he directly entered the cauldron that was filled with 9-colored mist and entered the space within the cauldron. At the same time, he also activated the field of the Shunnong Cauldron and reduced its size to only 1 million miles. Anyway, it was useless to escape. Once the energy balls exploded, the void within 10 billion miles would shatter, and they could no longer move forward. Reverse it was better to retreat into the cauldron and reduce its size. In this way, the area of the cauldron would be smaller and they might be able to hold on for a little longer. This was just a temporary measure. It couldn't solve the current crisis at all. In fact, the real crisis would come soon. Once the energy balls exploded, the shattered void would be restored to its original state by the powerful primordial void law. That would be the moment when Yi Xian was in great trouble. At that time, the two powerful supreme ancients would sandwich the cauldron in the middle and bombard it at close range. At most, he would be dragged out of the space inside the cauldron in 1 day. Roar. Screech. He's not running anymore, everything is finally over. Boom, boom. Seeing the violent ape stop, he retreated into the space inside the cauldron again. He even reduced the size of the cauldron to 1,000,000 miles and stopped in the void in front of him. This, obviously, he had given up on escaping and was going to take this round of bombardment head-on. The hollow-blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger were overjoyed. They raised their heads and let out shocking roars and howls. While, at this time, the hundreds of energy light balls that shot out finally arrived. Earth-shattering explosions rang out densely, accompanied by faint cracking sounds of the void being torn apart inch by inch. 1. In the blink of an eye, the vast space within a radius of 10 billion miles was engulfed in the raging energy. The Shunnong cauldron was like a small boat on the tip of a huge wave, swaying in the wind and rain. At this time, the hollow-blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger had retreated to 5 billion miles away. They were not worried about the violent ape's escape, because before the void was restored, they couldn't move forward at all. With that time, they could cover the distance of 5 billion miles in a few seconds. Hiss! Almost at the same time, 10 billion miles away on the right side of the cauldron, a crisp sound of ripping silk suddenly came from the void. A huge crack was torn open in the void, and a huge claw stretched out from it. It was only a single claw, and it wasn't a complete claw. It was only a single claw, yet its size was already 25 million kilometers long. It was simply unimaginable. Almost subconsciously, when this crisp sound of ripping silk came, the hollow-blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger all turned to look at it. Next, in an instant, they opened their mouths wide at the same time, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. A claw of a complete claw was 50 million miles long, which was the same size as their entire bodies. Then, how huge was the entire body of this existence that was about to descend? An entire star field? Thousands or even trillions of miles away? If that was really the case, then how terrifying would his cultivation be? Deity! Shocked, the hollow-blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger trembled slightly and murmured softly, revealing endless horror. Among the ferocious beasts of the starry sky, which race has such a huge body? Hiss! Could it be the void giant turtle? The void giant turtle? Since ancient times, there has only been one. Didn't it fall in the great battle of the primordial era? It can't be him. Whoosh! Almost in the next moment, a black light flashed, and the giant claw, which was supposed to be very far away, came close to them in the blink of an eye, together with the huge crack in the void. Sharp claw with a sharp sound of breaking the air, the hollow-blood crocodile's huge body exploded with a bang, and its body and soul were destroyed. Light. Chapter 4605. Supreme of the Ancients at the peak of the 9th stage? That's a half-step heavenly Tao. Void giant tortoise, it's you. You're fine from the battle of the ancients. In the blink of an eye, the celestial blood crocodile's body exploded. As the claw moved, the sub-blood white tiger finally sensed the cultivation base of the claw's owner and guessed his identity in an instant. A powerful third-stage supreme was killed as easily as crushing an ant. It was definitely a supreme of the ancients at the peak of the 9th stage. It was only slightly weaker than the primeval Heaven's Eye. Such a terrifying existence was rare even in the untainted world, and there were only a few of them in the current era. In addition to its massive body, a single claw was at least 50 million miles long. Apart from the void giant tortoise from back then, he really couldn't think of anyone else. Hiss! Hiss! The existence in the crack didn't respond to the sub-blood white tiger's subconscious exclamation. It simply ignored the sub-blood white tiger. However, the claw that came out of the crack was moving left and right. In an instant, a huge crack that was hundreds of billions of miles long appeared in the void, accompanied by the crisp sound of cracking. This time, the existence in the crack stretched out its entire right forelimb. It was like a small star field, occupying the sky and earth. It was indeed a tortoise claw. In the distance, the 11 primordial age experts who had finally caught up came to an abrupt halt at the sight of this. Immediately afterward, his body trembled violently. Without pausing for a moment, he turned around and fled in the direction he came from. Even the starry blood crocodile was killed by a single claw. They were only ancients, and they were nothing in the hands of that existence. Even if they were tens of billions of miles away, that existence could still kill them with a single claw if it wanted to. As the indescribably gargantuan tortoise claw extended out of the spatial rift, the sub-blood white tiger shuddered as it returned to its senses. In the next moment, he shrunk his neck, and without making a single sound, he turned around and fled in the opposite direction at top speed. Roar. It was also at this moment that an extremely deep roar resounded from the black crack that was 100 billion kilometers wide. It was filled with displeasure. The existence in the crack seemed to be extremely displeased that it couldn't tear a large enough crack in the primordial void to allow its main body to arrive here. In the next moment, the terrifying tortoise claw that was hundreds of billions of miles long stretched out of the crack and shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Obviously, the existence in the crack had lost its patience and couldn't tear a large enough crack in the primordial void in a short period of time. Therefore, it chose to shrink its body. It was extremely swift. In merely a breath of time, a figure had emerged from the enormous spatial rift. It was completely pitch black, and it emanated an extremely powerful, ancient, and heavy aura. It was at least 100 billion kilometers in size. However, this was only the size of one of its forelimbs that had extended out of the void fissure. It was evident that its complete form was at least several trillion miles wide. Even a normal star area wouldn't be that vast. The existence that rushed out of the crack was the void giant tortoise. After being rescued by Yi Xian and the headless corpse from the mysterious void fragment, the void giant tortoise returned to the second universe of the three main planes of the universe and hibernated in the ancestral land of the Nether Tortoise clan, one of the 10 great clans of the second universe, to recover. Now, it seemed that its injuries had completely healed. Moreover, since it had already arrived here, the Nether Tortoise clan had most likely entered the primordial void, or perhaps they were hibernating in an unknown void connected to it. Swish. As soon as his figure rushed out of the void crack, the void giant turtle immediately stretched out its neck. In an instant, a sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out. The starry sky blood crocodile that had been killed by his finger earlier, after its body exploded, all of the boundless chi and blood that had spread out was instantly destroyed. It entered the giant tortoise's mouth and was directly swallowed by it. It seemed that it was also hunting. Starry sky ferocious beasts originally devoured each other to strip the vitality of other existences and turn it into resources to improve its own cultivation. However, the void giant tortoise was already at the peak of supreme primordial level 9, so its level was too high. Therefore, even the vitality of a supreme primordial level 3 was not of much use to it after it had completely devoured it. If Yi Xian saw this scene, he would probably go crazy on the spot. To him, this was a supreme blood essence that he did not even dare to dream of, but it was gone in the blink of an eye. More importantly, it did not have any obvious effect on the void giant tortoise. It was simply a reckless waste of God's gift. After doing all this, the void giant tortoise lazily turned its head and looked in the direction where the subblood white tiger had fled. As for the 11 primordial level ones, although they had hurriedly turned around and fled from a distance, the void giant tortoise had also sensed them, but it was not interested in them. Even if it could kill them all with a raise of its claw, it was too lazy to do so. It was already at the peak of supreme primordial level 9. Even the vitality of a supreme primordial level 3 was not of much use to it, let alone the primordial level ones. At this moment, if Yi Xian knew what the void giant tortoise was thinking, he would probably vomit blood on the spot. However, although the primordial level ones were no longer of interest to the void giant tortoise, the primordial level ones were different. Even if the vitality of a supreme primordial level 2 was not of much use to it, a mosquito's leg was still meat. Therefore, the void giant tortoise would definitely not let go of this subblood white tiger. All this took place in just 1 or 2 breaths of time. Although the subblood white tiger was fast, it had only fled 10 billion miles away in such a short time. You can't escape. At this moment, an incomparably deep voice with endless laziness rang out, but it instantly covered the boundless void as far as the eye could see. Very far away, the 2 top-grade forbidden zones and the 2 top-grade supreme primordial stars happened to be in this area. In the supreme primordial star region, countless ferocious beasts and primordial survivors instantly prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling, screech. It seemed to have realized that it was about to die, and there was no suspense at all. There was no chance of survival at all. The sub-blood white tiger that was fleeing at full speed suddenly stopped, raised its head, and let out an unwilling roar. Whoosh, an ear-piercing noise echoed. From 10 billion kilometers away, the void tortoise didn't even move half a step. It merely raised its left forelimb and slashed out with one of its claws. Bang! Chapter 4606. The interior of the farmer god cauldron. Boom! Rumble, earth-shattering rumbling sounds rang out endlessly. Ever since the explosion, they hadn't stopped. The entire space within the cauldron trembled violently. Yi Xian understood that this was because the cauldron's main body had shrunk to a size of only 1,000,000 kilometers. At this moment, just as the terrifying energy raging outside was like a small boat bobbing up and down in the waves, Yi Xian had shrunk the size of the violent ape to a height of about 3 meters. He sat cross-legged above the volcano in the central domain, his expression extremely gloomy. Yi Xian was confident in the power of the Shunnon Cauldron's domain. Although nearly 100 energy balls exploded at the same time in this wave of attacks, it was absolutely impossible for the Shunnon Cauldron's domain to collapse just like that. However, after this havoc, the farmer god cauldron's field, which was already on the brink of collapse, was in even more danger. According to Yi Xian's calculations, after this wave of attacks was over, the power field of the Shunnon Cauldron would at most be able to hold on for half a day before it was broken by the starry blood crocodile and the inferior blood white tiger. Although he would be able to slowly recover and return to his peak state in at most a month, to Yi Xian, this kind of temporary collapse of the domain's power was absolutely fatal. Not to mention a month, even a few breaths' time was enough for the starry blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger to drag him out of the cauldron. At this moment, Yi Xian was truly at his wit's end. He had exhausted all his means, but he couldn't escape at all. After all, there were two powerful primordial supremes. With his current cultivation, even if he used the Skyfall bow with all his strength, he could only seriously injure one of them at most. However, if that happened, Yi Xian would have no chance of turning the tables. With all the energy in his body drained, even if they stopped chasing him, he couldn't escape. He wouldn't do that unless it was absolutely necessary. Of course, if there was no chance of survival, Yi Xian wouldn't hesitate at all. He would use the Skyfall bow before he died and try to drag one of them down with him. All this seemed to take a long time, but in fact, only a few breaths' time had passed. During this short period of time, Yi Xian's emotions had fluctuated several times. Finally, a sharp light flashed in his eyes as he made his final decision. Instead of hiding in the cauldron and waiting for the farmer god cauldron's field to be destroyed and then dragged out by those two guys, it's better to take the initiative and rush out of the cauldron. In this way, I can guarantee that the farmer god cauldron's field won't be destroyed, and can still hold on for half a day. Although this will undoubtedly mean facing the two powerful primordial supremes, this is something that was bound to happen sooner or later. It's better to be early than late. Now is the final battle. Let's see if the headless infant corpse can be relied on in the most critical moment of life and death. If the answer is yes, then everything will be solved. If the answer is no, then it's only half a day earlier. After rushing out of the cauldron's space, I can still use the Skyfall bow to give as much as I can when all hope is lost. I can drag one of them down with me. After saying that, Yi Xian didn't say anything else. A cold light flashed in his eyes and his expression became extremely resolute. Even the body of the violent ape emitted an incomparably ferocious aura with a loud bang. At this moment, Bao Yuan's aura was incomparably resolute. He was clearly prepared to fight to the death. The battle for supremacy in the starry sky had always been like this. Either live or die, what was there to be conflicted about? This thought flashed through his mind. At this moment, Yi Xian's entire body and mind were relaxed. Imperceptibly, his state of mind had a small sublimation. This meant that he could break through again. The opportunity had come. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough time. Hiss. Shaking his head, he smiled bitterly and threw the thought of breaking through into seclusion to the back of his mind. Bao Yuan raised his head and let out a heaven-shaking roar. Immediately after, his figure shot out and directly shot into the sky above the cauldron's space, disappearing without a trace in an instant. He couldn't see it. Outside the Shunnong cauldron, in the primordial void, the raging energy balls that the starry sky-blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger had spat out had gradually stopped. Although the rumbling sound was still there, it was already sparse. However, with the Shunnong cauldron as the center, the vast expanse of primordial space within a radius of 10 billion kilometers had already shattered inch by inch. However, this kind of shattering was obviously only temporary. At this moment, as the raging energy of the nearly 100 energy balls gradually dissipated, the shattered space within a radius of 10 billion kilometers was being visibly healed by the powerful power of the laws of the primordial world. Speed, it quickly healed. It was the same for the huge spatial rift that the void giant turtle had rushed out of in the distance. However, this spatial rift was too big, and it wasn't an inch of fine fragmentation. Instead, it was directly torn open by a powerful force. Therefore, even under the influence of the powerful primordial law, the recovery was relatively slow. It would take at least half a day for it to completely heal. Bang! At this moment, in the void 10 billion kilometers away, a heaven-shaking bang sounded, followed by a huge cloud of blood mist spreading out. Its momentum was majestic, and in the blink of an eye, it had already enveloped the void within 100 million kilometers. After all, the sub-blood white tiger's body was originally 50 million kilometers long. At this moment, its body was slashed apart by the void giant turtle's finger, and it instantly spread out 100 million kilometers. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, the Shunnong cauldron, which had shrunk to only 1 million kilometers in size, emitted a faint sound of breaking through the air from the mouth of the cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored mist. A figure that was only about 3 meters tall, with a shocking and ferocious aura, came out from the mouth of the cauldron. He rushed out from the cauldron. It was Yi Xian in the form of a violent ape. When Yi Xian heard the loud bang in the distance, he paused for a moment, and then subconsciously turned his head to look. The next moment, his body shook violently, and his expression changed drastically. He gasped, and even his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He had come just in time to see the sub-blood white tiger's body explode. Moreover, it was slashed apart by a terrifyingly huge void giant turtle that lightly stretched out its claw. Wait. Void giant turtle? As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian recognized the giant turtle immediately. Wasn't it the turtle that he and the headless baby corpse had rescued from the mysterious fragment of the void? What on earth happened? Why did everything change in the blink of an eye? I saw the sub-blood white tiger's body explode with my own eyes, but what about the starry blood crocodile? Yi Xian looked around, but not only did he not see the starry blood crocodile, but he also did not see the blood crocodile after its body exploded. At the same time, after slashing the sub-blood white tiger with its finger, the void giant turtle raised its neck and pretended to suck in the blood. Chapter 4607. Whoosh! A sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out, and before he finished speaking, Yi Xian's figure had already shot forward. At the same time, the Shunnong cauldron followed closely behind, suspended above his head. Huff! A distance of more than 10 billion kilometers was originally nothing to his current cultivation level of the 3rd level of the primordial era. However, everything in front of him was too urgent, and if he was half a step late, it would be bad news. Thus, Yi Xian didn't hesitate in the slightest. He activated the Shunnong cauldron suspended above his head. In an instant, a 9-colored sea of flames rushed out of the cauldron, instantly expanding to thousands of miles away, sweeping forward. Although the void tortoise's cultivation had already recovered and was now a peak supreme of the 9th stage of the desolate era, which was half a step into the heavenly Tao, he still didn't dare to rashly touch the Shunnong 9-colored flame. Otherwise, he wouldn't die. Although it would not kill it, the pain of the flesh was unavoidable. Sensing the approaching danger, the void tortoise stopped absorbing the majestic blood and qi and subconsciously turned its head to look back. When it saw Yi Xian, it was obviously stunned for a moment, and then a trace of anger burst out of its eyes. Almost at the same time, the void tortoise's deep, muffled voice rang out, "What are you doing, little guy? You actually attacked me? Are you itching for a beating?" As his divine sense voice was transmitted, his terrifying body that was over 100 billion miles long also moved upward to avoid the 9-colored sea of flames that was whistling toward him. Whoosh! Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was overjoyed. He did not bother to answer the void giant turtle's words at all. His figure flashed, and he had already arrived in front of it. With a wave of his hand, an invisible suction force spread out, enveloping the void of the universe for hundreds of millions of miles. In the blink of an eye, all the blood and qi of the subblood white tiger's body exploded was wrapped up. After all, the subblood white tiger was a powerful primordial supreme. Its body was 50 million miles long, so the blood and qi of its body was naturally extremely majestic. It was simply outrageous. Therefore, even if it was Yi Xian, it would still take him a certain amount of time to absorb all of the boundless qi and blood. However, for the void tortoise, it was something that could be done in an instant. This boundless qi and blood had just been swept over, but before it reached the front, it was intercepted by an invisible force with a whoosh and rushed to the upper left. Yi Xian turned his head to look. All of the boundless qi and blood had already turned into a blood-colored ball, about 3,000 feet in size, floating in front of the giant void tortoise's nose. Compared to its terrifying size, it was simply insignificant. However, Yi Xian was scared out of his wits. With his current cultivation level and strength, it was absolutely impossible for him to snatch something from a powerful peak supreme being. Right now, what he was most worried about was that the giant void tortoise would not say anything and first take the ball that was already in front of his nose. He directly swallowed the 1,000-meter-long blood orb. Then, he would argue with Yi Xian. If that really happened, Yi Xian would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood on the spot. Damn it, shut up immediately. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian immediately became anxious again and flew into a rage. If you dare to swallow it, I will break off all relations with you. Break off all relations? I don't seem to be very close to you, right? The voice of the void tortoise's divine sense rang out. It was still muffled, but there was a hint of ridicule in it. Besides, you are only in the primordial era, and you seem to have been forcefully raised by some kind of bloodline ability. Once you remove the ability, your true cultivation you should only be a universe supreme being. This is all of the qi and blood of a third-stage primordial era supreme being. Can you swallow it? Aren't you afraid of exploding and dying? What do you know? It would have been better if he didn't mention this, but Yi Xian immediately became angry. Swallowing it directly is simply a waste, a reckless waste of God's gift. I want to refine it into supreme blood essence and gather 5 of them. In the future, I will deduce the perfect formula for the level 30 Heavenly Path treasure pill. Come, by then, I will be able to refine a Heavenly Path treasure pill. Heavenly Path treasure pill? What is that? Is there such a thing? I have lived since the primordial era until now. Why haven't I heard of it before? The giant void tortoise was stunned, and suspicion appeared in its eyes. It sized up Yi Xian and said playfully, "Not bad, you brat. Now you have learned how to swindle others without batting an eyelid. You even managed to swindle me." Pu, Yi Xian almost vomited blood on the spot. He was so angry that he snorted. After rolling his eyes, he directly took out a few treasured pills of different grades from his undying world. A level 25 Supreme Treasure Pill. A level 26 Eternity Treasure Pill. And a level 27 Supreme Treasure Pill. Of course, the Supreme here referred to the Supreme Beings of the universe and not the Supreme Primordial Era. As for the level 28 Supreme Elixir Pill, although he had already deduced the perfect pill formula and had enough sovereign blood essence in his hands, he hadn't had time to refine it yet, so he couldn't take it out even if he wanted to. However, these 3 treasured pills of different grades were enough to explain the problem. "This is a night pill," said Luo Feng. "It can help an Emperor level 9 pinnacle to become a Universe Knight within a few days." "This is the Eternity Lord Treasure Pill," said Luo Feng. "It can help a Universe Knight become a Universe Master within a few days. As for the last one, it's a Supreme Treasure Pill. It can allow an undying Emperor to become a Universe Supreme within a few days." As he spoke, Yi Xian raised his hand and pointed at the 3 treasured pills floating in front of him. When he finished, he put them away with a flip of his hand. Then he continued, "As for the Supreme Being pellet that can help a pinnacle level 9 Universe Supreme become a Supreme Being in the Primordial Era in a short time, I've just finished collecting the materials, and I'm going to start refining it right away. The blood bead in front of your nose is an important material for refining the Heavenly Path pellet in the future. That's a Heavenly Path pellet, which can help a pinnacle primordial supreme like you reach the Heavenly Path pellet in a short time, and it's as good as the primordial Heavenly Path pellet. You can become a Heavenly Path treasure pill with the same eyes. The aura of these 3 treasured pills is correct. They do have the effect you said. Seeing the 3 treasured pills of different grades, the giant void turtle's eyes became serious for the first time. He sized up Yi Xian again and finally asked in a muffled voice, "Boy, are you sure you can refine the Heavenly Path treasure pill?" "I can refine the Supreme Treasure Pill at any time. After the Supreme Treasure Pill, it's the Supreme Treasure Pill. The perfect formula isn't complete yet, but it's almost done. After the Supreme Treasure Pill, it's the Heavenly Path treasure pill. I have to deduce the perfect formula and collect the materials before I can refine it. Each Heavenly Path treasure pill requires 5 supreme blood essences, which are the blood and energy formed by the explosion of the body of Primordial Supreme. The blood essences. If I don't lack supreme blood essences, I should be able to deduce the perfect formula of the Heavenly Path treasure pill in 3 years. Chapter 4608. I didn't expect you to have the ability to refine a Heavenly Tao treasure pill. His eyes flickered with rays of light as the void tortoise sized Yi Xian up. Can 5 primordial sovereigns refine a single Heavenly Tao treasure pill? This is simply too profitable. If I were to devour the flesh and blood of the primordial supremes to evolve, I'm afraid I would need at least 1,000 primordial supremes. Only Qian Zun has this possibility. Compared to you, he's truly too much of a wastrel. Speaking of this, he seemed to have thought of something and glared at Yi Xian. "Brat, why didn't you come out earlier? I just swallowed one not long ago." It's not easy to kill the primordial supremes. The key is that they're all hiding. It's hard to find them. Just because you came out a little slower, you wasted a supreme blood essence. But this time, Yi Xian was really angry to the point of spitting out blood. He had thought that this giant tortoise was a little shameless, but now it seemed that it was more than a little shameless. It was simply too shameless. Just a moment ago, he was fighting with him for the blood bead and almost swallowed it in one gulp. Now that he heard that he could refine the Heavenly Path treasure pill, he immediately changed his tone and even blamed him. A ninth-order Desolation Supreme, a supreme existence who had lived since the ancient Desolation era to the present, was actually so shameless. No one could be this shameless. "Xiao, brat, take this. This is the first supreme blood essence that I'm leaving with you. There are still 4 left. I'll think of a way to get enough. Once you've gathered enough, you can refine the Heavenly Path treasure pill for me as soon as possible." With a faint sound of breaking air, the blood bead that was originally hanging at the tip of the void tortoise's nose shot towards Yi Xian. At the same time, the voice of the void giant tortoise's divine sense rang out. It leaped and was about to shoot into the distance. "Hey, what do you mean by you're leaving it with me? Didn't we agree just now that everyone has a share? You've already swallowed one, so this one is mine." As he spoke, Yi Xian hurriedly took action. He collected the blood beads and sent them into the flame pool at the bottom of the central region volcano in the Shunnong cauldron. He began the blood essence refinement. Then, he relaxed and said confidently, "Remember, to refine a Heavenly Path treasure pill, you need at least 5 pieces of blood essence of the Supreme Master as the main ingredient. Moreover, you also need some other supplementary ingredients. This Star Lord can't give you these for free. Yes, there are benefits to alchemy, right? That's why this Star Lord will help you get at least 9 more sovereign blood essences. Otherwise, don't mention it again, roar. You damned brat, you actually dare to blackmail me." In the distance, the void tortoise let out a low roar, but it didn't turn around. Its enormous figure moved at an extremely fast speed, and in the blink of an eye, it had already disappeared at the end of their line of sight. Who would have thought that it would end like this? Taking a deep breath and recalling the desperate situation of life and death, Yi Xian sighed with emotion. After calming himself down, he quickly recalled the 11 supreme experts of the primordial era who had intercepted him earlier. His eyes instantly shone with a cold light. I didn't expect to be able to fulfill the words I said before so quickly. However, before I go back to take revenge, I still have to make another breakthrough in my cultivation. The previous breakthrough wasn't my limit, and there's still the possibility of another breakthrough. Just now, when I decided to abandon everything and rush out of the cauldron, my mental state improved once more. Thus, the breakthrough this time is already set in stone. There's no doubt about it. Swish, after he finished speaking, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. With a flash of his body, he directly arrived at the mouth of the Shunnong cauldron that was filled with 9-colored fog. From there, he entered the space within the cauldron, hovered above the central region volcano, and sat down cross-legged, swish, 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 with a wave of his hand, along with a faint sound of breaking through the air. Rays of light shot out and hovered in front of Yi Xian. These were the cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body to carry out this breakthrough. Immediately after, he activated the domain of the Shunnong cauldron at the first possible moment, compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent fist, and swallowing them into his stomach with a wave of his hand. Hualala, as the nascent fist ball entered his mouth, the sound of chains rattling could be heard from Yi Xian's body. All the resources instantly transformed into a majestic river of energy. And this time, the shackles that appeared were the same as before. There was only one. This was expected, so Yi Xian did not pay attention to it. He immediately focused and activated the river of energy that had just formed in his body with all his strength. He began to circulate it in his meridians again and again. Perhaps it was because of the sublimation of his state of mind. The breakthrough this time did not encounter any obstacles. In just 2 days, the river of energy that had formed in Yi Xian's body was completely refined. And as the river of energy completely disappeared after each circulation, it merged into Yi Xian's body and soul. Next, he only needed to attack once, and the shackles that appeared this time broke. When the shackles completely broke, the anticipated system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, 4th Order Universe Supreme. Ding! Congratulations to host for a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, 4th Order Universe Supreme. 4th Order Universe Supreme. This was the middle stage of this realm. During the previous breakthrough, Yi Xian's original body's cultivation level had reached 3rd Order Universe Supreme. If he activated the power of the ancient devil-ape bloodline in his body, he would be able to advance to 4th Order Universe Supreme. If he activated the 9 transformations of the devil-ape and reached the 9th transformation, his battle power would immediately rise to 4th Order Universe Supreme. In addition to the majestic blood energy in his body, his actual battle power would be comparable to a 5th Order Universe Supreme. And this time, after another successful breakthrough, Yi Xian would instantly possess the strength of a 5th Order Universe Supreme after activating the ancient devil-ape bloodline in his body. If he activated the 9 transformations of the devil-ape bloodline and directly entered the 9th transformation, his peak battle power would be comparable to a 5th Order Universe Supreme. In addition to the 60 million kilometer long body, the boundless power of blood and qi that was so vast that it made one's hair stand on end added a level to his actual combat strength. In the end, the strongest battle prowess that Yi Xian could display right now was already on par with the 6th step of the primordial era. In other words, unless he encountered a late-stage supreme expert of the 7th step or above, Yi Xian would be invincible. In fact, even if his opponent was a 7th Order Universe Supreme, it wouldn't be a problem for Yi Xian. It was only natural for him to protect himself. In fact, the probability of him killing his opponent was more than 60%. This was because he still had the blood secret art. Once he activated the blood secret art, he could condense 3 blood sea avatars in an instant. All of them possessed terrifying battle power comparable to a 6th Order Universe Supreme. Chapter 4609. 4th Level Universe Supreme, Pinnacle Combat Power, comparable to a 6th Level Supreme. Yi Xian muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming. Now, I can finally fight a late-stage Supreme. He couldn't help but recall the scene when he first saw Xingbo. At that time, Yi Xian couldn't even fight a early-stage Supreme. They could only flee when they saw him from afar. How long had it been? He didn't expect himself to change so much. In the blink of an eye, he could already fight a late-stage Supreme. After calming down, Yi Xian's eyes gleamed coldly. He began to recall the 11 Ancient Supreme that had rushed out from the left side of his path not long ago. At that time, on the left side of the road ahead of him, there was obviously more than just a high-level and supreme forbidden area. Adjacent to it, there should be a high-level and supreme starfield controlled by the survivors of the primordial era. Because among the 11 ancient supreme beings, besides the space beasts, there were also several ancient survivors. At that time, the situation was urgent, and coupled with the distance, Yi Xian didn't see it clearly, so he didn't pay attention to it. Now that he thought about it, amongst the 11 powerful primordial ancient powers, there seemed to be 6 fierce beasts and 5 survivors. Among them, the ones that left the deepest impression on him were an 8th-level supreme being and an ancient supreme being at the peak of the 9th level. The 8th-level supreme being was the most powerful existence among the 6 space beasts. As for the 5 survivors of the primordial era, although they were one less than the ferocious beasts, there was still a peak level 9 primordial era existence. In terms of overall strength, the 5 survivors of the primordial era were actually slightly stronger than the 6 ferocious beasts of the stars. At that time, when these 11 powerful primordial era supreme beings rushed out and intercepted Yi Xian's path, Yi Xian was forced to turn 90 degrees to the right, so he angrily roared and expressed his stance. He said that if he didn't die today, he would definitely kill all 11 ancient supreme beings one by one in the future. Even now, when he thought about it, the anger in his heart didn't diminish at all. These bastards were too hateful. They came out halfway to fight against him. If he hadn't accidentally encountered the void giant tortoise, Yi Xian would have most likely died here. Because even when the void giant tortoise appeared and turned into a corpse lamp tattoo attached to the headless infant corpse on his left chest, it didn't react at all. This was clearly a sign that he had fallen into a deep sleep and would not be able to wake up in a short period of time. Every time Yi Xian thought about it, he regretted it immensely. This time, the 11 primordial experts had almost gotten him killed. Although this kind of killing and robbing was originally the mainstream of the starry sky, strictly speaking, what they did was not wrong. If Yi Xian was given such an opportunity, he would have made the same choice. But at the same time, now that the situation was reversed, they had the guts to kill and rob, so they should be mentally prepared to be killed. However, with Yi Xian's current cultivation strength, although he could kill a 7th stage supreme being, he had a certain chance of suppressing an 8th stage supreme being. Even if he encountered a 9th stage supreme being of the great perfection of the desolate era, using the 9-colored sea of flames, the big-headed black stick and the meteor. In the case of the heavenly bow, if he gritted his teeth and made up his mind, he might still have a chance to kill. But that was only referring to one supreme being. If he were to face all 11 ancient supreme beings at the same time, he would still be no match for them. If these 11 supreme beings of the primordial era were all ferocious beasts from the same high-level forbidden area, then no matter how much Yi Xian hated them, he could only temporarily suppress the anger in his heart. After a period of time, when his cultivation was stronger, he would be able to unleash it. Revenge. But in fact, the situation was not so. Among these 11 ancient supreme beings, there were only 6 space beasts, and the other 5 were remnants of the desolate era. Even though they rushed out together and charged towards Yi Xian's path to intercept him, that was only because of the benefits that moved people's hearts. At that time, such an earth-shattering noise came from the void. Although the 11 powerful figures of the remote antiquity era appeared almost at the same time, they rushed out to investigate because they heard the noise from the 2 neighboring forbidden areas and the most powerful star regions. It just depended on the situation. They were not in the same group at all. In the primordial void, space beasts and remnants of the desolate era were mortal enemies. And these 2 high-level forbidden areas and the high-level star domain were adjacent to each other. Usually, low-level conflicts would not rest for a moment, and would erupt from time to time. And at the level of the supreme beings of the desolate era, because the comprehensive combat strength of the 2 sides was basically not too different, and because such a high-level existence was generally in closed-door training, trying to break through to the supreme level of the desolate era, so even if they were adjacent, they were at peace. This kind of situation was not difficult to understand. Therefore, Yi Xian was more than 90% sure that if he rushed into the high-level forbidden area with the 6 ancient supreme beings and started a revenge massacre, The 5 powerful remnants of the Desolate Era in the high-level star domain adjacent to it would not interfere. Instead, they would watch the fire burn across the river. After all, there was a supreme being of the Desolate Era, who was a half-step supreme being at the peak of the 9th stage. On the surface, they still had the ability to suppress Yi Xian. Therefore, they most likely expected that Yi Xian would not dare to come and rush to the high-level star domain adjacent to it. In fact, Yi Xian did not have such plans. It was not that this revenge was half over. He would not let go of those 5 ancient supreme beings of the Desolate Era no matter what. But he could completely put it aside for the next step to get rid of them. After all, he was in a hurry to refine a level 28 supreme being pellet. After all, he was already a 4th-order universe supremacy, and after 5 more minor breakthroughs, he would be able to consume a level 28 supreme being pellet. Therefore, this matter was of utmost importance. This matter could not be delayed any longer. However, before he refined them, he couldn't let go of these 6 primordial ancient star beasts. These were 6 supreme expert blood essences. Yi Xian already had 4 supreme expert blood essences. If he could obtain these 6 as well, then he would have a total of 6 supreme expert blood essences. 10 blood essences. After refining the level 28 supreme being pellet, Yi Xian only needed to deduce the perfect formula of the level 29 supreme being pellet in one go. After that, he could immediately continue refining the level 29 supreme being pellet. After doing this, his whole heart could be relieved, because at least he could ensure that his cultivation strength had reached the supreme being of the Desolate Era. If he wanted to ensure his survival in the upcoming Desolate Era, he would at least have to have the strength of a supreme being of the Desolate Era. Only with the strength of a supreme being of the Desolate Era would he have the confidence. Therefore, this time, when he turned back to carry out his revenge, Yi Xian only planned to kill these 6 supreme beings of the Desolate Era. As for the 5 ancient remnants, even if he killed them, their flesh and blood would be of no use. Anyway, he had already killed half of his enemies. For the time being, he could be considered to have vented his anger. He would leave them and kill them in the future. Chapter 46:10. Rainbow Sun Forbidden Land. It was a top-tier forbidden land, and the most powerful beings guarding it were all great beings from the primordial era. They were only second to the supreme forbidden lands guarded by primordial era supreme beings. In fact, even in the entire right half of the right bank of the Milky Way, Rainbow Sun Forbidden Land was considered an extremely powerful top-tier forbidden land. This was because there were 6 great beings from the primordial era guarding this forbidden land. And the most powerful one had the power of a level 8 great being from the primordial era. He was only 1 level away from becoming a complete level 9 great being from the primordial era, which was half a step away from becoming a supreme being. However, the entire Rainbow Sun Forbidden Land was shrouded in a deathly silence that made people feel extremely uneasy. A large number of space beasts that were hibernating in the ferocious beast stars didn't even dare to breathe. No one knew what had happened. They only knew that not long ago, there was an earth-shattering roar and explosion in the Hongmeng space outside the Rainbow Sun Forbidden Land. At that time, a large number of high-level ferocious beasts above universe night level in the Rainbow Sun Forbidden Land were all alarmed. They rushed to the edge of the Forbidden Land to see what had happened. After that, the news gradually spread as the Universe Knights, Universe Masters, and Universe Supreme Beings returned one after another. It was said that a great being from the primordial era, Violent Ape, was being chased by 2 even more powerful primordial era supreme beings. The 6 great beings guarding the Rainbow Sun Forbidden Land, together with the 5 great beings of the same level in the Supreme Star area next to it, made a total of 11 great beings from the primordial era. They joined forces and chased after the Violent Ape. No one felt that there was anything wrong with this. In the environment of the starry sky, killing and seizing treasures was a very common thing to begin with. It couldn't be more common. No one thought that there would be any accidents. No matter how powerful that Violent Ape was, how could he resist the pursuit of 11 great beings from the primordial era and 2 supreme beings from the primordial era? It was only a matter of time before he fell. However, what surprised everyone was that the 6 great beings from the primordial era in the Rainbow Sun Forbidden Land came back in a hurry not long after they left. It only took them a few days to return. All of them were like birds startled by the mere twang of a bow. It was as if their souls had been scared out of their wits. Once they entered the star nest, they did not appear again. But in the void, there were still traces of their invisible fear. It was this kind of strange invisible fear that scared the countless fierce beasts in the entire Rainbow Venerable Forbidden Land. In the past few days, the entire revered Rainbow Forbidden area was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly strange. Swish. It was also at this moment that an extremely sharp sound of space being torn apart resounded, and a ray of light shot over from the distant starry sky outside the Rainbow Exalt Forbidden area. This ray of light, after entering the Rainbow Sovereign Forbidden Land, immediately spread out its divine sense. A powerful aura unique to a fifth-stage sovereign enveloped the entire Rainbow Sovereign star field. Retribution comes quickly. The 6 of you, get the hell out here now. In the blink of an eye, the light expanded sharply against the wind, turning into a 60 million feet star violent ape. As it roared, it immediately blasted toward a giant star in the distance to the right. This was the lair of one of the 6 primordial ancients in the exalted Rainbow Forbidden Land. Shio, Hualala. The sound of air breaking rang out, and the violent ape instantly rushed into the atmosphere of the star nest. Its entire body instantly collapsed, turning into a sea of blood that spread out, enveloping a vast valley inside the star. Roar, roar, screech. Then, from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, there were earth-shattering roars and howls. Then, from the shocking and boundless sea of blood, there were 3 huge figures that instantly rose from the ground. It was the 3 great demon bodies of the ancient ape demons. One was a body of flesh and blood, which was the star violent ape. The other was a skeleton, without any flesh and blood, just a purple-gold skeleton, exuding an endless murderous aura, extremely ferocious. One was a body of black fog. Although it was also in the shape of a violent ape, its physical body was a cloud of black fog. Even its eyes were only 2 clouds of purple light, which looked extremely strange. In an instant, the 3 Blood Sea avatars were formed, and the cultivation aura that emanated from their bodies were all at the 5th level of the Desolate Era. Their true battle strength was even comparable to that of the Blood Sea avatars because of the support of the majestic chi and blood in their huge physical body. Comparable to the 6th stage ancients. Violent ape, you dare to trespass into the Rainbow Sovereign Forbidden Land alone? Do you want to die? Screech. Almost in the next moment, from the vast valley enveloped by the sea of blood, a light figure rushed into the sky. Its body was huge, at least 10 million feet, but it was impossible to see what kind of fierce beast it was. However, the cultivation aura emitted from the light figure was the same as that of the violent ape, reaching the 5th stage of the ancient. Unfortunately, the true combat strength of the violent ape was already comparable to that of a 6th stage ancient ape, and now it was 3 against 1. The existence in this light figure was destined to die here today. Boom, 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 bang. Without paying attention to the other party at all, the 3 great Blood Sea avatars attacked at the same time, punching towards the center. After an earth-shattering explosion, a chilling explosion sounded, and the existence in the light figure did not even have the chance to make a sound, and directly exploded and died. Hualala, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, the 3 Blood Sea avatars collapsed at the same time, merging into the majestic sea of blood under their feet. Immediately after, the figure of a violent ape emerged from the sea of blood. It was only about 10 feet tall, but the cultivation aura emitted from its body was extremely terrifying. A faint sound of breaking through the air was heard, and the majestic sea of blood under their feet quickly shrank, turning into a faint bloodlight in the blink of an eye, shooting out of the violent ape's forehead and disappearing. And the majestic blood fog that had just spread out in the sea of blood, under the violent ape's first wave, instantly released a majestic invisible force. It enveloped a radius of tens of thousands of miles, sweeping everything over, and after taking it into its body, it was immediately sent into the Shunnome cauldron to start the blood essence condensation. After doing all this, the violent ape did not hesitate at all. With a flash of his body, he directly rushed hundreds of millions of miles away. That was the nearest Ancient's Almighty, and his cultivation was very weak, only at the 2nd stage of the Ancient's Almighty. Boom. Rumble. A moment later, An earth-shattering explosion rang out from the ferocious beast star. The entire star had been blasted apart. Amidst the countless star fragments that splattered everywhere, there was a faint green aura of vitality that spread out. But soon, this light green chi and blood was directly absorbed into the violent ape's body with a wave of his hand, and then began the blood essence condensation. All of this seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it happened in a flash. From the violent ape's domineering charge into the rainbow venerable forbidden land, to now, with a single punch, the second stage ancient ape exploded, and the majestic blood fog formed by the explosion of his body was taken away. Chapter 46:11. There were a total of 6 powerful figures in the forbidden grounds of the Rainbow Clan, but now, 2 of them had fallen in the blink of an eye. In a short period of time, Yi Xian could be said to have gained a lot. He originally only had 4 blood essences, but now, he had 6. However, this was obviously not the end. He would not let go of any of the remaining 4 supreme beings of the primordial era and had to kill them all. All of this happened too quickly, so quickly that even the supreme beings of the primordial era couldn't react in time. However, at this moment, as Yi Xian charged towards the nest of the 3rd supreme being of the primordial era, the remaining 4 powerful existences in the rainbow-revered forbidden area finally regained their senses. Come. Of course, most importantly, they discovered that apart from this monstrous and heaven-defying violent starry sky ape, the legendary giant void tortoise did not accompany it. That's right. That's an existence that can easily kill an early-stage supreme being. That's an existence that has lived since the ancient desolate era. Why would it be interested in existences like us who have just ascended to the ancient desolate era? This was something they were confident about earlier. The only thing they weren't sure about was that they weren't sure if the void tortoise was related to the starry sky ferocious ape that was being pursued all along. Now it seemed that the 2 early-stage supreme beings were unlucky. When they were chasing the violent ape of stars, they accidentally encountered the terrifying giant tortoise. They were not the helpers that the violent ape of stars asked for. In that case, what was there to worry about? Although the violent ape of stars was heaven-defying and had the Shunnome Cauldron, a primordial artifact of the era, it was extremely difficult to kill. This could be seen from the fact that the 2 powerful early-stage supreme beings had been chasing it for a long time, but they had not had a final result. It could be seen. But it was only difficult to kill. Even with the Blood Sea secret technique, it was impossible to kill the 4 powerful figures of the Desolation era in the forbidden grounds of the Rainbow Clan in a 3-against-4 situation. What's more, the violent ape of stars was now the public enemy of the right bank. He definitely did not dare to waste time here. After a fruitless battle, the only choice was to retreat with hatred. Thinking of this, the remaining 4 powerful figures of the Desolation era in the forbidden grounds of the Rainbow Clan immediately rushed out of their nests. Their roars resounded in the vast void, shaking the heavens and the earth. Violent ape, you have vented your anger. We were careless and you killed 2 powerful figures, but that's all. Leave quickly, or you'll make a mistake. Although you have the Blood Sea doppelganger, we still have 4 powerful figures of the same cultivation level. You have no chance. Now, you are like a rat. Don't make a mistake. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Since he's seeking death, I'll just trap him here. As the voices of these divine senses spread out, earth-shattering roars and tyrannical howls instantly rang out. Within the 4 giant ferocious beast stars, 4 figures of light instantly rushed out of the star's atmosphere and shot towards Yi Xian at an extremely fast speed. You're really a toad yawning. What big words. Facing all this, Yi Xian sneered. His eyes were shining with a cold light. He said loudly, "Today, none of you 4 can escape." Who? Almost at the same instant, an imperceptible 9-colored light shot out from between the brows of the ferocious ape. As soon as it appeared, it split into 2 and charged towards the front and the left respectively. Its speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end, and even lightning couldn't reach it. The 2 light beams shot out, and on the way, they expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, they had turned into 2 towering and majestic 9-colored flames. They were spherical in shape, tens of millions of miles in diameter, and completely enveloped the 2 powerful figures of the Desolation era who were shooting from 2 directions. There were indeed 4 powerful figures of the Desolation era in the Rainbow Forbidden area. If they were to gather together and fight together, even if Yi Xian used the Bloodsea secret technique and condensed 3 Bloodsea clones, it would be difficult for him to easily kill them one by one. Therefore, Yi Xian would never let them gather together. For others, this might only be a dream. It was impossible for them to do it, but for Yi Xian, it was too simple. His 9-colored sea of flames was something that even the supreme master of the Desolation era did not dare to touch. Any powerful figure of the Desolation era who was enveloped by the spherical sea of flames would end up in incomparable misery. There was no chance of survival. With the 2 powerful figures of the Desolation era trapped, the violent ape's figure flashed and directly rushed into the majestic sea of flames in front of him. The 2 powerful figures of the Desolation era that he chose to seal were the 2 weakest of the 4 surviving great figures. One of them was a rank 1 great figure of the Desolation era, while the other was a rank 3 great figure of the Desolation era. Right now, the one trapped in the sea of flames in front of Yi Xian was an existence at the first level of the Supreme Expert. To deal with such a weak guy, he did not even need to condense the Bloodsea clones. After entering the Sea of Blood, he directly blasted his opponent into a cloud of blood mist with a single punch. After absorbing the majestic blood mist into his body, the vast sea of flames that was tens of millions of miles wide rapidly shrank. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a 9-colored ray of light and rushed into the space between Yi Xian's eyebrows, disappearing from sight. In the next moment, Yi Xian teleported and locked onto the aura of the Sea of Flames. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived at the edge of the Sea of Flames on the left. He raised his head and roared, plunging headfirst into the Sea of Flames. Screech, rumble, bang. Presumably sensing the arrival of a life and death crisis, just as the figure of the violent ape disappeared outside the Sea of Flames and entered the Sea of Flames, an incomparably mournful and tyrannical howl came from within. Immediately after, a loud rumbling sound was heard. This was the sound of the violent ape and the rank 3 great figure trapped in the Sea of Flames fighting. The current violent ape's true battle strength was comparable to a rank 6 great figure, and was at the peak of the middle stage of this realm. As for the existence trapped in the Sea of Flames, it was only at the peak of the early stage. This time, the violent ape still did not use the Bloodsea secret technique to condense a clone. With just a few simple punches, an earth-shattering explosion came from within the Sea of Flames. The body of the rank 3 great figure instantly exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Before it could spread out, it was absorbed into the violent ape's body with a wave of its hand, and sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron's space, where it began to condense blood essence. At this point, only 2 of the 6 great figures of the primordial era remained in the forbidden grounds of the rainbow, while the number of blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had increased to 8. Chapter 46:12. Damn it, I forgot that he still has the 9-colored sea of flames that can separate us. In the blink of an eye, 2 powerful beings were killed. Could it be that a great calamity is about to befall our honored forbidden land today? Impossible, I am an 8th order powerful being. Even you are only at the 7th order of this realm. Your cultivation is higher than his. How can the violent ape kill him? We must make him pay the price. Even if we can't kill him, we must severely injure him. Otherwise, this hatred will not be appeased. Roar. Screech. Following the roar, 2 balls of light shot out, each with a furious roar and a ruthless howl. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived at the left and right sides of the 9-colored sea of flames, surrounding it. In the blink of an eye, only the 2 of you are left. Don't you think what you said before is ridiculous? In the 9-colored sea of flames, Yi Xian's voice came out. In the next moment, the ball of flames spread out, turning into a majestic sea of flames, passing through the 2 balls of light. The rolling waves of flames rushed over, and in an instant, the 2 balls of light retreated in shock. The violent ape's actions were too domineering. It forcefully spread out the sea of flames in the void, forcing them to retreat. The figures that had originally gathered together were separated in the blink of an eye. Because they did not dare to touch the 9-colored sea of flames. Only now did the existences in the 2 spheres of light finally realize how difficult it was to deal with this violent ape. He had the 9-colored sea of flames that even the supreme ancient desolation feared. He was practically unstoppable. After a great battle, once the sea of flames was brought out, no matter how strong the enemy was, it would be impossible to defeat him. Even if he was defeated, all he could do was to retreat in a hurry. This was too passive, and it made them feel unwilling. At the same time, they raised their heads and let out a furious roar, overflowing with hatred. Hualala, almost at the same time, an earth-shattering sound came. In the sea of flames that spread out, 2 figures rose from the ground. It was the skeleton body and the black fog body. In the blink of an eye, the 3 clones of the blood sea gathered. All of them were huge bodies of 60 million miles. Although the cultivation aura emitted from their bodies was only at the 5th order of the primordial supreme, their true battle strength was comparable to that of the 6th order of the primordial supreme. Roar. Screech. As soon as they appeared, the body of bones and the body of black fog clenched their fists at the same time and blasted toward the ball of light that was surrounded by the 3 blood sea clones. The Bao Yuan immediately flipped his hand and instantly took out the big-headed black stick. He swung it up high, and with a destructive aura, he ruthlessly smashed it toward the ball of light. Bao Yuan had used all his strength in this attack. He had even used the power of the big-headed black stick's own domain. The power of the stick was close to that of a rank 8 mighty figure. This is impossible. The existence inside the light had never tasted the big-headed black rod before, so it didn't know much about its power. At this moment, it suddenly felt the power of the big-headed black rod, and its expression suddenly changed. It let out a voice filled with unwillingness and endless fear. But it was fear. There was no suspense in what happened next. Bang! Almost in the next moment, a huge roar sounded from the void, and the ball of light exploded in an instant. Among the broken light spots in the sky, one could clearly see that a unicorn that was millions of meters long had been blown up into a cluster of bloody mist by the joint attack of the 3 blood sea clones. Then, the bloody mist spread out. Whoosh! Killing the enemy with one blow without warning was simply an instant kill. This kind of result caused Yi Xian's heart to relax, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Without any hesitation, the berserk ape immediately waved its hand, and an incomparably majestic and invisible force swept out from its body, enveloping an area of 10 million kilometers. The blood mist that had just spread out was swept up in an instant, turning into a majestic waterfall of qi and blood. It was like a long rainbow that pierced through the sky, and nimbly entered Bao Yuan's body. It was sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron, and directly began the blood essence condensation. Refining. At this point, 5 of the 6 primordial mighty figures in the Rainbow Forbidden Land had been killed, and the number of blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had reached 9. There's one last one. After waving his hand to collect all the majestic qi and blood that was formed by the explosion of the 7th order mighty figure's body, Yi Xian turned his head and looked at the last ball of light that was forced to retreat in the other direction. Hualala! Swish! Swish! Almost at the same time, the bodies of black fog in the 3 blood sea avatar skeletons crumbled and merged into the majestic sea of flames beneath their feet. In the blink of an eye, only the figure of Bao Yuan was left in the entire sea of flames. Immediately after, a weak sound of breaking through the air rang out, and the majestic sea of flames beneath his feet quickly shrank. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a weak 9-colored light, shooting out from between Bao Yuan's eyebrows and disappearing. Bao Yuan, what tricks are you playing now? Seeing his actions, the ball of light that was about to shoot forward suddenly stopped in the void. Within the ball of light, a voice filled with endless suspicion came out. Are you going to stop? That's right, I'm a 8th order mighty figure, only one step away from being a half-supreme being, even if you have 3 blood sea clones, and that mighty figure. This big-headed black stick of extraordinary power. But it's still impossible for it to kill me. In fact, if the 7th grade Almighty you just killed hadn't underestimated you and underestimated the power of the big-headed black stick in your hand, even if your 3 blood sea avatars joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to kill you. It's just wishful thinking to think that you can kill him so easily. Forget it. Bao Yuan, it's time for your anger to be quenched. You've already killed 5 of the 6 great beings of the primordial era in the forbidden grounds of Rainbow, and we've paid a heavy price. Can everything end here? Otherwise, even if you continue to fight, you won't be able to achieve anything. On the contrary, the longer the time drags on, the more disadvantageous it is for you. Soon, there will be other primordial mighty figures from the Forbidden Land, and even primordial sovereigns. Come, Bao Yuan, you should stop while you're ahead. This was truly a great temptation. Even Yi Xian was a little tempted when he heard it. But Zhong Du had already fought to this extent. At the last moment, it was absolutely impossible to ask him to stop. So what if you're a 8th order mighty figure? Even if I don't use the Bloodsea clones, I can still kill you easily. Buzz. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the voice of Bao Yuan's divine sense came out. At the same time, he slowly raised his left arm, and a ferocious energy bow quickly condensed. Its shape was very simple and mysterious. The body of the bow was made up of 3 parts. In the middle was a 2-headed monster. Its wide-open mouth was facing up and down. The upper and lower parts of the body of the bow were 2 bowed humanoid creatures. The 2-headed monster's wide mouth swallowed the 2 humanoid creatures' feet and a part of their calves. Its mouth was where the bowstring was. Its hands were around its mouth, as if it was howling, and its expression was inexplicably strange. Chapter 46:13. At this moment, what Bao Yuan was using was Yi Xian's most powerful ability, the Fallen Sky Bow. When the golden energy arrow appeared on the bowstring, following Yi Xian's thought, a strange golden light burst out from the violent ape's eyes. He extended his right hand and directly grabbed onto the bowstring of the giant energy bow in his left hand, holding onto the energy arrow. He slowly pulled the bowstring, whong. In an instant, an incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out, and the surrounding space seemed to ripple with an invisible wave. It was as if this arrow was only in its bowstring state, but the aura it emitted was already enough to cause the space to tremble. Powerful. It was incomparable. Whoosh. The buzzing sound only lasted for half a breath before Bao Yuan suddenly released his right hand that was holding the energy bowstring. Accompanied by an incomparably sharp sound of breaking through the air, a golden stream of light shot out at an extremely fast speed that even the primordial great beings couldn't react to. Just a single energy arrow had drained all the energy in Bao Yuan's body. It was the same when he killed the rank 9 supreme being, the purple-armored heavenly beetle. Even a rank 9 supreme being could be killed with a single arrow, so what was a rank 8 existence in this realm? Yi Xian knew very well that even if he used the Bloodsea secret technique, condensed 3 Bloodsea clones, and even activated the 9-colored Flamesea and the big-headed Black Stick, it would be very difficult to kill this rank 8 supreme being in a short period of time. The reason why he had used his most powerful ability, the Fallen Sky Bow, at all costs, was to kill this last rank 8 supreme being in a single blow. Then, he would be able to escape and leave this place. Bang! As the golden arrow shot out, an earth-shattering explosion rang out almost at the same time. There was no suspense in what happened next. In the blink of an eye, as the golden arrow entered his body, the entire ball of light instantly collapsed, completely exploding into countless specks of light and dissipating. At the same time, a purple mist of blood spread out, enveloping a large area of the void in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! At this moment, Bao Yuan also waved his hand at the first moment. An incomparably majestic invisible force swept out from his body, enveloping a radius of millions of miles. The boundless blood mist that had just spread out was swept up and absorbed into his body. He sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space within the cauldron. Just like that, he started the blood essence condensation. At this point, the 6 primordial Grand Elders in the Forbidden Land of the Rainbow had all died at the hands of Yi Xian without exception. After this battle, not only had Yi Xian accumulated 10 Grand Elders' blood essences, he had even accumulated the previous breakthrough. Everything he had obtained had been completely integrated into his divine soul and physical body. And because of this, it ushered in another opportunity for a breakthrough. Although the battle didn't last long, it caused quite a commotion. It's impossible that the neighboring top-notch strongest starfield didn't notice anything. After ending the battle, Yi Xian shrank his body to about 10 feet tall. With a wave of his hand, a large amount of flesh and blood divine medicine and all kinds of top-notch treasures were swallowed into his stomach, quickly recovering the energy deficit. At the same time, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the neighboring top-notch strongest star field. He murmured softly, "It seems that the 5 primordial Grand Elders were just as I had guessed before. They didn't intend to interfere in this matter. But now, with the 6 primordial Grand Elders in this forbidden land of the rainbow have all been killed, their hearts are most likely in their throats. I'm afraid that any sensitive action will cause them to retaliate. This matter is not urgent. There will be a day for revenge in the future, but for now, let's leave this place first and refine the 28th level Grand Elder's pill first." Speaking of this, Yi Xian withdrew his gaze and rushed to the nests of the 6 primordial Grand Elders that had just been killed one after another. After a thorough search, he immediately activated the interstellar coordinate jumping ability of the system in his body. Shio, an extremely faint sound of breaking air rang out. Almost in the next moment, the figure of the violent ape, which was only about 10 feet tall, completely disappeared. Until this time, the entire forbidden land of the rainbow was still deathly silent. The beasts of the forbidden land that were hibernating in the various starfields were all hiding in their nests, trembling and not daring to come out. The forbidden land of the rainbow was a top-notch forbidden land. In the right half of the right bank of the Milky Way, it was considered a fierce and well-known place. Usually, no existence dared to behave atrociously here. But today, only one ferocious ape had arrived, and in the short time it took to eat a meal, it had killed all 6 of the remote antiquity powerhouses in the Rainbow Forbidden Ground. Such a result, such a cruel and violent, they simply didn't dare to imagine. All the beasts of the Forbidden Land were scared out of their wits. At the same time, in the top-notch strongest starfield that was only about 10 billion miles away from the Forbidden Land of the Rainbow, the situation was basically the same. The entire vast starfield was deathly silent, and all the remnants of the primordial Grand Elders were trembling. They didn't even dare to breathe. After a while, after confirming that there was no other movement in the forbidden land of Honored Rainbow not far away, the 5 powerful desolate dwellers finally let out sighs of relief one after another in the star nest where they were hiding. Shio, a faint sound of breaking air rang out, and a ray of light appeared very abruptly in the void. There was no sign beforehand, and when it appeared, it was completely traceless. The ray of light expanded with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a star-violent ape that was about 10 feet tall. It was Yi Xian. This time, the interstellar coordinate transmission point that he had locked on was still near the nests of the nests where his strongest clone was born. After the transmission was completed, Yi Xian immediately spread out his divine sense and swept around. After confirming that there was no abnormality in the nests in the distance where his strongest clone was born, Yi Xian let out a sigh of relief. He turned around and shot toward the giant abandoned star in the distance. After arriving at the destination, the violent ape didn't hesitate at all and directly entered the core of the abandoned star. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the huge core space that was opened up when he was in seclusion. After calming down, Yi Xian fell into deep thought. His eyes flashed from time to time, and there was a soft murmur in his mouth. This time the harvest is huge. Even the refining materials of the 29th level primordial pill have been gathered. Unfortunately, however, the perfect pill formula of the 28th level primordial pill has not been successfully deduced yet. But in any case, the refining of the 27th level primordial pill can't be delayed any longer. It must be started immediately. Speaking of this, his eyes flashed. Yi Xian made a decision in an instant. He didn't want to delay any longer. Taking advantage of the current situation, he would first refine the 28th level primordial pill that would be used to officially break through to the primordial Grand Elder realm in the future. Chapter 4614. A level 28 treasure pill was also known as a supreme treasure pill. Once swallowed, a level 9 universe supreme being would be able to break through the bottleneck and become a real primordial supreme being in a short period of time. Currently, Yi Xian's own cultivation strength had already reached the 4th level of the universe supreme realm. In other words, after another 5 small breakthroughs, he would be able to swallow a level 28 supreme being's treasure pill and become a true ancient supreme being. Yes. Hence, this pill couldn't be delayed any longer. It had to be refined as soon as possible. However, It was still unknown how many supreme treasure pills would be produced in this furnace. These 17 supreme blood essences would be the basic ingredients for Yi Xian's refinement of the level 28 treasure pill, along with a large number of other top-grade treasures and treasured bodies of primordial being. Besides these two basic ingredients, Yi Xian would also add in some all-evil origin liquid and top-grade resources found in the Hongmeng Void. After everything was ready, Yi Xian waved his hand and took out all the resources and top-grade treasures required for the formula. Then, he closed his eyes. At the same time, in the internal space of the Shunnong cauldron, in the flame pool at the bottom of the central domain volcano, shio, 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 along with the sound of the air breaking, various colored lights shot out from the mouth of the cauldron above the central domain volcano and appeared directly above the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano. Suddenly, they stopped. They were all the top-grade materials and cultivation resources that Yi Xian had prepared for the level 28 treasure pill. Whoosh! Soon, a sound like the howling of the wind was heard. Almost in the next instant, a majestic Shunnong 9-colored flame howled up from the pool of flames at the bottom of the central region volcano below these top-grade resources. Amidst the howling wind, the 9-colored flame sea condensed into a 9-colored cauldron with a radius of 3 meters. It was small and quaint, exuding an extraordinary aura. With the formation of this small cauldron, the blood essences of ferocious beasts and other materials that had been prepared earlier all flew up automatically. They entered the small cauldron with a radius of 3 meters. The refinement of the level 28 Supreme Treasure Pill officially began. Just one level 28 Supreme Being Pill was enough to make a 9th-order Universe Supreme Being become a Supreme Being of the Primordial Era in an instant. Just based on this point, its importance and preciousness could be imagined. Moreover, this was Yi Xian's first time refining a level 28 Almighty Pill, and the raw materials he used were all supreme blood essences. Every single one of them represented a powerful supreme being of the universe, and they were too precious. He didn't dare to let his guard down in the slightest as he wholeheartedly controlled them. Controlling everything, with a thought, one alchemy technique after another appeared in Yi Xian's hands. The speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they turned into extremely obscure and mysterious runes and entered the 9-colored cauldron at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. Unknowingly, a month had passed in the blink of an eye. Right at this moment, a huge roar was heard above the flame pool at the bottom of the central domain volcano in the cauldron. The cauldron formed by the pure Shunnong 9-colored flames dissipated instantly, and the 9-colored flames rushed back to the flame pool below like a river. What remained above the flame pool were 16 round beads the size of an infant's fist. These 16 round beads were all golden purple in color, and there was a dense 9-colored mist on their surface. There was also a dreamy halo around them, and they gave off an ancient and heavy aura. It was a level 28 Supreme Treasure Pill. Just one pill was enough for a 9th-level Pinnacle Universe Supreme to break through to level 28 of the remote antiquity realm in a short time. It was a Supreme Being Treasure Pill. There are 16 of them. After finishing the refinement, Yi Xian opened his eyes. When he saw the 16 supreme pellets floating in the air in front of him that emitted a dense aura of almighty beings, his face froze for a moment before he sucked in a breath of cold air. As he muttered to himself, his eyes shone with a blazing light of excitement. Under normal circumstances, there should be about 13 level 28 supreme blood essence pills in the cauldron from the cauldron. The reason why there were 3 extra blood essences was because there were 2 supreme-grade blood essences among the 17. However, that was no longer important. To Yi Xian, the most important thing was that this cauldron of level 28 supreme being pills was not only successfully refined, but the number of pills that came out of the cauldron had also exceeded his expectations. This was simply an unexpected surprise. There were 16 pills, and besides the one that he had consumed, there were still 15 pills left. In the future, there would be 15 powerful primordial beings among Yi Xian's subordinate. Primordial beings were usually overseen in top-level forbidden areas, but in fact, most top-level forbidden areas only had 3 or 4 primordial beings at most. For example, the honored Rainbow Forbidden Area that Yi Xian had just wreaked havoc in had 6 powerful primordial beings overseeing it. Therefore, even in the right half of the Milky Way's right bank, it was definitely one of the top forbidden areas and most powerful star regions because of this. In fact, even in a top-level forbidden area overseen by Supreme Primordial Being, it was impossible for there to be 15 primordial beings. At most, there would be less than 10 primordial beings. As such, if Yi Xian consumed all of the level 28 Supreme Pills in his possession, the combined strength of him and his subordinates would far surpass that of a top-level forbidden area, even if it was a top-level forbidden area overseen by Supreme Primordial Being. A forbidden area would probably be able to compete with a top-level forbidden area. However, all of this was still too far away for the current Yi Xian. He still had a long way to go. Other than the fact that his own cultivation still needed to be improved, the cultivation of his subordinates was even more important. Counting the time, other than the Origin Nest base camp, the other subordinate armies left behind in the other starfields have not been seen for a long time. I wonder how the Azure Ox and the others are doing now. A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he instantly thought of the nomadic army that he had left behind outside the primordial void. It had been more than 10 years since he had parted ways with the Azure Ox. That old fellow's cultivation base should have already reached the late stage of the Immortal Emperor realm. Although this kind of improvement speed was not bad, compared to Yi Xian, it was still too far away. Including the army of space beasts and ancient survivors, he had left in the forbidden land of Rising Sun to guard the star whirlpool at the entrance to Hongmeng Void. Originally, there were only 3 emperors in that army, but now, there should be emperors in that army as well. Chapter 46:15. The 28 Supreme Pills had finally been refined, and Yi Xian's heart was greatly relieved. After adjusting his state of mind and casting aside all the distracting thoughts that had suddenly surged out, he quickly entered the space inside the Farmer God Cauldron through the mouth of the cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored mist. He hovered above the volcano in the central region and sat down cross-legged. The successive battles before leaving the Rainbow Clan's forbidden grounds had allowed him to completely integrate the gains from his previous breakthrough into his divine soul and physical body. Now, the opportunity for another breakthrough had arrived. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, as he waved his hand, a series of faint sounds of breaking through the air rang out, and in an instant, fine rays of light shot out and hovered in front of him. These were the cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough, including the all-evil origin liquid, the 9-colored divine medicine, and so on. After doing all this, Yi Xian immediately activated the power of the Farmer God Cauldron's domain, compressing all the cultivation resources into the size of a nascent soul fist, and then swallowed them into his stomach with a wave of his hand. Hualala, soon, when the energy ball that had been compressed into the size of a nascent soul fist entered his mouth, the sound of chains rattling could be heard from Yi Xian's body. All the resources that were swallowed into his mouth instantly melted, and in the blink of an eye, a majestic river of energy appeared in his body. Obviously, the shackles that appeared in his body this time were still the same as before, and there was only one. This was expected, and Yi Xian did not pay attention to it. After adjusting his state of mind, Yi Xian immediately focused his mind and activated the river of energy that had just formed in his body. He continued to circulate it in all the meridians in his body, and began to circulate it again and again. In the previous battle, Yi Xian had consecutively killed 6 powerful ancients, and it could be said that the battle had been fought incisively and vividly. Because of the powerful divine ability of the fallen sky bow, the energy in his body was almost completely drained. Therefore, this breakthrough wasn't obstructed in the slightest. In just a single day, the large river of energy that had formed in Yi Xian's body had been completely destroyed. Bottom refinement. When this great river of energy completely disappeared after each cycle and merged with Yi Xian's soul and body, he only needed to attack once to break the shackles that had appeared this time. The anticipated system notification soon sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for achieving a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu formula. Current level, 5th level Universe Supreme. Ding! Congratulations to host. You have achieved a breakthrough in your physical body's Qi and blood realm. Current level, 5th level Universe Supreme. 5th order Venerable. Just one step away from stepping into the peak mid-level Venerable realm. During the previous breakthrough, Yi Xian's original body's cultivation level had reached 4th order Universe Supremacy. After activating the ancient Devil Ape's bloodline power in his body, he could advance to the 5th order venerable realm in an instant. If he were to use the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and reach the 9th transformation, his battle prowess would immediately rise to the level of a 5th order desolate era mighty figure. But in truth, if one were to take into account the increase in his cultivation level due to the majestic blood essence in his body, his actual battle prowess would be comparable to a 6th order desolate era mighty figure. But now, after his successful breakthrough, Yi Xian would instantly possess the strength of a 6th order universe supremacy after activating the ancient devil ape's bloodline power in his body. If he were to use the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and enter the 9th transformation, his peak battle prowess would be comparable to a 6th order desolate era mighty figure. If one were to take into account the majestic blood essence in his body that was 60 million miles in size, his actual battle prowess would increase by 1 level. Finally, the strongest battle prowess he could display now was comparable to a 7th order desolate era mighty figure, which was equivalent to a late-stage desolate era mighty figure. He still had the Blood Sea secret technique. Once he activated the Blood Sea secret technique, he could condense 3 Blood Sea avatars in an instant. Each of them possessed terrifying battle prowess comparable to a 7th order desolate era mighty figure. In a 3 versus 1 situation, killing a 7th order desolate era mighty figure would be a piece of cake. Even an 8th order desolate era mighty figure could be killed easily by using the big-headed black stick and the Shenong 9-colored flame. There was no need for him to rely on the fallen sky bow like before. At this point, he needed to use the fallen sky bow to kill an existence that was at least a 9th order universe supremacy, which was equivalent to a half-step supremacy. However, with Yi Xian's current strength, he still wouldn't be able to touch a true primordial supreme. Even if he used the fallen sky bow, it was still impossible. After all, the primordial supreme was the strongest existence below the heavenly Tao realm. His means were heaven-defying, and the desolate era's mighty figures couldn't be compared to him. I'm already a 5th order universe supremacy. 4 more breakthroughs, and I'll be qualified to consume a level 28 universe supremacy's treasure pill. At that time, my cultivation will officially enter the universe supremacy realm. A sharp light flickered in Yi Xian's eyes, and he subconsciously clenched his fists. In an instant, he was filled with lofty aspirations. If I officially enter the primordial era, and use the 9 transformations of the demonic ape's bloodline to the 9th transformation, my peak battle prowess will reach the primordial era, 2nd order venerable. If that's the case, there won't be anyone on the right bank of the Milky Way that can make me fear them. At most, I'll use the fallen sky bow to fight with my life. At that time, I'll be able to swagger around without fear. However, since I have nothing else to do now, I can use this opportunity to deduce the perfect level 29 supremacy treasure pill formula in one go. If that's the case, I can guarantee that my cultivation will officially enter the primordial era's realm in the future. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. In an instant, he used the 9 transformations of the demonic ape's bloodline ability to the 9th transformation. At the same time, he also used the Blood Sea secret technique. Therefore, his figure that was sitting cross-legged at the farmer god cauldron's mouth didn't change. He was still 10 zhong tall, but his cultivation had reached the 6th order primordial era's realm. After adjusting his state of mind, Yi Fengliang quickly retracted his thoughts. The Union's devouring system pushed the system's calculation ability to the limit. A 6th order primordial era's divine sense was extremely terrifying. With such a terrifying divine sense as support, Yi Fengliang believed that the deduction wouldn't take too long. Previously, Yi Xian had used more than 5 months to deduce the perfect level 28 supremacy treasure pill formula. But this time, Yi Xian's current cultivation had reached the 6th order primordial era's realm, and his divine sense was much stronger than before. Another reason was because he had already instructed the devouring system to deduce the perfect level 29 supremacy treasure pill formula at full speed, and it was already in its embryonic form. In the end, it only took him slightly more than 6 months to deduce the perfect level 29 supremacy treasure pill formula. 6 months later, Yi Xian opened his eyes, and there was a glimmer of excitement in them. Who? Chapter 46:16. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. In this half a year, Yi Xian's harvest could be said to be extremely great. Not only did his cultivation break through another level, but he had officially stepped into the 5th Order Sovereign Realm. His peak battle strength was comparable to a 7th Order Sovereign Realm expert. Furthermore, he had also refined 16 28th level Supreme Elixir pills. Even the perfect pill formula for the level 29 Supreme Treasure pill had been successfully deduced. This caused Yi Xian's shoulders to relax in an instant. This was because he already had 10 almighty blood essences in his possession. If he really needed them, these 10 would be enough for him to start refining the pill. In this way, he could guarantee that his cultivation strength would officially enter the primordial venerable realm. With this kind of powerful strength, even if the desolate era descended, Yi Xian would not be afraid. Of course, although the perfect pill formula for the level 29 Supreme Treasure pill had been deduced, and Yi Xian already had 10 Supreme Treasure pills in his hands, since it was not time to use them, he would not easily start refining. After all, if he collected one more Supreme Treasure pill and refined it, he would have one more Supreme Treasure pill. This was a Supreme Treasure pill, one represented a powerful primordial venerable realm expert, and he could not afford to underestimate it. After completing all this, Yi Xian's heart suddenly relaxed, and he immediately thought of the 5 Supreme Venerables that had not been dealt with yet. He had always adhered to the principle that if there was a grudge, he would take revenge on the day, and never wait a night. This time, because of special reasons, he had only taken half of the revenge, and left after venting a little of the anger in his heart. But now that the matter was settled, it was not Yi Xian's style to drag it out. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he got up in an instant. After walking out of the Shenong furnace, he directly waved his hand and stored the furnace into his undying world. At this time, just as Yi Xian was about to leave the core of this abandoned star, a familiar throbbing came from his body. It was the movement of the Yang Luo. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, and with a wave of his hand, he directly summoned the Yang Luo. Whoosh, with a faint sound of breaking through the air, the Bao Luo whistled out, and with the wind, it expanded. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a pink silk cloth hundreds of feet in size, slowly rising and falling in the void in front of Yi Xian, exuding an extremely powerful and mysterious aura. Almost at the instant the Bao Luo was summoned, Corpse Ancestor's voice, filled with joy, "Master, the sisters' seclusion is over, they are all half-step Supreme Venerables." Yi Xian stood up in shock. He was stunned for a moment before an expression of incomparable ecstasy appeared on his face. Half-step Supreme was equivalent to a 9th-tier complete Universe Master. Just one more step and he would be able to step into the true Universe Supreme level. After reaching the level of Supreme Venerables, the 7 girls only needed to increase their cultivation by one more realm, and their strength would return to the pinnacle of their previous lives, which was the Desolation Supreme Venerables. Based on this speed and momentum of development, the Desolation Supreme Venerables was clearly far from their final goal after their rebirth. If there were no accidents, the 7 girls' own cultivation strength would break through to the Desolation Supreme Venerables in the future. The 7 beauties in the Yang Luo were Corpse Ancestor Han Ba, Corpse Ancestor Hu Qing, Desolation Electra Lady, Mysterious Lady of the 9 Heavens, Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox, Celestial Phoenix Maiden, and Fairy Xixia. In the distant era of the Desolation Supreme Venerables, they were known as the 7 beauties of the Desolation Supreme Venerables and were famous for a time. Later on, the War of the Desolation Supreme Venerables broke out, and the 7 beauties all died, but each of them had a trace of consciousness origin sealed in the Yang Luo. After countless years, this treasure was obtained by Yi Xian. During this period of time, they experienced all sorts of dangers. Until now, the 7 great beauties of the primordial era, who were once famous in the primordial era, had finally all stepped into the half-step venerable realm after reuniting. Now, they were less than 2 realms away from the pinnacle of their previous lives. With the amount of top-notch cultivation resources provided by Yi Xian, and the speed of their recovery, perhaps, they would be able to complete this distance in just 2 hibernation sessions. At the thought of this, Yi Xian suddenly became excited, and his chest rose and fell. Shio, 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 shio. Just as he was excited, a faint sound of the air breaking was heard one after another. From the Yang Luo, which was fluttering in the wind, 7 figures rushed out and lined up in the space in front of Yi Xian. They were the 7 beauties who were sleeping in the Yangluo, including the corpse ancestor, Hu Qing. The 7 famous beauties of the Desolation Supreme Venerables, no matter which one, were all existences with top-notch appearances and figures, and their temperaments were all different. Although he had met them many times, Yi Xian still could not control himself, and his heart beat faster. "Greetings, Master." After their figures suddenly appeared, the 7 beautiful beauties of the Desolation Supreme Venerables bowed to Yi Xian at the same time with a smile, and softly called out Master. Immediately after, they discovered Yi Xian's current cultivation strength. As a result, one soft cry after another sounded out like a tide. After a while, the 7 girls did not forget what had happened after they woke up from their slumber. Soon, the smiles on their faces disappeared, and their expressions became solemn. They asked Yi Xian, "Master, what happened after that?" "Yes, that Xingbo you mentioned." At the mention of this matter, Yi Xian's expression turned solemn. He did not hide anything and immediately told the 7 girls everything that had happened in the Mosquito Forbidden Ground. Upon hearing that Xingbo had an extraordinary relationship with the Primeval Heaven's Eye, and that his cultivation strength was suspected to have reached the heavenly Dao realm, the 7 girls immediately fell silent. They bit their lips slightly, and their faces were filled with resentment and indignation. Clearly, Xingbo's terrifying heavenly Dao realm cultivation had frightened them. After all, the 7 girls were only at the late stage of the Desolation Supreme Venerables when they were at their peak in their previous lives. And now, Xingbo, who had lived from the Desolation Supreme Venerables to the present, had successfully entered the Milky Way star domain where the mother planet was located, ahead of everyone else. There was bound to be greater opportunities inside, and it might even allow Xingbo's cultivation strength to improve further. From the looks of it, even if the 7 girls were to live a second life, they would probably not be able to take revenge for what happened back then. Chapter 46:17. As he spoke, Yi Xian waved his hand and took out a large number of 9-colored divine herbs from the sealed cave at the bottom of the volcano in the Shunnong Cauldron. Just like before, it was divided into 7 portions. Each portion was tens of thousands of cubic meters. As a result, the batch of 9-colored divine medicines that Yi Xian had refined earlier was instantly reduced by half. It was as big as a mountain, and this was the 3/5. In fact, during this period of time, Yi Xian had used about a fifth of the 9-colored divine herbs to break through his cultivation. Therefore, only a fifth of the batch of 9-colored divine herbs that he had refined back then remained. From the looks of it, it would not be long before he refined another cauldron of 9-colored divine herbs. Apart from preparing for the 7 girls, Yi Xian also needed them himself. In addition, he had already decided to head to the Phoenix Bloodstar region and the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. There were still 2 groups of subordinates there, including the Azure Ox. An army. It had been more than a decade since they parted. For this trip, apart from the various treasured pills that Yi Xian had gifted, the 9-colored divine herbs were clearly indispensable. Phew! Swish! 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 At that moment, as he waved his hand, a faint sonic boom sounded. 7 beams of light shot out and landed in the void beside him before coming to an abrupt stop. They were 7 9-colored divine herbs that were tens of thousands of cubic meters in size. "Thank you, Master. Master, don't worry. We will not give up. Just as you said, we will definitely seek vengeance in this life. Even if he is a supreme existence that surpasses the heavenly Dao realm." Yi Xian's words clearly moved the 7 girls. Tears welled up in their eyes, but they had a resolute look on their faces. They resisted the urge to cry. With a wave of their hands, they instantly collected the 9-colored divine herbs that Yi Xian had provided, as well as a vast amount of other top-grade treasures. They put away all the cultivation resources they had. "It's rare for us to come out. Furthermore, all of you have been in a bad mood during this period of time. You can't hold back your cultivation. Otherwise, it will affect your mental state." Seeing the 7 girls pull themselves together again, Yi Xian nodded. He paused midway before continuing, "Why don't we stay outside for a few more days? Treat it as a distraction." "Wow, that's great. That was our intention from the start. But now that the great enemy has yet to be eliminated and the pressure on our master is so great, we really shouldn't relax too much. That's why we didn't dare to mention it before. Master is still the best. You're like a roundworm in our stomachs. You actually guessed my thoughts. Master, you're so bad. When they heard that Yi Xian had taken the initiative to ask them to stay outside for a few more days, the 7 girls were pleasantly surprised. The serious expressions on their faces were instantly replaced by playful smiles. As they spoke, the 9-tailed celestial fox and a few of the more seductive girls were half joking. She began to tease Yi Xian, causing black lines to appear on his forehead. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. After pondering for a while, Yi Xian flipped his hand, and a palm-sized purple gold luan carriage appeared in his palm. It was the demon dragon carriage. Previously, his plan was to directly rush to the topmost powerful starfield in the form of a violent ape, kill the 5 powerful people who had tried to stop him, and then leave. But now, Yi Xian changed his mind. The masters of the ancient people were different from the ferocious star beasts. After the ferocious star beasts were killed, the majestic qi and blood from their bodies could be used to refine the blood essence of the ferocious star beasts. But the masters of the ancient people had no use for this. And these 5 old guys were actually tempted by the benefits and almost killed Yi Xian. If he just killed them, he was really unwilling. He had to get some benefits. Compared with the ferocious star beasts, the ancient people had the advantage of the secret alchemy methods passed down in their tribes, as well as various other resources. Yi Xian would not let go of these 2. This time, when he went to the topmost powerful forbidden area, in addition to killing the 5 old guys, he also had to take all the treasures and resources in their hands, as well as the secret alchemy methods in their hands. Perhaps because of this, Yi Xian would be able to refine a supreme divine medicine that surpassed the 9-colored divine medicine and had an even better effect. Whoosh! After making the decision, Yi Xian lowered his head and looked at the demonic dragon's imperial chariot in his hand, then waved his hand directly. Accompanied by a sharp sound, the demonic dragon's imperial chariot in his palm instantly turned into a black and purple light, shooting forward. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a 1,000-feet-long luan imperial chariot. The entire luan imperial chariot was purple gold, with a metallic luster. Every inch of it had a purple gold halo rising, like a dense fog. The luan imperial chariot was surrounded by carved dragons and phoenixes, full of mysterious runes, exuding a very simple aura. As for space, there was an area with a radius of 1,000 feet outside the carriage. It was divided into 2 parts, front and back. The back half had a dome like a secret room. Space technology was used inside, and there was a universe inside. The space was enormous. The front half had no dome and 4 walls, but it was shrouded by a layer of purple gold mist. After stepping into the chariot, one could choose to sit in the front half to enjoy the scenery. However, even in the front half, there were many modes. When necessary, one could adjust to the visible mode. The mist instantly became translucent, as if it was separated by a layer of mist. A layer of purple gauze covered the mist. One could also make the curtain-like purple mist thicken in an instant. Everything inside could not be seen. However, this was only the luan imperial chariot. Outside the chariot, there were other extensions. The so-called extensions were 7,000 feet long black demonic dragons. One was circling behind the chariot, and there was another one on the left and right sides. In front of the chariot, there were 6 black dragons pulling the chariot. There were a total of 9 such black dragons. All of them were real and not energy shadows. Moreover, the aura emitted from these 9 black dragons was at the Desolation Era's almighty figure level. If necessary, with a thought, Yi Xian could control any few of the devil dragons to charge into the distance and kill them. Of course, with Yi Xian's previous cultivation level, the combat power he could display when controlling the 9 demonic dragons refined from the demonic bodies of the 9 black dragons was not at the Desolation Era's almighty figure level. Previously, they only had the aura of a Desolation Era's almighty figure level. However, their actual combat power was limited by Yi Xian's own cultivation level. Previously, he was only at the 9th stage of the Universe Master level. To put it bluntly, they were actually paper tigers. They could be used to scare people and keep up appearances, but in a real life and death battle, they would be exposed in an instant. However, that was only in the past. Now, it was obviously not the same situation. Currently, Yi Xian had activated the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. Even if his body was only around 3 meters tall, he would still be able to reach the first level of enhancement from the boundless blood and qi in his enormous body, even if his cultivation base was only around 60 million kilometers long. He could reach the Desolation Era's almighty figure level 6. Chapter 46:18. Whoosh. A streak of purple-gold light shot out from the core of the star and reached the primordial chaos hundreds of millions of miles away in the blink of an eye. This streak of purple-gold light was the demonic dragon chariot. Yi Xian had regained his original appearance, but he did not withdraw from the demonic ape bloodline. Even the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline ability remained at the 9th transformation. The reason he could still maintain his original human appearance in this state was because of the Blood Sea secret technique. The Blood Sea secret technique allowed him to change the size of his body as he wished. He could be as large as 60 million miles or as small as a drop of blood. It was naturally easy for him to restore his original human appearance. This was the uniqueness of the Blood Sea secret technique. When using the Blood Sea secret technique, no matter how he changed his appearance, it would not affect his cultivation strength. Regardless of the realm he was at before using it, he would still be at the same cultivation strength after using it. However, because his body was no longer 60 million kilometers in size, the boundless vital energy and blood within his enormous body naturally didn't provide a boost to his cultivation base. Therefore, the cultivation strength that Yi Xian exuded now was that of a 6th-step primordial expert. For a 6th-order expert to control a desolate supreme treasure like the demonic dragon, his speed was unimaginably fast. Although he couldn't compare to a real desolate supreme, he was already comparable to a peak 9th-order expert who was half a step away from the desolate era. After all, apart from Yi Xian's own strength controlling the demonic dragon chariot, there were also the 9 primordial experts pulling the chariot. With Yi Xian's current cultivation strength as a 6th-step primordial expert, both the demonic dragon chariot and the 9 primordial black dragons could expand to 10 million feet in size if he wanted to. However, that would be too ostentatious. Although Yi Xian had summoned the demonic dragon chariot to show off, in his opinion, the highest level of ostentatiousness was to show off while at the same time making others feel that he was too low-key. Therefore, the demonic dragon chariot and the 9 primordial black dragons were only 1,000 feet in size. After entering the primordial chaos, they shot toward the right half of the Milky Way's right bank like a bolt of purple-gold lightning. In the front courtyard of the demonic dragon chariot, Yi Xian, Ancestor Corpse, Hamba, and the old elephant Fox Martin were there as well. Now, apart from the 7 beauties, Yi Xian's only subordinates were the elephant Fox Martin and Ying Tai who had followed him out of the Source Nest Star last time. Oh, there was also the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal in the Rai Di seal. The green ox, Yu Linglong, the dragon centipede, the Gong Jun, the ferocious beast army led by the Black Wind Tiger and the Howling Moon Mastiff, the Sangji immigrant tribe, the captive army led by the 3-clawed flood dragon, Longshan Tang, and the others were still in the primordial chaos void. Of the primordial chaos, the ferocious beast army of the forbidden land of rising sun that Yi Xian had subdued, as well as the remnant experts of the powerful Shenhuang tribe that he had abducted, were currently in the forbidden land of rising sun outside the entrance to the Hongmeng void. Old Pig Spirit, the 8 great guardian deities, Flying Centipede, Old Monster Yin Ji, Gui Hai Idao, Kang Qingyu, Mount Naibua, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, Zhuo Fengtai, and the rest of the demon army. There was also an army of 10 million ferocious beasts in the primordial chaos, along with the wild dragon ship and the giant life fortress. The Mosquito Prince, Xue Ben, had been possessed by his ancestor, and his current whereabouts were unknown. The reborn Shawanjin had also left. No one knew where he was in the Grand Mist Void. Even after Yi Xian's devouring avatar left, there was still no news. In addition, Yi Xian also had an electronic doppelganger that had entered Di's mechanical tribe's base camp. Until now, there had been no news of him. The army under these subordinates needed Yi Xian to guide them into the Hongmeng Void. As for Shawanjin, the devouring avatar, and the others who had left alone, they needed Yi Xian to find out about their whereabouts and gradually guide them back. This was because he had a strong premonition that the so-called Great Desolation era would soon descend. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but be a little lost in thought. All of this could only be started after the current trip was over. In the front courtyard of the Demon Dragon, the 7 girls saw that Yi Xian wasn't in high spirits and seemed to be thinking about something, so they didn't disturb him. However, they were bored, so they all shifted their attention to the palm-sized, furry and extremely cute elephant. On the fox ferret. This old guy was now an Emperor level 9 pinnacle, which meant that he was half a step away from becoming an emperor. For him to be able to make such progress in a dozen years, besides the large amount of 9-colored godly medicine provided by Yi Xian, it was obviously inseparable from his own efforts. Unfortunately, even though he was half a step away from becoming an emperor, he had no resistance in front of the 7 beautiful girls. The 7 girls were already half a step away from becoming Universe Supremes, and there was a difference of 3 great realms between them. They weren't even on the same level. The 7 girls had been in seclusion almost all the time. It was rare for them to come out and relax, so naturally, they couldn't stop. From time to time, they would tease the fox ferret from time to time, making him look hopeless. "Ah woo, the next time I go into seclusion, I won't come out until I break through 1 or 2 great realms." The demon dragon transformed into a black light and shot away. Along the way, the fox ferret's shrill howls resounded through the universe void. It was enough to make one shed tears. Calculating the time, it had been almost 7 months since Yi Xian left after killing the 6 primordial beings in the forbidden land of Rainbow Miezun. For Yi Xian, half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. For 6 whole months, he was fully immersed in deriving the perfect pill formula for the level 29 Supreme Treasure Pill. Therefore, he didn't feel the passage of time. However, half a year of time might not be much to the experts in the countless forbidden areas, the most powerful star regions, and some scattered star regions on the right bank of the primordial void. Perhaps, it would be a small period of seclusion or a nap. Time passed in a blink of an eye. However, in this half a year, the great beings in the forbidden lands and star fields in the right bank of the Milky Way felt like a year had passed. In this half a year, the people on the right bank of the Milky Way were in a state of anxiety. Half a year ago, there had been a massacre in the forbidden land of Rainbow Miezun, as well as the cause of this massacre, including Yi Xian falling into a trap and being besieged by 12 supreme beings above the late stage, then killing them one after another. 2 supreme beings from the primordial era. Chapter 46:19. The right bank of the Milky Way was extremely long. There were countless forbidden lands and star regions of various levels surrounding the right bank, as well as some scattered star regions. Among them, there must be many primordial supreme masters. However, the primordial supreme masters usually did not show up. They only paid attention to the Milky Way star region, waiting for the day when the Milky Way star region opened so that they could enter it as soon as possible and compete for the new primordial luck of the primordial era. These primordial supreme masters might not even stay in the primordial void. It was very likely that they were like the void giant tortoise, hibernating in other planes connected to this place, or in some fragments of the void. Therefore, on the right bank of the Milky Way, although it was said that there were many super forbidden lands and star regions guarded by supreme masters of the primordial era, in fact, the most powerful beings that could be seen here were the supreme beings of the primordial era. Yes. The primordial supreme hadn't appeared in public for countless years. Even the primordial almighties rarely showed themselves in public. However, in the past 6 months, the void giant tortoise had appeared 3 times. He was not an ordinary primordial supreme master, but a peak supreme master of the 9th stage of the realm, which was half a step into the heavenly Tao. At his level, it was naturally not an ordinary existence that could attract the void giant tortoise. In fact, he had appeared 3 times in the past 6 months, all to hunt down the primordial supreme master. Moreover, there were no clues about the void giant tortoise. No one knew where it was. Only after confirming that a powerful primordial supreme master level beast had appeared in a certain super forbidden land, the void giant tortoise would suddenly appear, instantly lock onto its target, kill it, take the majestic chi and blood formed by the explosion of its body, condense it into a blood bead, and then leave in an instant. All of this was exactly the same as the Starry Sky Berserk Ape's method and style of action. In just half a year, In the various super forbidden lands on the right bank of the Milky Way, there were already 3 early-stage Supreme Masters who had been successfully hunted down by him. This was definitely a shocking secret. After the news spread, the entire right bank of the Milky Way panicked, and everyone was in danger. Those Supreme Masters of the primordial Supreme Masters who were in seclusion in their respective super forbidden lands fled the primordial void without hesitation. In the air, they went straight to the untraceable fragments of the void, not daring to show up here again. The last time the void giant tortoise made a move was 3 months ago. In the first 3 months, he made a move almost every month, but in the last 3 months, he seemed to be unable to find any prey, so he did not appear again. But everyone knew that he must still be lurking somewhere, paying close attention to the most powerful forbidden areas and the most powerful star areas on the right bank of the Milky Way. Once he confirmed that a Supreme Master of the Ancients showed up, he would jump out to hunt. This was really frightening and infuriating. The existences below the Supreme Master of the Ancients were just frightened after hearing the news, but those Supreme Masters of the Ancients were real prey, and they might have already led that Supreme Master of the Ancients astray in the dark way. He was a legendary existence. Even in the distant Great Desolation era, he was a famous supreme warrior. He had participated in the primordial war that destroyed the entire Great Desolation world. Moreover, even in that Great Desolation war, the highest level in history in the most powerful battle, he was definitely a leading figure. Such an existence had always been lurking and had never harmed the world. But now, as soon as he appeared, he went on a killing spree and specifically targeted the Supreme Masters of the primordial Supreme Masters. This was not normal. Many people speculated that the reason for the Void Giant Tortoise's actions must be related to the Supreme Master of the primordial Void Ape that had become the public enemy of the right bank. Because if the Void Giant Tortoise wanted to do this, he could have done it a long time ago. Why wait until now? Now the news had already spread that the Void Giant Tortoise had accidentally appeared when the Supreme Master of the primordial Void Ape was being chased by 2 powerful Supreme Masters in the Void, and had killed the 2 Supreme Masters on the spot. As for what happened after the Void Giant Tortoise killed the 2 Supreme Masters, no one knew. In that kind of situation, no one dared to stay in the surroundings. Even if they were at the scene, they had already fled in fear. But at least one thing was certain, and that was that after the Void Giant Tortoise killed the 2 Supreme Masters, he did not attack the Supreme Master of the primordial Void Ape. This had already been proven. Because not long after that, the ferocious ape headed to the exalted Rainbow Forbidden Area completely unharmed, and it annihilated the 6 great figures of the primordial era that resided in that supreme forbidden area before swaggering off. The fact that the Supreme Master of the primordial Void Ape was still alive was enough to prove that something must have happened between him and the Void Giant Tortoise. Since then, the Void Giant Tortoise began to hunt Supreme Masters. It was most likely that he had been bewitched by the Supreme Master of the primordial Void Ape. This was because both the violent ape and the Void Tortoise only hunted the ferocious beasts of the starry sky. As for the primordial survivors, they simply couldn't be bothered with them. Among the 11 Desolate Era Almighty Beings that blocked Bao Yuan's path, in addition to the 6 Almighty Beings from the Rainbow Forbidden Land, there were also 5 Almighty Beings from the Desolate Era. However, after Bao Yuan killed the 6 Almighty Beings from the Desolate Era, there were still 5 Almighty Beings from the Desolate Era. Yet, the Almighty didn't care about it at all, and one could see a thing or two from it. Considering that Bao Yuan had only hunted undying Emperor-level beasts at the beginning, and then slowly increased his level from Emperor to Universe Knight, then Universe Master, then Universe Supreme, and then half a year ago, he had become a primordial great being. Everyone speculated that the reason why Bao Yuan was able to increase his power from Emperor level to the primordial great being level in less than 20 years was because he had been hunting space beasts of all levels. It was related to beasts. This also explained why he could successfully bewitch the Void Tortoise. Facing the Void Tortoise, who was a pinnacle supreme being at the peak of the 9th level, Bao Yuan had no ability to resist. He could only hand over the secret technique he had mastered, and most likely made some kind of promise to the Void Tortoise. If there were no accidents, the Void Tortoise would have continuously hunted supreme-level beasts and extracted the majestic energy and blood from their exploding bodies, compressing it into a blood bead. His final goal was to use the heaven-defying mystic technique he grasped to break through the bottleneck of a major realm and enter the true heavenly Tao realm in one fell swoop. Once this theory spread, it instantly became the mainstream, because this was the only explanation that made the most sense and could explain everything. Hence, in the entire right bank of the Milky Way, other than the supreme level beasts of the primordial great beings, even the almighty level beasts began to feel fear. This was because although the void tortoise didn't think highly of them, the violent ape wasn't simple either. He was even more powerful than them. Chapter 4620. The Flying Dawnstar region was adjacent to the revered Rainbow Forbidden Land. The distance between the two was less than 10 billion miles. Even the overall strength of the two was about the same. The only difference was that Rainbow Zone Forbidden Land was a top-tier forbidden land, and there were space beasts living there. The Flying Cloud Star region was a top star region. Although there were some ferocious beasts in it, the ones who controlled the general situation were the survivors of the primordial era. The strongest experts in charge of the Shia Fei Star region were the 5 remnant experts of the primordial era. That's right, these 5 old fellows were the remnant experts who had blocked Yi Xian's path together with the 6 great beasts from the Rainbow Revered Forbidden Area. Now, the Rainbow Venerable Forbidden Land had declined from a top-tier forbidden land with a great being from the primordial era to an advanced forbidden land with only over 20 universe supreme beings guarding it. Rainbow Zone. Since the revered Rainbow Forbidden Land was so close to the Shia Fei Starfield, the ferocious beasts in the revered Rainbow Forbidden Land did not have a good time. Unfortunately, Hongmeng Void was so big, and they had no other place to go. No matter how sullen they were, they could only hide in Rainbow Zone Forbidden Land and endure the bullying from the primordial era survivors from Shia Fei Star area. Ferocious star beasts would devour each other to transform their bloodlines and increase their strength. While the primordial era survivors were basically the same. They walked the path of body evolution, but they devoured the flesh of space beasts. They didn't devour them directly, but they refined them into flesh medicine before swallowing them. Therefore, in any star area ruled by the primordial era survivors, there would be a large number of space beasts, and the space beasts were basically in a semi-free range state. When needed, they would be hunted and refined into flesh medicine. There were many ferocious beasts in the Flying Dawn Forbidden Land, but now, with the decline of the Rainbow Night Forbidden Land, its level had dropped, and it had become a senior forbidden land with only universe supreme beings guarding it. In the eyes of the primordial survivors of the Shia Fei Forbidden Land, this vicious beast forbidden land that was only 10 billion kilometers away had undoubtedly become a breeding ground for vicious beasts that was not within the Shia Fei Star region, but close to the outside. This is although the countless ferocious beasts in the exalted Rainbow Forbidden Land were unwilling to admit this, the truth was basically like this. In the past 6 months, there had been several powerful hunting teams of survivors in the Flying Sunset Forbidden Land 10 billion miles away in the void. They had barged into the Rainbow Forbidden Land and started hunting ferocious beasts. Yes, at this moment, none of the more than 20 Universe Supremes in Hongzun Forbidden Land dared to make a sound, as they knew that this was the result of the indulgence of the 5 powerful remnant beings in Shia Fei Starfield. Ruoit would have been fine if they had turned a blind eye to it, but if they had dared to suppress it, the entire forbidden land of Rainbow Zone would have been destroyed as long as a single supreme being from the Flying Dawn Starfield came. In addition, the hunting teams of the survivors who entered the Rainbow Venerable Forbidden Land were not very excessive. They were a little bit restrained to let the small stream flow for a long time. Therefore, they really endured their anger and forcibly swallowed it back into their stomachs. In order for most of the vicious beasts in the revered Rainbow Forbidden Land to survive here, they had to pay a price in blood every once in a while. Although this was painful, it was not unacceptable. In an empty environment, the law of the jungle had always been like this. Under the eaves, the beasts had to bow their heads. It could be said that in the past 6 months, all the survivors of the remote antiquity in the Flying Dawn Forbidden Land had been extremely comfortable. In the short period of time after the 6 ferocious beasts guarding the Forbidden Land were killed, about half a month or so, because they were worried that the ferocious ape would descend, they were in a state of anxiety every day. The next 5 months were simply comfortable. As for the 5 supreme beings, they were so comfortable that they could not be described with words. Now, they were already sure that the ferocious ape would not come to find trouble, because even if it killed them, there was no benefit. They were supreme beings of the remote antiquity, not space beasts. After their bodies exploded, the blood mist was useless to the ferocious ape. In addition, the 6 supreme beings of the Rainbow Venerable Forbidden Land, who had been eyeing the ferocious ape covetously but could not find a chance to kill it, were all killed in one day. This was simply fulfilling their wish. In the entire Rainbow Venerable Forbidden Land, there were countless ferocious beasts in Hongzun Forbidden Land, and they could take whatever they wanted at will. They even planned to go to Hongzun Forbidden Land to hunt a few supreme beasts in Hongzun Forbidden Land and add their flesh and blood to the medicine cauldron when they made the flesh and blood next time. Anyway, there were many supreme beasts in Hongzun Forbidden Land, and there were more than 20 of them, so they could not kill them all in a short time. Right. Yi Xian did not know all of this. At this moment, he was rushing all the way from the nest star where the strongest body was nurtured. When he was on his way to Xia Fei Starfield, he happened to pass by Hongzun Forbidden Land. Show 1. A faint black light flashed past the end of the void space in the distance at a terrifying speed. This scene immediately alarmed the supreme beings who came from Xia Fei Starfield and were about to enter Hongzun Forbidden Land to hunt some ferocious beasts. There were more than 1,000 people in this hunting team, and nearly 100 of them were Universe Knights. It could be seen that Hongzun Forbidden Land must have paid a great price this time. The appetite of Universe Knights was not comparable to the 5 Undying Realms, not to mention that there were nearly 100 of them among the 1,000 supreme beings. At this moment, the faint black light that was shooting through the void in the distance was 2 to 3 billion miles away from this hunting team of survivors at the edge of the Rainbow Venerable Forbidden Land. However, the aura of the supreme being from the primordial era was so strong that it could be felt clearly even from billions of miles away in the void space. Turn around. When they looked over, all the supreme beings in this hunting team were stunned for a short while, and then their expressions changed drastically. They exclaimed in horror, "What? That's the aura of the supreme being from the primordial era? And there are 9 of them. How is this possible?" The key is that these 9 terrifying auras are not from the supreme beings of Hongzun. They are clearly ferocious beast. What happened? Why are there suddenly 9 powerful ferocious beasts in this area? Is it related to Hongzun Forbidden Land? If so, then it's going to be a big deal. Show. Before the exclamations of the thousands of survivors in the hunting team had faded away, the black light in the distance, which seemed to be just passing by, suddenly changed its direction and rushed straight to this side. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of them. Chapter 46:21. Show. A sharp sound broke through the air. Billions of miles away, a black light shot toward them at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of them and stopped 100 miles away, hanging steadily in the void space. It was not until now that the hunting team of more than 1,000 survivors saw the true appearance of this light. It was actually a magnificent and luxurious carriage, and there were actually 9 black dragons pulling the carriage in front of the carriage. This luxurious carriage was obviously a primordial treasure, and the aura it emitted made their hearts beat faster. The 9 black dragons pulling the carriage were all great beings of the primordial era. This was a great being of the primordial era. Even if he was only at the 2nd level of the primordial era, he could gather 9 identical black dragons to pull the carriage at the same time. What kind of extravagance was this? Even the most powerful supreme beings of the primordial era on the right bank of the Milky Way had never heard of such extravagance. It was simply frightening. Hualala. Right at this moment, the curtain in front of the carriage suddenly rolled up like a water curtain, and the scene that was originally covered was instantly exposed to everyone's eyes. 1. A young man in a silver robe with an imposing appearance and extraordinary temperament walked out with his hands behind his back. He looked proud and indifferent, as if he was strolling in his own backyard. Tight. Behind this young man were 7 female cultivators, all of whom were pitilessly beautiful and had different temperaments, and each of them was devastatingly beautiful. Seeing this scene, all the great beings of the survivors opened their eyes wide and gasped. This young man who walked out didn't look very old, but the aura of cultivation emitted from his body showed that he was a sixth-level great being of the primordial era. This was a great being of the human race at the pinnacle of the middle stage, only one step away from becoming a great being of the later stage. This was, as for the 7 beautiful maids following him, the aura of cultivation emitted from their bodies was also extraordinary. The 7 women were all universe masters at the 9th level of perfection, which was equivalent to a half-supreme being. He was a 6th-level great being, and the 7 maids beside him were all universe masters at the 9th level of perfection. Even the 9 black dragons pulling the carriage were all 2nd-level great beings. This kind of extravagance was unheard of on the right bank of the Milky Way, not to mention seeing it. It was unimaginable. Several subconsciously, these thousands of survivors all believed that this young man with an extraordinary temperament must have a terrifying background. There must be an extremely powerful force behind him, and they were afraid that there was more than one supreme of the ancients. Moreover, it was not an ordinary supreme of the ancients, but a supreme of the ancients at the peak of the 9th order like the void tortoise. Also that was the half-step heavenly Tao. This was obvious because with this young man's 6th-stage cultivation base, although it was enough to suppress the black dragon, it was another matter to make the black dragon so obedient and willing to be his beast ride. Desolation, the ancient almighties would never be able to do this. Only the supreme ancients of the Middle Ages and above could do this. What's more, there was more than one rank 2 black dragon that was willing to ride a beast. There were 9 of them. Even the supreme ancient of the ancients wouldn't be able to collect so many of them. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the thousands of experts instantly felt that the young man who was coming out of the carriage was emitting an invisible pressure, which made them subconsciously hold their breath and feel extremely nervous. That's right. Fang is really too mysterious, and his background is too powerful. Even the hundreds of universe knights present couldn't help but feel nervous. I didn't expect to meet such a large group of survivors on the right bank of the Milky Way. It's really rare. At this moment, right when everyone was extremely nervous, the silver-robed man who'd already walked out from within the carriage had already nodded with a light smile on his face. He seemed to be amiable and approachable, and his voice was even gentler and revealed the shapeless aura of a superior. May I know, why are all of you doing this? Fellow cultivators? Hall. A 6th-stage great master with such a terrifying background, and his extravagance is simply unheard of. How dare he call us fellow cultivators? Tut, 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 this is a real superior, this is the spirit of a real great master. What's more, according to what he said, is he a big playboy from a super-powerful star domain on the left bank of the Milky Way? This is a big deal, wandering on the 2 banks of the Milky Way as a sightseeing tour. Such extravagance, perhaps even the supreme of the ancients didn't have such extravagance. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 1,000 great beings of the survivors were so excited that their faces were flushed. For a moment, they even forgot to answer the other party's question. How dare you? How dare you ignore the question of our young master? Do you want to be annihilated? Pa. 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 After only 2 breaths of silence, the 7 maidservants behind the silver-robed man changed their expressions and shouted harshly. Almost at the same time, the 7 maidservants attacked almost at the same time. In an instant, there were endless slapping sounds. Without exception, the 1,000 great beings of the survivors were all slapped in the face. It was actually 7 universe masters at pinnacle level 9, and when they joined forces, it was no problem at all for them to slap more than 1,000 slaps in an instant. Even the nearly 100 universe knights, without exception, were all slapped in the face. It wasn't until then that they realized that after such a long time, they were not even as good as the 7 maidservants of the mysterious silver-robed man. The other party's maidservants were all universe masters at pinnacle level 9, while they were only universe knights, and their cultivation had not even reached pinnacle level 9. They were more than 1 realm weaker than the silver-robed man. Just like that, the silver-robed man called them fellow out of politeness. If they really regarded themselves as equals with the silver-robed man, they were afraid that they would be in big trouble. The silver-robed man didn't have any reaction, as he didn't care about such a trivial matter at all. However, the 7 maidservants behind him were not so easy to talk to. They just didn't answer the question for 2 breaths of time, and then they went crazy on the spot. If they continued to be so negligent, it wouldn't be as simple as slapping 1 or 2 slaps. If they didn't do it properly, they would lose their lives. And there was no need for the silver-robed man to do anything at all. The 7 half-supreme maidservants behind him were enough to easily annihilate the survivors of the survivors of the survivors. At the thought of this, all the great beings of the survivors trembled at the same time. Their knees went soft, and they immediately knelt down in the void space and kowtowed repeatedly. Under the great change of expression, some of them begged for mercy, and some of them hurriedly explained. However, some of them were smarter and quickly answered the silver-robed man's question with short words. It had to be said that this scene was indeed a little chaotic, but fortunately, after a short period of chaos, these guys finally explained the question clearly. Therefore, Chapter 4622. Oh, there is a top-notch forbidden area 10 billion miles ahead. There are actually 5 Daoist friends of the Almighty stage in it. Limu asked. That's interesting. Yi Xian found it funny when he heard the 1,000+ experts speak one after another. However, he deliberately revealed a pleasantly surprised expression on his face. He waved his hand and said, "It just so happens that this young master is traveling the right bank of the Milky Way in search of an opportunity to refine the 9-colored divine medicine. I'm in a good mood today. Perhaps my opportunity has arrived. I'll go take a look at the sheer Fey star field that you mentioned. I'll compare notes with those 5 fellow Taoists on the refinement of flesh medicine. Perhaps this time, I'll really be able to refine the 9-colored divine medicine." Hearing this, more than 1,000 experts in front of him gasped at the same time, and exclaimed, 9-colored divine medicine? Oh my God, did I hear it wrong? In this world, there is actually someone who can refine the 9-colored divine medicine. Sure enough, it's the DAWN from the left bank. Senior, you're actually planning to refine the 9-colored divine medicine. On the right bank of the Milky Way, the 9-colored divine medicine is just an ancient legend. Even the most powerful cultivator in the sheer Fey star area can only refine the purple gold medicine, which is a far cry from the 9-colored divine medicine. And he can't refine it smoothly every time. From the looks of it, this might be a great opportunity for my sheer Fey star field. This is a senior from the left bank of the Milky Way, one of the 5 ancestors in charge of the star field. If I can exchange pointers with him on the refinement of flesh medicine, I'm sure I'll be able to benefit greatly. Pa, why are you talking so much nonsense? The young master has already spoken, didn't you hear it? Half of you will lead the way, and the other half will immediately go back and inform the 5 powerful cultivators of the sheer Fey star area to line up outside the star area to welcome. Before these experts could finish their exclamations, the sound of slapping rang out again. Each of them was still slapped, and no one was left behind. The corpse ancestor, Hanba, and the other 7 girls made their move once again. The color that they were currently playing was that of an unruly servant girl, and now that they had deliberately said it like this, it imperceptibly made the shocking origin of Yi Xian's so-called young master even more mysterious. Why? As they had just said, the sheer Fey star area was a top-level star area. There were 5 powerful cultivators in the star area, and the most powerful one had reached the peak of the 9th stage of the Desolate Era, which was half a step away from the Supreme Desolate Era. But even so, this mysterious young master still didn't take it seriously. Even the 7 maids behind him didn't react at all. He even scolded them. Half of them immediately rushed back to report, and asked the 5 powerful cultivators of the sheer Fey star area to welcome him. This means what? He said. Even if it was a supreme expert of the Desolation Era, a half-step supreme of the Desolation Era, he didn't put him in his eyes at all. Moreover, this kind of casual action and attitude clearly showed that he was already used to it. Only this was enough to prove that this person had a great background. It was estimated that the people in contact with his family were all at the Supreme Desolate Era level. Otherwise, how could he be like this now? Even the Supreme Desolate Era, who was at the peak of the 9th stage of the Desolate Era, was completely ignored. Thinking at this point, the thousands of experts trembled again in an instant. They didn't dare to neglect, and immediately responded in a panic. They didn't even care about the purpose of coming out of the sheer Fey star area this time. Half of them immediately rushed back to the Shia Fei Star area to report the situation in advance. And the remaining hundreds of people became more cautious. They bowed slightly, with a smile on their faces, and asked Yi Xian if they would set off immediately. Well, although 10 billion miles is not far, this young master suddenly feels a little tired. Nodding, Yi Xian's face was full of laziness. While speaking, he had already turned around and walked towards the demon dragon carriage. You can lead the way in front. There's no need to rush. This young master still needs a while to massage his body. While speaking, Yi Xian had already entered the front yard of the demon dragon carriage. He sat down on the floor of the front yard, which was covered with a soft fierce beast carpet, and lay down on the snow-white thighs of a maidservant. The other 6 beautiful maidservants gathered around him, one by one, massaging his shoulders and legs attentively. This time, when they returned to the vestibule of the demonic dragon, the fog curtain that originally isolated the interior of the vestibule didn't roll up. Therefore, everything inside was clearly seen by the hundreds of remnant powerhouses in the void outside the vestibule. Everyone's mouth was wide open, and they were dumbfounded. Seeing the scene in front of them, they finally understood the real meaning of the words "enjoy life." This mysterious young master had just walked out of the carriage and had only exchanged a few words. Yet, a 6th-order expert of the primordial era had already become exhausted, and this was the first time he had spoken to the young master. Compared to them, the 5 ancestors of the almighty realm in the Flying Cloud Star area had been living such a hard life all these years. This kind of big playboy from the left bank star field really couldn't be judged by common sense. Judging from this person's extravagance, perhaps his status in the mysterious forbidden area of the left bank star field was extremely extraordinary. Since he was called young master, it was possible that the elders in his clan were some supreme 9th-order experts of the remote antiquity era who were half a step into the heavenly Tao realm. These thoughts flashed through the sea, and the hundreds of experts subconsciously exchanged glances. The corners of their mouths were all twitching, but they didn't dare to disturb the young master at all. After entering the front yard of the Phoenix carriage, the silver-robed young master had closed his eyes and was enjoying life among the 7 beautiful maidservants. They quickly and quietly rushed to the front of the demon dragon carriage. Then, they rushed in the direction of the Shia Fei star field, which was 10 billion miles away. As they set off, the 9 black dragons also slowly rose into the air under the command of Yi Xian. They pulled the demon dragon carriage and followed behind these guys, moving forward slowly. At this moment, the hundreds of experts leading the way felt like their hearts were about to collapse. They could have covered the distance of 10 billion miles in the void in a short time, but they didn't know how long it would take for the silver-robed young master in the luxurious Phoenix carriage behind to massage his muscles and bones. So they could only slow down as much as possible, so as not to displease the young master if they arrived early. Chapter 46-23. There were 5 powerful beings from the primordial era in Shia Fei Starfield, and they were all ancestors of the same generation. The most powerful one was Du Dezhong, who had reached the 9th level of the primordial era pinnacle, which meant that he was half a step away from the primordial era pinnacle master. As for Du Dedong, he was at the 7th level of the primordial era pinnacle master. The other 3 were all at the middle level of the primordial era pinnacle master. Du Dinan was at the 5th level, and Du Deshi and Du Debei were at the 4th level. 5 powerful beings from the primordial era, 3 at the middle level, 1 at the last level, and 1 at the pinnacle of the primordial era pinnacle master. This alone made Shia Fei Starfield more powerful than the Rainbow Forbidden Land, which had 6 powerful beasts. Of course, he was only slightly stronger than them. Because of the decline of the Rainbow Forbidden Land, Du Dezhong and the other 4 had been very happy in the past half a year. At this moment, the 5 of them were gathered on the giant star where Du Dezhong's cave was located, drinking spirit wine. As for it was at this moment that half of the 1,000 survivors who had left the Red Cloud Galaxy to hunt in the Forbidden Land of Rainbow Supremacy returned in a hurry and reported everything that had happened outside the Forbidden Land of Rainbow Supremacy in detail. What? 9 black dragons, all at the 2nd level of the primordial era pinnacle master? Even the 7 beautiful maids by his side are all extremely beautiful, and their cultivation and power are all at the level of a universe master, a half-step supreme? Even his carriage is a true treasure from the primordial era. And he said that he's going to make the legendary 9-colored godly medicine? And he wants us to go to the edge of sheer Fey Starfield to welcome him? I've never heard of such a scene. Could it be that he's really a playboy from some super powerful starfield on the left bank of the Milky Way? After the report, Du Dejong and the other 4 people were shocked. They all put down the cups in their hands and stood up, looking at each other in disbelief. As for Du Dedong, who was a 7th rank expert from the primordial era, had a trace of lust in the depths of his eyes. He was instantly tempted when he heard that there were 7 beautiful maidservants by the other party's side. Here humans had always been lustful. Although there were countless female cultivators in the palaces on the planet where the cave mansion was located, they were still not satisfied. The way he saw it, this dandy young master from the left bank of the Milky Way would have maids by his side. They were most likely of the highest quality. What was even rarer was that these 7 maids were all universe masters at the 9th level, as they were all universe masters at the 9th level of pinnacle level. This was simply perfect. If he could snatch her away and keep her by his side to serve him, his luck with women would be boundless. Dang, however, this matter could only be carried out in secret. At the very least, the news could not be leaked out of the flying Dawnstar region. Otherwise, even though the super powerful star region behind this person was on the left bank of the Milky Way, if his identity was extraordinary, it would be difficult for him to escape. For example, if the void giant tortoise was a half-step heavenly Tao existence at the 9th stage of the Supreme of the Ancients, it would not be impossible for it to rush to the right bank from the left bank of the Milky Way in a short period of time. Just as Du Dedong was having evil thoughts because of his lust, Du Dejong also fell into deep thought. There was also a hint of coldness in his eyes. He was a half-step Supreme Master at the 9th level of the Primordial Era Pinnacle Master, and that guy was only at the 6th level of the Primordial Era Pinnacle Master. How dare he be so rude and ask the 5 of them to line up outside the flying Dawnstar region to welcome him? Even if he was really a dandy from a super powerful star region on the left bank of the Milky Way, so what? This was the right bank of the Milky Way. Wasn't his prestige a bit too far? Du Dejong was already displeased by this point, not to mention that the other party had a primordial treasure, which must have amazing defensive power. Here in addition, just the 9 second-level black dragons were already a force to be reckoned with. Now that the end of the primordial era was approaching, this primordial treasure and the 9 second-level black dragons were definitely an irresistible temptation for any master in the starry sky. At this moment, the 2 strongest masters among the 5 remnants of the flying Dawnstar region, one was thinking about Yi Xian's 7 beautiful maidservants, the other was thinking about his demonic dragon imperial chariot and the 9 black dragons, and the other 3 were only weaker in cultivation and did not dare to think about it. At this moment, their eyes flickered, and they exchanged glances with each other. Very obviously, the 5 old guys had the same idea. They did not intend to let this dandy from a super powerful star region on the left bank of the Milky Way leave the flying Dawnstar region alive. It seems that we all have the same idea. That's good. After the leader made the decision, Du Dejong turned to look at the other 4 people, nodded and smiled, and settled the matter with one sentence. Following then, he changed the topic and said, however, this matter is not urgent. Let's trick him into the depths of the star region first and find out more about him. After all, we still have to figure out this person's origin. At least we have an idea in our hearts. In addition, he has threatened to refine the legendary 9-colored divine medicine, so it must not be baseless. We have to find out more about him. Maybe this person really has a secret method of refining flesh and blood medicine. How about this? We'll go along with his intentions. Instead of sparring with him on the refinement secret technique of the flesh medicine, we can throw a brick to attract Jade first. It doesn't matter even if we tell him all the secret techniques we know. In any case, he won't be able to escape death today. Moreover, in this way, we can dispel his doubts. If he really has a powerful secret method of refining flesh and blood medicine, we don't have to rush to kill him. Let's try to trick him to get the secret method first. If it doesn't work, we can lure him to that place. At that time, he will be doomed eternally. Speaking up to here, Du Dejong's mouth slowly revealed a cold smile. This senior doesn't believe that in the face of the great terror trapped in that place, he can still be stubborn and not tell us the secret refining method. Hearing this, Du Dedong and the other three heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at each other and smiled. Obviously, the four of them were very confident about the mysterious place that Du Dedong had mentioned. Let's go. Since it's like this, then we'll lower ourselves to meet that profligate young master from the left bank. After everything was settled, the five of them did not hesitate anymore. They immediately rushed out of the star where Du Dedong's cave palace was located. Following behind them were more than 1,000 strong survivors of the Flying Dawnstar region. They were all extraordinary in terms of cultivation and strength. They were at least titled Undying. Since they were going to put on a show, they had to put on a good show to avoid arousing the suspicion of the other party. The five powerful beings of the remote antiquity era had personally come out of the Flying Dawnstar region and rushed to the edge of the star region to welcome the other party. Naturally, they had to take the show into consideration. Sheet. Chapter 46-24. Show. A faint sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The demon dragon's carriage shot over from the distant void. Through the dense fog curtain that had yet to close, the scene inside could be clearly seen. An imposing young man in a silver robe was lying on the snow-white thighs of a beautiful female cultivator, resting with his eyes closed. On his left and right, there were 6 other beautiful maidservants who were equally peerless in terms of both figure and appearance. They were massaging his shoulders and legs. This scene alone made Du Dedong and the other 4 people's mouths twitch. At this moment, they completely believed the identity of this mysterious young master. He must be a big playboy from a superstar area on the left bank of the Milky Way. Otherwise, such a show of extravagance would be unheard of in the many powerful star areas on the right bank of the Milky Way. Not to mention, just the 7 beautiful maids, who were all at the 9th stage consummation level of a universe master, were extremely rare on the right bank of the Milky Way. It didn't mean that there weren't any 9th stage consummation level female cultivators on the right bank of the Milky Way, which was equivalent to half supreme level female cultivators, but it was simply impossible to find such a peerless existence. Even if there were 7 of them, it would be difficult to find even one. This was something that the lecherous Du Dedong had the most right to say. In the star where his cave was located, there were countless palaces, and he had collected a large number of female cultivators from the remnant. There were also stunning existences, and there were quite a number of them. However, none of them could be compared to any of the 7 maids. At this moment, just by glancing at them from a distance of hundreds of millions of miles away, his soul was captivated. However, it was only a burning light that flashed in the depths of his eyes, and it was quickly concealed. On the surface, there was no trace of it. As for Du Dedong and the other 4 people, at this moment, their gazes had already shifted from Yi Xian and the 7 beautiful female cultivators to the luxurious demonic dragon imperial carriage and the 9 black dragons pulling the carriage in front of it. This Luon imperial carriage was too extravagant. A primordial supreme was indeed extraordinary. Even some primordial supremes on the right bank of the Milky Way didn't have one. Using the 9 black dragons pulling the carriage were even more astonishing. Black dragons were a kind of ferocious space beasts, and they were not uncommon in the various top-class and super-supreme forbidden lands on the right bank of the Milky Way. But however, there weren't many of them either. It was impossible for the right bank of the Milky Way to gather 9 identical black dragons, all of which were at the 2nd level of the Desolation era. Furthermore, the 9 black dragons were so obedient, which made it even more difficult. With such extravagance, even Du Dedong wouldn't believe that the silver-robed man who was resting with his eyes closed in the front courtyard of the carriage wasn't a hedonistic young master from some super-powerful star region on the left bank of the Milky Way. Even so, he would not change his mind. After all, this was the right bank of the Milky Way, and the silver-robed young master was only a level 6 primordial mighty one. Even with the 9 level 2 black dragons, he was no match for the 5 of them. Only if they were to enter the depths of the Flying Dawnstar system, they were destined to die here. Thinking of this, Du Dedong and Zhong Wu subconsciously turned their heads and exchanged a look. There was a cold smile that quickly flashed through their eyes. While at this time, the hundreds of survivors of the Flying Dawnstar area had also arrived in front of them with the demonic dragon's imperial chariot. Whoosh! The demonic dragon abruptly stopped and hung in the void. At this time, Yi Xian, who was resting with his eyes closed on the ground of the demonic dragon's front courtyard, opened his eyes, stood up, and walked out of the demonic dragon's carriage with his hands behind his back. Behind him, the 7 gorgeous cultivators followed closely. Their expressions were very cold and arrogant, giving people a feeling that they were unapproachable. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Yi Xian glanced at Du Dezhong and the other 4. He nodded slightly, showing that he was not surprised at all. His tone was also very indifferent. This young master was traveling on the right bank of the Milky Way and accidentally came here. I heard that there was a top star region here, so I wanted to come here and exchange my experience of refining flesh medicine with fellow cultivators. I don't know if I'm being rude. You're being too polite, fellow Daoist. How could we not be interested in the refinement of flesh medicine? Yes, I heard that fellow cultivator wants to refine the legendary 9-colored divine medicine. This matter shocked us very much. Now I'm afraid that we are even more interested than fellow cultivator. Why don't you come to this old man's cave residence and talk about it in detail? Yes, this star region is desolate and is not a place to entertain guests. Fellow cultivator, please. Du Dezhong said. The 5 of them turned their heads and exchanged a look. All of them were very polite with smiles on their faces. They warmly invited Yi Xian to enter the depths of the Flying Dawnstar area and talk about it in detail inside the star where their cave residences were located. Although these 5 old guys hid it very well, Yi Xian still saw the clues. They seemed to be a little too eager to invite him into the depths of the Flying Dawnstar area. This was obviously a problem. Yi Xian was naturally not afraid, but the other party's eager expectation was an opportunity for him to take advantage of. He was worried about how to deceive these 5 old guys to tell him all the secrets of refining flesh medicine they knew. Now it seemed that this was not a problem. Fellow cultivators, this young master doesn't have that much time to drink and chat with you. Whoosh. Shaking his head, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand. In an instant, a wisp of 8-colored flame the size of a human head shot out from his hand and floated in front of him. This wisp of 8-colored flame was naturally drawn from the 9-colored flame of Shunnong. The 9-colored flame had already entered the peak state of the Shunnong exotic flame, but in fact, if Yi Xian wanted to, he could draw out 1 or more colored flames at will. Of course, as the color of the exotic flame decreased, its power would naturally decrease as well. To refine the legendary 9-colored divine medicine, one must have a 9-colored flame. But now, the entire right bank of the Milky Way already knew that the public enemy of the right bank, Bao Yuan, had the Shunnong cauldron, and that the Shunnong exotic flame in the cauldron had already grown to a 9-colored flame. Therefore, if Yi Xian took out the 9-colored flame now, he would definitely be suspected, but the 8-colored flame was different. Besides the Shunnong exotic flame in the Shunnong cauldron, all kinds of top flames in the world could be fused and refined with each other. Yi Xian had encountered some powerful ferocious birds and beasts that possessed 2-colored flames or 3-colored flames. Such as today, his identity was still a big dandy from a super powerful star region on the left bank of the Milky Way, and it was reasonable that he had the exotic flame of heaven and earth that had already fused and refined to an 8-colored flame. This young master's exotic flame of heaven and earth has already fused to an 8-colored flame. At this time, seeing that Du Dezhong and the other 5 people were stunned at the same time, Yi Xian smiled lightly, and then said, unfortunately, refining the 9-colored divine medicine requires a 9-colored flame, and this young master's exotic flame of heaven and earth is still a little short, so, I want to see if I can find a way to refine the flesh medicine. If the refining secret method of the 5 fellow cultivators is useful to this young master and can make my refining secret method perfect, it naturally doesn't matter if it takes some time. Chapter 46-25. Hiss. It's actually an 8-color flame? Fellow cultivator, you're really extraordinary. In the entire right bank of the Milky Way, except for the infamous violent ape, there is only one supreme master of the remote antiquity at rank 6. The heavenly flame in his hand has already fused to the extent of 6 colors. I didn't expect that one of us could have an 8-colored flame. Could it be that fellow cultivator had previously announced that he wanted to refine the legendary 9-color divine medicine? With the 8-color flame in hand, if his attainments in the secret method of refining flesh and blood medicine are profound, I dare not say 9-color divine medicine, but at least 8-color divine medicine, he can definitely refine it. At this time, Du Dezhong and the other 4 people recovered from the shock. Their expressions changed slightly, and they all gasped and exclaimed softly. At this moment, they no longer had the slightest doubt about the origins of Yi Xian, who came from a forbidden area on the left bank of the Milky Way. This was because everything in front of them, no matter what, had proven this matter. Because, at the same time, the greed in the hearts of the 5 people also rose to the extreme when they saw Yi Xian waving his hand and casting out a wisp of 8-color flame. As powerful figures of the remnant, the 5 of them naturally had their own special flames. However, even Du Dezhong, who had reached the peak of rank 9 of the remote antiquity era and was a half-step to the Supreme Master Realm, could only refine 3-colored special flames in his hands. As for the other 4 people, they only had a single flame that they had refined, and it was the same type of flame. Therefore, even if the 5 of them worked together and combined their own special flames to fuse and refine, they would not be able to create a 4-colored flame. Because, what's more, there were all kinds of unique flames, and not all flames could be successfully merged. This was also the reason why multicolor flames were so rare and hard to come by. However, to refine the flesh and blood divine medicine, one would need at least a 7-colored flame. Therefore, even though Du Dezhong had a 3-colored flame, it was impossible for him to refine a 3-colored divine medicine. The best quality flesh and blood medicine he could refine was only a purple gold treasure medicine, and it was the kind with a lighter color. Because, even the purple gold treasure medicine refined by Yi Xian before he evolved the Shunnong strange flame into a 9-color flame was better than his. Because of this, when they suddenly saw a wisp of 8-color flame in front of them, as powerful figures of the remnant people, it was absolutely false to say that they were not tempted. In this way, their determination to trick Yi Xian into the Xia Fei starfield and take advantage of that dangerous place to kill him was even stronger. This was how it was in the universe. As long as the benefits were attractive enough, they would not hesitate even if it was a supreme of the primordial era, let alone a Tier 6 powerhouse who came from a superpower on the left bank of the Milky Way. No, they might not even dare to think about it. After all, Yi Xian's left starfield was a 6th order, and even if there were 5 of them, they may not be able to capture him easily. What's more, Yi Xian also had 9 black strands, who were also first-order powerhouses. In addition, the place where they were now was only the periphery of the Xia Fei starfield. If they attacked here, not only would the news be leaked, but if they made too much noise and attracted other ancient powerhouses or even remote antiquity supreme, then the great benefits in front of them would be divided more or less. This was absolutely unacceptable to them. In any case, they must lure Yi Xian into the depths of the Xia Fei starfield and use that place to smoothly kill him and obtain everything in his hands. With these thoughts flashing through their minds, Du Dezhong and the others turned their heads and exchanged a look, instantly reaching a consensus. No matter what, they must first lure Yi Xian back to their nest. Fellow Taoist is really a straightforward person. This old man likes this kind of straightforward personality. The smile on his face was still the same, but halfway through his words, Du Dezhong's tone changed, and he secretly gritted his teeth and said, "Refining divine medicines is also this old man's greatest wish in life. It's just that the heavenly flames in my hands have only been refined to the level of 3-colored flames, and I'm afraid it will take me many years to reach the level of 7-colored flames, which is the lowest level required to refine divine medicines. This was originally a great regret in my heart, but fortunately, I met fellow Taoist today. If I can see fellow Taoist refine divine medicines with my own eyes, even if they are only 8-colored divine medicines and not 9-colored divine medicines, this old man will be satisfied." When he spoke up to hear, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and he hesitated briefly before continuing. "However, the secret technique of refining the flesh and blood medicine that the 5 of us possess was accumulated and perfected bit by bit through countless years after all. If it's helpful to young brother in refining the divine medicine, I wonder if little friend can refine a furnace of 8-colored divine medicines for the 5 of us? Of course, the flesh and blood materials used to refine the divine medicine and the various top-grade precious herbs will naturally be prepared by us." The latter request was deliberately made by Du Dezhong to dispel Yi Xian's doubts. After all, they did not know each other, and being too polite would definitely arouse suspicion. That's natural. Yi Xian inwardly sneered, but didn't show it on the surface. He immediately nodded and agreed. If the 5 fellow Taoists' secret alchemy techniques can really help this young master refine flesh and blood divine medicine, even if it's not a 9-colored divine medicine, but only a 7-colored or 8-colored divine medicine, at that time, this young master will not go back on his words, and will definitely refine a furnace of divine medicines for the 5 of you as a reward. In that case, it's a deal. Seeing that Yi Xian had taken the bait, Du Dezhong's heart relaxed, and he nodded with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly waved his hand and shot a ray of light toward Yi Xian. Fellow cultivators, this young master wants to study carefully to see if this secret method of refining divine medicines is helpful. Please wait a moment. Yi Xian caught the faint ray of light and checked it with his divine sense. After confirming that it was not tampered with, he waved his hand and pressed it between his eyebrows. Then, after that, he cupped his fists to Du Dezhong and the others, smiled as a greeting, and then turned around and walked toward the demonic dragon carriage behind him. The 7 beautiful cultivators, including Shi Zhu and Haidarigami, all followed him. Swoosh! After entering the front yard of the demon dragon's imperial carriage, following Yi Xian's thought, the dense fog curtain that was originally rolled up instantly fell down. As a result, everything in the front yard of the imperial carriage could no longer be seen from the outside. Even if the ancient supreme being used his divine sense to investigate, it would be impossible for him to find anything unless he first destroyed the demon dragon's imperial carriage's domain. But this demonic dragon carriage was a treasure of the ancients. While it was extremely luxurious, it focused more on its defensive ability. Although it could not be compared with the Shenong cauldron, it was completely impossible for an ordinary supreme being of the ancients to destroy it in a short time. Therefore Yi Xian, who got what he wanted, was not worried at all. After the fog curtain fell, he immediately sat cross-legged in the front yard of the demonic dragon carriage. Chapter 46-26. After all, Du Dezhong and the other 4 were all powerful experts of the Desolation era, especially Du Dezhong himself, whose cultivation strength had reached the peak of the 9th stage of the Desolation era. He was a peak expert, or half-step supreme master. This old monster was an existence that had lived for countless years. In addition, he was a survivor of the Desolation era, and the refinement of flesh and blood medicine had been with him since he was young. Therefore, Du Dezhong was naturally very experienced in the refinement of flesh and blood medicine. Although the ball of light that shot out was only a small dot, like a firefly, the amount of information contained in it could be said to be boundless. Look. These 5 old guys were really worried that Yi Xian would not be interested in their refinement and would leave. They had already revealed everything they had, and Yi Xian had benefited from it. After 2 full days of calculation, all the refinement secret methods and experience from Du Dezhong were finally fully deciphered. Yi Xian was very excited, because he had a very strong intuition. If the deciphered refinement secret methods and experience originally belonged to Du Dezhong were combined with the refinement secret methods that he had already mastered, and perfectly optimized, the refinement secret methods that Yi Xian would obtain would be even more perfect. It was not impossible to refine a supreme divine medicine that surpassed the 9-colored divine medicine. However, this kind of combination would take a long time, and was not something that could be done overnight. After all, it was the combination and optimization of a huge amount of refinement secret methods and experience. If there was the slightest mistake, all the previous efforts would be wasted, and he would have to start all over again. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. This is the logic behind it. Considering this point, Yi Xian immediately withdrew his divine sense, and issued an order to the devouring system in his body, temporarily stopping the derivation of the perfect pill formula of the level 30 heavenly path pellet, and putting all the calculation ability of the system into the fusion and optimization of the perfect refinement secret methods. After doing all this, Yi Xian took a deep breath and fell into deep thought. Now, only 2 days had passed, but the refinement secret methods and experience given by Du Dezhong were so vast. If Yi Xian had not used the calculation ability of the devouring system in his body, and coupled with his terrifying divine sense of a 6th-stage expert, he would not have been able to fully comprehend it in 2 days. If he were to go out now, it would only make the other party suspicious. It just so happens that I can make use of this opportunity to refine another cauldron of 9-colored divine medicine in case of emergency. Thinking of this, Yi Xian instantly made his decision. Without any hesitation, he immediately brought the 7 beautiful cultivators into the room from the front of the imperial carriage. Rumble. Swish, swish, swish. After entering the room, Yi Xian waved his hand and took out the shrunken Shunnong treasure cauldron. In the next instant, with a thought from him, he directly took out the remains of 108 primordial era creatures from the sealed cave at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. This was precisely the main ingredient used to refine the 9-colored divine medicine, but at the same time, a large amount of top-grade precious materials and medicines were also taken out. There were all kinds of them, too many to count. Arrival as for the spring water used to refine medicine, it was just as extravagant this time. Similarly, it was directly replaced with a mixture of innate yin chilling spirit liquid and netherworld furnace lotion. Boom. Rumble. Swish. Soon, a loud rumbling sound was heard. A cauldron in the form of energy formed by the 9-colored flames of Shunnong quickly rose from the flame pool inside the cauldron. It was pulled out of the Shunnong cauldron by him and suspended in the void in front of a certain valley in the space inside the carriage. Following that, then, there was the sound of the air being torn apart. All the materials that were suspended in the void automatically flew into the cauldron and melted together in the blink of an eye. Swish, 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 swish. In an instant, Yi Xian's hands fluttered like butterflies. Obscure runes of different colors and shapes fell from his hands like rain, directly entering the 8-colored cauldron in the form of energy. Their momentum was overwhelming, densely packed, and the number was so large that it made one's hair stand on end. Time passed slowly. This time, Yi Xian deliberately slowed down. As he refined medicine, he felt and recalled the secret method of refining medicine that he had comprehended in the past 2 days. Unknowingly, he had already mastered it. After 2 full days, this cauldron of top-grade flesh medicine was finally completed. This time, Yi Xian was the same as last time. Even the body of the cauldron was formed by the pure 9-colored flames of Shunnong, imperceptibly increasing its power. Until in terms of the materials used, it was still the same as last time. The lowest level was at the titled Emperor realm, and nearly half of them were at the quasi-desolation realm. There were even more than a dozen corpses of real desolation realm ferocious beasts. Such as today, this cauldron of flesh medicine was successfully refined. In an instant, there were countless auspicious visions of dragons and tigers leaping, appearing high in the void of the space inside the carriage. Roar. Ang. Boom. In the next instant, there was a huge roar, and the 8-colored cauldron in the void in front of them bloomed with infinite light. The phantoms of real dragons and real phoenixes all rushed out of the cauldron, roaring with their necks outstretched. It was a magnificent sight. Immediately afterward, the entire cauldron turned into specks of 9-colored flames in an instant. They were collected by Yi Xian with a wave of his hand and sent into the Shunnong cauldron, keeping it in his body. At this time, with the disappearance of the 9-colored flame cauldron, there was only a large pot of 9-colored flesh medicine left in the sky of the valley in front of them, exuding an incomparably strong energy aura. As for its size, it was also as huge as a giant mountain peak. It was even larger than the last cauldron of 9-colored divine medicine refined by Yi Xian. It was definitely enough for a short period of time, 4 days. Counting the time, it's time to waste. After waving his hand and putting away the 9-colored divine medicine refined this time, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the words in his mouth abruptly stopped in the middle of the sentence. After pondering for a while, he spent another incense stick's worth of time to refine a small cauldron of flesh and blood medicine. This time, he deliberately went easy, and the flesh and blood medicine he refined was not a 9-colored divine medicine, but only 3 colors. There was not a lot of 3-colored divine medicine in this cauldron, only about 10,000 feet in radius. For Yi Xian, refining 3-colored divine medicine was simply a waste of precious flesh materials and all kinds of precious materials. The reason why he refined this small cauldron of 3-colored divine medicine was naturally to deal with Du Dezhong and the other 5 old guys. For example, today, Yi Xian had already obtained the secret alchemy techniques that these 5 old fellows possessed. Originally, he could have directly turned hostile and killed them one after another. However, he could already tell that these 5 old fellows seemed to be certain that they wanted to trick him into the depths of the Shia Fei Star region. If he was not mistaken, they had most likely left some kind of trap in there. They wanted to trick Yi Xian into the depths of the Flying Dawn Starfield and then trap him. At this moment, Yi Xian's interest was piqued. He wanted to see what kind of medicine these 5 old fellows were selling in their gourds. Who knows, they might even have some unexpected gains. Chapter 46-27. Hua, la, la. The sound of water splashing could be heard, and the curtains around Mo Long slowly rolled up. Yi Xian stepped out of the curtains, and his face was filled with desolation. This time, the 7 beauties didn't follow him out. Instead, they stayed in the space of Mo Long's carriage. This was because they were about to enter the depths of Shia Fei Starfield, where there was a high possibility of a huge battle breaking out. Although the 7 beauties were all universe masters at the peak of level 9, Du Dezhong and the other 4 were all great beings from the primordial era. Therefore, the 7 beauties were still far from being able to fight the 5 of them head-on. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Sigh. As he walked out of the front yard of the imperial carriage, the loneliness on Yi Xian's face became even more intense. Halfway through his sentence, he faintly sighed and swept his gaze towards Du Dezhong. Fellow Daoist's secret alchemy technique is indeed beneficial to this young master. Within half a day, the space within the room has opened a furnace to refine medicine, and the flesh and blood divine medicine has been refined. Unfortunately, it's not a 9-colored godly medicine. It's not even an 8-colored godly medicine. It's only a 3-colored godly medicine. Xiu. As he spoke, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand. In an instant, a dazzling ray of light shot out and arrived at the side of the demon dragon. It transformed into a divine medicine of flesh and blood that was tens of thousands of feet in circumference. The 3 colors of green, red, and blue were intertwined. It was indeed a 3-colored divine medicine. However, this 3-colored godly medicine with a radius of 30,000 feet was obviously freshly made. This was something that even emperors could easily tell, let alone the great beings of the primordial era. This was why Yi Xian had specially made a furnace of it. Hence, if he was going to put on a show, he had to go through with it. He didn't lack time anyway. It's indeed a 3-colored godly medicine. Its aura is so fresh, and it's indeed freshly made. 3-colored divine medicine. Although it's a little far from the target, it's still a divine medicine of flesh. Compared to the best quality purple crystal medicine that we can refine, it's much, much more precious. Yes, 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 fellow Daoist, you don't have to be too disappointed. After all, you've only comprehended the secret alchemy method that I just gave you for a few days. Perhaps there are still some things that you haven't completely understood. That's right. You've only just started, and you're already able to make 3-colored godly medicine. In time, you'll definitely be able to make 9-colored godly medicine. Don't be discouraged. How about this, fellow cultivator? Deep in the hinterland of the Shia Fei Starfield, there is an ancient ruin. There are some ancient secret alchemy methods in the cave abodes in the form of murals. I've entered it many times before, and I've gained something every time. With your talent and attainments in pill making, you'll definitely gain something if you can enter it. When the time comes, we won't ask you to refine a cauldron of 9-colored divine medicine for us. Even if we can obtain a cauldron of 5-colored divine medicine or 6-colored divine medicine, it would be worth it for us to help you. Ancient ruin? There is actually an ancient alchemy secret method that was preserved in the form of a mural. Hearing this, Yi Xian sneered in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. Instead, his eyes lit up, and he looked like he was instantly tempted. Whoosh, as soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and put away the huge 3-colored godly medicine in the void beside him. He even put away the demonic dragon floating in the void behind him. Big. With a wave of his hand, he immediately continued, I came from the left bank this time to travel the right bank of the Milky Way in order to find such an opportunity to improve my pill-making attainments quickly. Since there's such a place in the depths of Shia Fei Starfield, of course, we can't miss it. Halfway through, Yi Xian immediately laughed, Don't worry, after entering the ancient ruin and completing the comprehension, I'll definitely refine a furnace of flesh godly medicine for each of you. Although I can't guarantee that it'll be 5-colored or 6-colored, at least 4-colored godly medicine, I'll definitely not disappoint you. Yi Xian also feigned ignorance and pushed the boat along with the current. At this moment, he purposely appeared anxious in order to dispel the doubts in the other party's heart. Sure enough, when they heard Yi Xian's words, they were obviously impatient to see him again. Du Dezhong and the others exchanged glances without leaving a trace, and their faces instantly filled with smiles. Especially after seeing Yi Xian put away the demon dragon imperial chariot, the last bit of worry in the hearts of the 5 old fellows completely disappeared. The 9 black dragons pulling the chariot in front of the demonic dragon were all existences in the early stage of the Desolate Era. Although their cultivation wasn't very strong, they had the advantage in numbers. There were 9 of them. If they were to attack Yi Xian, once these 9 black dragons in the early stage of the Desolate Era joined in, it would more or less increase the difficulty. The possibility of accidents would also skyrocket because of this. But now, the demonic dragon had been put away by Yi Xian. In their opinion, as long as they could successfully trick the other party into that place and catch him off guard and fall into a predicament, they were afraid that it would be too late to summon the 9 black dragons to join in the battle. In this way, their chances of successfully capturing Yi Xian would be at least 70%. While they were thinking, the 5 old men exchanged a few more pleasantries with Yi Xian. Then, Du Dezhong changed the topic and brought up the topic of business. He immediately led Yi Xian into the depths of the Shia Fei Star region. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh, in the void, a sharp sound broke through the air. This was already the depths of the Shia Fei Star region. From the periphery of the star region to here, they had already traveled more than 100 billion miles. A few streaks of light streaked across the void. It was Yi Xian, Du Dezhong, and the other 4. The 5 old men led the way in front, while Yi Xian followed behind them about 10,000 miles away. After moving forward for another half an incense stick of time, Du Dezhong and the other 4 who were leading the way suddenly came to a halt in midair. A dark light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he secretly raised his guard. Fellow Daoist, on the surface of that abandoned planet hundreds of millions of kilometers up ahead, there is a massive abyss canyon. Deep within the canyon are the ancient ruins that I was just talking about. Yi Xian arrived behind them, and the 5 of them turned their heads at the same time. Du Dezhong had a smile on his face, and as he spoke, he raised his finger and pointed towards the void more than 100 million kilometers to the right. There was indeed an enormous abandoned star that could be seen. I didn't expect there to be an ancient ruin in such a place. If it weren't for the 5 of you, I'm afraid this young master would never have thought of it. Yi Xian smiled faintly and replied casually. At the same time, he quickly extended his divine sense and reached the surface of the abandoned star hundreds of millions of miles away in the blink of an eye. Below. Chapter 46-28. Yi Xian had long seen that Du Dezhong and the other 4 had set up some kind of trap in the depths of the Shia Fei Star region to harm him. They seemed to be confident and had a well-thought-out plan. But Yi Xian wasn't afraid in the slightest. However, as he followed the 5 old fellows to the depths of the Shia Fei Star region, he thought of all sorts of possibilities. However, he never would have thought that the other party's so-called arrangement was actually related to his devouring avatar. Since, after Yi Xian entered the Hongmeng Void, the devouring avatar had left alone. Although there were countless experts in the Hongmeng Void, and even supreme existences at the level of the primordial supreme, Yi Xian was not worried about the safety of the devouring avatar. Dang! In the beginning, when his cultivation was still very weak, he had stirred up an amazing scene in the territory of the Tenju Celestial Palace of the Third Universe, which was one of the 3 main planes of the starry sky. Most importantly, in the end, not only was he fine, but he also experienced many difficulties and grew rapidly. Although the devouring treasured body was one of his perfect avatars, this avatar was extremely special. The treasured body was formed by refining a piece of innate devouring divine crystal. It was extremely sturdy and difficult to destroy. Furthermore, it had the ability to self-repair. However, what was even more abnormal was his devouring talent. He could plunder and devour almost all kinds of energy. This was extremely terrifying. In a special environment like the Hongmeng Void, the devouring avatar's growth speed must be extremely shocking. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was like a fish in water. Right because of this, Yi Xian had decided to let the devouring avatar leave and grow alone. After all, the growth path of the original body and the devouring avatar was different. The growth of the original body was more complicated, while the devouring avatar only needed to devour all kinds of energy to strengthen itself. However, since the devouring avatar left, Yi Xian had not disappeared. Until today, after dozens of years in the Hongmeng Void, he finally saw the devouring avatar again. However, this was not the reason why Yi Xian's expression suddenly changed at this moment. After all, when Yi Xian suddenly saw the devouring avatar that he had been separated from for dozens of years, no matter how surprised he was, his face should be filled with surprise. But, now, his face was filled with shock, incomparable shock. Cause for the devouring treasure body, there was clearly a problem. This was something that Yi Xian didn't even need to investigate. He instantly understood. Zhuo as his perfect doppelganger, Yi Xian's original body and the treasured devourer body could sense each other within a certain distance. As the cultivation base of Yi Xian's original body and the treasured body of devouring grew stronger, the distance between them grew further and further. Namely, even without the treasured devourer body's current strength, Yi Xian's original body, in the 9th transformation of the demonic ape, already possessed the terrifying cultivation of a primordial 6th stage mighty figure. With the support of such a cultivation base, he could instantly sense the existence of the treasured devourer body within 100 billion miles. Similarly, the treasured devourer body could also sense the existence of Yi Xian within such a distance. It was a kind of vague connection between the original body and the perfect clone. It was extremely profound, and it was impossible for any accidents to occur. However, the truth was that Yi Xian still couldn't sense the existence of the treasured devourer body until he was only 100 million miles away from the abandoned planet where the treasured devourer body was located. Directly when he took the initiative to extend his divine sense and entered the interior of the abandoned planet, he finally captured the familiar aura of the treasured devourer body. This was obviously abnormal, and the only explanation was that the treasured devourer body was not in the right state. Something had happened. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian almost instantly understood the vicious plan that Du Dezhong and the other old men had in mind. No one knew his treasured devourer body better than him. What Du Dezhong and the other old men were relying on was obviously the treasured devourer body's ability to devour all kinds of energy. This was really ridiculous. They actually wanted to use his clone to devour his original body. In other words, they wanted to use his original body to fall into the trap of being devoured to threaten him. Although it was ridiculous, with Yi Xian's understanding of his treasured devourer body, he had to admit that the 5 old men's plan was actually very mature and perfect. No wonder they were so sure and so confident. If it were anyone else, not to mention a stage 6 mighty figure, even a stage 9 perfection mighty figure from the remote antiquity would be caught off guard. They would be trapped in the devouring vortex that the treasured devourer body had unconsciously shown, and would not be able to extricate themselves. However, Yi Xian was an exception. This had nothing to do with cultivation strength. It was only because the treasured devourer body was his clone, and he was the real original body. These 5 old men actually wanted to use his clone's treasured devourer body to deal with his original body. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian almost cried because of their stupidity. At the same time, the anger in his heart became more and more intense. Because he did not know how his devourer body had come to this sheer face starfield and was trapped in this abandoned star in front of him. However, all of this must have something to do with these 5 old men in front of him. They really did not know what was good for them. They had not even settled their grudges with his original body, and now they had provoked his clone. Moreover, to a certain extent, the 5 old men had already succeeded in dealing with his devouring doppelganger. The devourer body was now in an abnormal state. Yi Xian could not feel the fluctuations of his consciousness. It was as if he was completely asleep, or his soul was destroyed. This was proof of this. It would be fine if they were to fall into a deep slumber. However, If these 5 old fellows were to use some unknown method to destroy his devouring doppelganger, leaving behind only the devouring treasured body, then the enmity between them would be huge. Because, even if these 5 old men were killed on the spot, it would not be enough to relieve Yi Xian of the hatred in his heart. However, he was still not sure what the real situation was, but at least, with the discovery of the devourer body, Yi Xian had changed his mind. It was just that he'd already lost interest in feigning civility with these 5 old fellows. At this moment, Yi Xian was already prepared to suddenly fall out with them. The power within his body was secretly pushed to the limit, and he could attack at any time. Fellow cultivator, look at your sudden change of expression. Could it be that you have found something unusual? At this moment, the 5 old men leading the way in front clearly noticed Yi Xian's strange state. The 5 of them secretly exchanged a look. Du Dezhong, who had the strongest cultivation, had a faint light flashing in his eyes. With a smile on his face, he immediately looked at Yi Xian and asked, "There seems to be something wrong with the abandoned star in front of us." Chapter 46:29. There seems to be something wrong with the abandoned star in front of us. Sneering in his heart, Yi Xian said as he pointed to the abandoned star in front of him, "Let's not talk about whether there is the ancient relic you mentioned, but at least, there is a devouring treasure body refined from the natural devouring crystal inside, and it is obviously not in a good condition. If one were to enter by mistake without knowing anything, one would be caught off guard and be trapped by the devouring vortex formed outside the treasure body. It seems that you are up to no good. Are you trying to trick me into coming here, and then use the devouring vortex to trap me?" When they heard this, the expressions of Du Dezhong and the other 4 changed. They sucked in cold breaths and cried out involuntarily, "Impossible, how do you know it so clearly? We have arranged layers of concealment arrays around the innate devouring treasure body. Unless you enter it, it is impossible to explore it with your divine sense." "Humph, so what if you found it? Now that we're here, it's already too late. Originally, I wanted to take action later, but now it seems that you are tired of living and can't wait any longer. Take action immediately and force him into the abandoned star in front of you." Roar. "Boy, today, you are dead." After the last sentence was shouted, the 5 old guys instantly turned hostile. Their faces became extremely ferocious, and they shot toward Yi Xian from 5 different directions. "You are still so stubborn. I am really speechless." Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. A trace of disdain flashed through his eyes. Facing the 5 old fellows that shot over at the same time, there wasn't the slightest bit of panic on his face. He still calmly stood on the spot and mocked, "Do you know why this Star Lord knows so much about this? Because the devouring treasure body in the abandoned star in front of us is my devouring avatar. I haven't been looking for it for a long time, but I didn't expect to meet it here today. All this is really a coincidence, and it is all destined." "What? That's impossible. That devouring treasure body is your avatar. It seems that we can't let you live today." "That's right, your devouring avatar abandoned its physical body when it was trapped by the 5 of us and escaped with its divine soul. Even the devouring avatar that was left behind has caused the 5 of us to use all kinds of methods. Even after more than a decade, we still haven't been able to obtain it. How could such a thing happen? Today, we will settle everything." The expressions of the 5 old men changed again, and they subconsciously cried out in alarm, but their figures did not stop at all. Instead, the surging aura in their bodies became even more intense, and the killing intent in their bodies became even stronger. He was actually forced to abandon his devouring treasured body and leave by himself. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes became even colder, and murderous intent instantly burst out of his body, and he shouted, "In that case, today's matter, it is even more impossible to resolve. Just as you said, new and old grudges. Today, we will settle them all." Roar. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian's body instantly expanded, and in less than half a breath, he had already reached a size of 60 million kilometers. The violent ape form instantly appeared, and a punch was thrown towards Du Debay, who was rushing over from the right at an extremely fast speed. Rumble. In the next moment, with the appearance of the violent ape form, the complete 9th transformation of the 9 demon ape transformation bloodline ability was instantly revealed. although Yi Xian's cultivation was still at the 6th level of the Desolate Era. However, due to the boundless and terrifying power of blood and qi within his 60 million kilometer-long body, which boosted his cultivation by 1 level, his true battle prowess was already comparable to that of a rank 7 mighty figure. While Du Debay, who was rushing at him from the right, was only at the 4th level of the Desolate Era. He was not a match for Yi Xian at all, and could not even withstand a full blow from him. What happened next was no surprise. Bang! Almost in the next moment, a huge roar sounded from the void, and Du Debay's entire body, which was rushing at him, exploded in an instant. Through the ground exploded into a bloody mist, and then spread out. Swish! Catching the enemy off guard, killing him in one blow was simply a one-hit kill. No, without any hesitation, the violent ape immediately waved its hand, and an incomparably majestic invisible force swept out from its body, enveloping a radius of 10 million kilometers. Just the blood mist that had just spread out was swept up in an instant, turning into a majestic waterfall of vitality that pierced through the sky like a rainbow, and nimbly entered the violent ape's body. This, after all, it was the blood mist formed by the explosion of the body of a Desolate Era expert. Although it could not be sent into the Shunnong cauldron like the ferocious beasts, Yi Xian did not plan to waste it. If, now that he had collected it, he would return to the Origin Nest base camp later. There was still an army of 10 million ferocious beasts there. This blood mist could be used as a flesh and blood resource. If he threw it to those ferocious beasts to devour, there would be some benefits. Everything happened so fast that Du Dezhong and the other 3 did not have time to react. By the time they came back to their senses, Du Debay had already been blown apart by Yi Xian's punch. He had completely fallen, and his body and soul had been completely destroyed. Not even a strand of hair was left behind. Such a shocking change caused Du Dezhong and the other 3 to stop abruptly midway, almost like a conditioned reflex. Tight. Then, the 4 old men's expressions changed wildly, and they finally came back to their senses, understanding what had happened. Inverted. As they gasped, earth-shattering roars came out of their mouths in an instant, resounding throughout the vast and boundless flying cloud star region. What happened? Our 5th brother was blown into a bloody mist with one punch. Hiss. Violent ape. How did this hedonistic young master from the left bank suddenly become that damnable starry sky ferocious ape? A conspiracy. Everything is a conspiracy. We've been tricked. What playboy from the left bank? It's all a lie. This guy is that damned ferocious ape. I was careless for a moment and was deceived by him. He directly killed our 5th brother. This old man is unwilling to accept this. Screech. Boss, let's go quickly. This ferocious ape is no small matter. Even the 6 almighty ferocious beasts in the honored Rainbow Forbidden Land were no match for him. Now that there are only 4 of us left, we definitely can't beat him. Let's not belittle ourselves. Our 5th brother has just died, and you want to run away? Don't you want to take revenge for such a deep blood feud? Let it go just like that. This old man can't swallow this resentment. The ferocious ape is difficult to deal with, but so what? After all, he's just a 6th order almighty. Even if we can't kill him, can he kill this old man? Don't forget, this old man is an almighty from the Antiquity era, a supreme existence who is half a step away from the supreme stage. As long as that void tortoise doesn't appear, what can this ferocious ape do to me? Screech. Chapter 4630. Since I, the Star Master, am here today, it's impossible for you to leave. Looking at Du Dezhong, a look of disdain flashed across Bao Yuan's eyes. Just as he was about to attack, he immediately turned his head and looked in the other 3 directions. In his sight, Du Dedong, Du Dinan, and Du Desi, who were rank 7, rank 5, and rank 4 respectively, exchanged a look with each other from a distance after seeing that they couldn't persuade Du Dezhong. Without hesitation, they turned around at the same time and fled in the direction they came from. This old fox. Of course, this was also because their cultivation was not as good as Du Dezhong's. Facing Bao Yuan, who was as strong as a rank 7, they didn't have the slightest sense of superiority in their hearts. Therefore, for them, this battle was completely meaningless. It was best to escape as far as they could. If it was Bao Yuan who had killed Du Dezhong in the end, so their choice was undoubtedly correct. Because even Du Dezhong, who was at the peak of the 9th step, was not a match for Bao Yuan and had been killed on the spot. It was easy to imagine what would have happened to them if they had stayed behind. And if Du Dezhong was not killed and Bao Yuan left helplessly in the end, there was no loss for them. They could just turn around and come back. The 5 of them were originally from the same race. Even if they fled now, it was because they were weaker. They knew that they were not a match for Bao Yuan and had no choice. Du Dezhong would never blame them for this. On the contrary, in this way, they preserved the strength of the Xia Fei Star region. Otherwise, Du Debei would have already died. If 1 or 2 more of them died, this loss would be too great, and the Xia Fei Star region would not be able to bear it. Therefore, at this time, Du Dedong, Du Dinan, and Du Desi turned around and fled at the same time without any psychological pressure. Everything was done very naturally. Seeing this scene, Bao Yuan's eyes flashed with a cold light. At this time, he couldn't sit still and watch Du Dedong and the other 2 leave. Today, these 5 old guys must be completely killed no matter what. Not one of them can be left behind. Don't you think it's too late to escape now? Today, none of you can escape. Rumble, Xiao. A cold light flashed in his eyes. After he finished speaking, the huge body of the violent ape of stars suddenly disappeared. At this moment, he had used void teleportation. Again, when it appeared again, it was already hundreds of millions of kilometers to the left, blocking Du Desi's path. Sway rumbling thunderclaps rang out, and the massive body of the ferocious ape that had just appeared instantly collapsed, turning into a pool of blood that spread out. It expanded with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it stretched over 10 billion kilometers, and just happened to draw Du Desi, who had just come to an abrupt halt, into this sea of blood. Roar! Roar! Screech! In 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, earth-shattering roars and violent howls rang out. Immediately after, in the shocking boundless sea of blood, 3 huge figures instantly rose from the ground. They were none other than the ancient ape demons' 3 great demon bodies. One of them was made of flesh and blood, which was the starry sky berserk ape. The second one was a skeleton, without any flesh and blood. It was just a purple-gold skeleton, exuding an endless ferocious aura, incomparably ferocious. The last one was a black fog body. Although it was also in the shape of a ferocious ape, its physical body was a cloud of black fog, and even its pair of eyes were only 2 clouds of purple light, which looked extremely strange. Yi Xian used the power of the Blood Sea secret technique to separate the 3 great demon bodies of the ancient ape demons, turning them into 3 Blood Sea clones. It was clear that he wanted to kill Du Desi in an instant, and then immediately chase after the other 2. In fact, Du Desi's cultivation strength was only at the 4th stage of the Antiquity era, and compared with the ferocious ape whose real battle strength was comparable to that of a 7th stage Supreme Expert, it was too far away. However, a 4th stage Supreme Expert was at the middle stage of this realm. Du Debei was killed in an instant because he was caught off guard, but now Du Desi was obviously prepared. Even if the ferocious ape, who had the battle strength of a 7th stage Supreme Expert, attacked with all its strength, it would still be difficult to kill him in an instant without using supreme divine abilities such as the Fallen Sky Bow. However, now that Du Dedong and Du Dinan were escaping at full speed, Yi Xian did not have so much time to waste with Du Desi, so he chose to use the Blood Sea secret technique to form 3 Blood Sea clones, and kill Du Desi in one fell swoop as soon as possible. While today, he had completely comprehended the power of the Blood Sea secret technique. The cultivation auras of the 3 Blood Sea clones were all at the 6th level of the Desolate Antiquity era. And because the 3 Blood Sea clones were all enormous in size, like the largest giant star, the power of chi and blood in such a terrifying physical body was too majestic, directly causing their true battle strength to soar by 1 stage. In other words, the true battle strength of the 3 Blood Sea clones was comparable to that of a 7th stage Supreme Expert, and now Du Desi, who was surrounded by the 3 Blood Sea clones, was only at the 4th stage of this realm. No matter how he jumped, he would definitely die. And without a doubt, he would be killed in an instant. Screech, an earth-shattering screech sounded, revealing a strong sense of fear and unwillingness. The moment this vast sea of blood appeared and trapped his body, Du Desi knew that he was finished. There was no chance of survival. At this moment, he raised his head and let out a violent howl. It was a completely unconscious and meaningless struggle. Bam! The next moment, a huge roar sounded from the void, and the three Bloodsea clones attacked at the same time, forming a triangle shape, and punched at Dudesi, who was surrounded in the center. Amidst the havoc, his entire body had exploded in an instant, completely exploding into a cloud of blood mist and spreading out. Swoosh! The three Bloodsea avatars had attacked at the same time and killed a stage 4 mighty figure whose cultivation was far weaker than theirs. All of this was expected. Just like how they had caught Dubei off guard and killed him with a single blow, it was simply an instant kill. No, there was no hesitation. Next, Bao Yuan waved his hand at the first moment, and an incomparably majestic invisible force rolled out from his body, enveloping a radius of millions of miles. The blood mist that had just spread out was swept up in an instant, leaving it for the tens of millions of fierce beasts in the base camp to devour when they returned to the Source Nest star in the future. After all this, Yi Xian's three Bloodsea clones turned their heads to look forward and to the right at the same time. In these two directions, although Du Dedong and Du Dinan's expressions changed greatly, they did not stop at all, and kept running away. The two of you can't escape either. Swoosh. Chapter 46:31. Swoosh. Rumble. The firefly-like 9 colors light blasted out. As the wind surged, it instantly turned into a majestic 9 colors flame sea. It first blocked Du Dedong's escape route, then it spread out in an instant, sealing him from all directions. It completely cut off his escape route. After doing all this, Bao Yuan directly withdrew his gaze. He did not plan to pay any more attention to Du Dedong because he was trapped by the 9-colored sea of flames. Even if Du Dedong had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would definitely not be able to escape. While, before dealing with this guy, hundreds of millions of miles to the left, there was still Du Dinan, who was still trying to escape. He needed to deal with him first. Although Du Dubei and Du Desi were killed one after another, Du Dinan's cultivation strength was a little stronger, but not by much. He was a rank 5 mighty figure. Roar. Bao Yuan, stop, if you have the ability, fight with me. At this moment, Yi Xian attacked in a flash of lightning and killed Du Desi in the blink of an eye. Even Du Dedong, who was at the 7th step of the Almighty, was trapped by a boundless sea of 9-colored flames. There was no way for him to escape. After, Du Dezhong, who was shooting over in the distance, immediately roared in anger. In his opinion, Du Dedong, who was trapped by the 9-colored flame sea, had no hope at all. Even he did not dare to easily approach the 9-colored flame sea. Since Du Dedong could not escape, then the final result would definitely be to wait for Bao Yuan to find some time to enter the flame sea and calmly kill Du Dedong. Since Du Dedong had no hope, then the only one he wanted to save now was Du Dinan. Namely, even at this time, in Du Dezhong's heart, he still believed that Bao Yuan couldn't kill him. Otherwise, why would he keep avoiding him and pick on the other 4 people? With this thought in mind, even if Du Dezhong saw Du Dubei and Du Desi being killed one after another, there was no fear in his heart. He didn't intend to leave at all. But, among the 5 ancient mighty figures in the Xia Fei starfield, besides him, the other 4 couldn't die no matter what. Not to mention Du Desi and Du Dubei, who were already dead. Du Dedong, who was now trapped by the 9-colored flame sea, had no hope. He, the only one who could be saved, was Du Dinan. At this moment, with a roar, Du Dezhong's speed instantly increased by 30%. In the blink of an eye, he was only hundreds of millions of miles away from Yi Xian's 3 great avatars. You wait patiently. Once I kill all 4 of them, I won't leave you behind. Listen. Hearing Du Dezhong's roar, the ferocious ape turned its head to look at him. After sending out a divine sense message, it no longer paid him any attention. Hualala, Xiao. Almost at the same time, the black fog doppelganger and the skeleton doppelganger instantly collapsed, turning into a rain of blood and fusing with the blood sea under their feet. Then, the boundless blood sea shrank in the blink of an eye, turning into a faint ray of light that shot into the space between the violent ape's eyebrows and disappeared. At the same time, Bao Yuan's figure disappeared from the spot again. Du Dinan, who was rushing over, missed his target. When Bao Yuan's figure reappeared, he was behind Du Dinan, who was fleeing at high speed, hundreds of millions of miles to the left. Phase Yi Xian was only tens of thousands of miles away. Rumble, Xiu. As soon as he appeared, with a rumbling sound of thunder, the huge body of Bao Yuan collapsed instantly, turning into a pool of blood that spread out. The blood expanded with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it had expanded to tens of billions of miles, just enough to include Du Dinan, who was about to speed up, into the sea of blood. Roar, roar, screech. Then, from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, earth-shattering roars and vicious howls rang out. In the shocking and boundless sea of blood, 3 huge figures instantly rose from the ground. No! Bao Yuan, you are shameless. This old man can't die in peace. Seeing this scene, especially a few moments ago, he had just seen with his own eyes that Du Desi, in the same situation, was instantly blasted apart by the 3 great clones in the sea of blood, and not a single hair was left. Compared to Du Desi, Du Dinan's cultivation strength was only a small level higher. His face instantly showed boundless despair, and from his mouth, there was a shocking roar, revealing a strong sense of fear and unwillingness. He knew that he was finished. Just like Du Deshi, who had just been killed a few moments ago, there was absolutely no chance of survival. It was only at this moment that he deeply understood the despair in Du Deshi's heart when he raised his head and let out a ruthless howl. Bang! In an instant, a huge roar sounded from the void, and the 3 great blood clones attacked at the same time, forming a triangle shape, and punched towards Du Dinan, who was surrounded in the center. No, endless terrifying energy raged, and Du Dinan's entire body, like Du Desi before, exploded in an instant, completely exploding into a cloud of blood mist, and then spread out. Xiu. Without any hesitation, Bao Yuan's expression was indifferent, as if he had just done a trivial thing, and curled his lips. Waving his hand in between his hands, an incomparably majestic invisible force rolled out from his body, enveloping a radius of thousands of miles, and swept away all the blood mist that had just spread out. Damn it! Damn it! Bao Yuan, you deserve to die. Seeing this scene, hundreds of millions of miles away, Du Desi, who was hundreds of millions of miles away, had blood seeping out of the corners of his eyes, and his expression was even more ferocious in an instant. From beginning to end, it had only been about 10 breaths, and now only he and Du Dedong were left of the 5 great experts of the primordial age. The other 3 people, Du Dinan, Du Desi, and Du Debei, were completely killed before he could react at all. While his body and soul were completely destroyed, and not a single hair was left behind. It was even to the extent that there wasn't the slightest suspense in Du Dedong's death any longer. He'd already been completely surrounded by a boundlessly vast ocean of 9 colored flames, and he didn't have the slightest chance to escape with his life. Bang! Today, a great calamity had descended upon the vast Shia Fei Star region, and he would be the only one left to hold the overall situation. Roar! This old man is unwilling. Today, I am the only one left. How hateful! Raising his head and roaring, Du Dezhong's figure disappeared hundreds of millions of miles away. When he reappeared, he was already tens of millions of miles away in the blink of an eye. This old man had also used void teleportation. Body as soon as he appeared, he raised his arm and punched towards the vast sea of blood. At this time, Yi Xian's voice filled with ridicule and disdain rang out, "You're the only one left. Old man, your skin is really thick. At this time, do you still think you can survive today?" Hualala, Xiu. Almost at the same time, the Black Mist clone and the Skeleton clone instantly collapsed, turning into a rain of blood that merged into the sea of blood beneath his feet. Tight. Chapter 46-32. Rumble, Catcher. In the sky, low rumbling that shook the heavens and the earth resounded without end, and it was accompanied by dense and clear sounds of tearing that covered the heavens and the earth. As the Black Mist avatar and the Skeleton avatar instantly collapsed, they turned into a rain of blood and merged into the sea of blood beneath their feet. Then, the boundless sea of blood shrank in the blink of an eye, turning into a faint ray of light, shooting into the space between the eyebrows of the violent ape, Du Dezhong, who had teleported over, also fully activated the power in his body and punched towards the violent ape. But as a desolate antiquity stage 9 great perfection, this punch was filled with anger, and the power in his body was pushed to the extreme. Even the Hongmeng void could not withstand it and began to shatter inch by inch. Dang, however, as the fist blasted through the void at an extremely fast speed, the shattered void behind it was quickly repaired under the power of the powerful Hongmeng void law. Then, even the desolate Antiquity Supreme could not keep the Hongmeng void in a state of collapse for a long time, let alone the desolate Antiquity Supreme. You're the only one left. Old man, your face is really thick. At this time, do you still think you can survive today? At this time, Yi Xian's voice was full of sarcasm and disdain. Don't worry, after dealing with the last guy, you'll have time to enjoy it. Shio. As soon as the voice fell, the huge body of the violent ape shrank rapidly, turning into a 9-colored light that was only the size of a finger. With a speed faster than lightning, it shot towards the boundless 9-colored flame sea in front of it. Blinking, the eye had already sunk into it and disappeared. Obviously, as the violent ape said, he did not intend to fight with Du Dezhong at the moment. No matter what, he had to deal with Du Dezhong first. And the latter had already been trapped in the 9-colored flame sea, and there was no way to escape. He was basically doomed to die. Screech. Puff. All of this flashed across the sea. Du Dezhong, who abruptly stopped in the void, raised his head and let out a shocking roar. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out a blood arrow. In just a dozen breaths of time, the other 4 primordial ancients of the Flying Dawn Starfield had all fallen. There was no way he could swallow this resentment. At this moment, he was on the verge of going berserk as if he'd gone mad, and his killing intent was blazing to the extreme. 9 inside the giant sphere formed by the sea of flames. Swish. A faint sound of breaking through the air rang out, and a 9-colored light that was only the size of a fingertip shot out from outside the fireball. It instantly penetrated the giant fireball and entered the hollow area of the fireball. This ball formed by endless 9-colored strange flames, had a diameter of hundreds of millions of miles. At this time, the 9-colored light that was shooting over suddenly expanded without any wind. In just half a breath of time, it had already turned into a starry sky violent ape that was 60 million miles in size. Its enormous body occupied about 1/10 of the internal space of the fireball. At this time, more than 100 million miles in front of the violent ape that suddenly appeared, there was a figure floating there, with a frightened look on his face. He looked like a stray dog. This figure was Du Dezhong, who ranked second among the 5 remnants of the Flying Dawn Starfield. He was a rank 7 primordial ancient. Rank 7 primordial ancients was the late stage of the primordial ancient. That is, even the current Yi Xian, who had activated the demonic ape bloodline in his body and displayed the 9th transformation of the demonic ape 9 changes bloodline, could not reach this level in terms of cultivation realm. He was only a rank 6 primordial ancients, which was the peak of the middle stage of this realm. Only with the addition of the tremendous blood and chi in the violent ape's 60 million mile long body could his real battle strength be considered to be on par with a rank 7 primordial ancients. Therefore, it could be said that if it were not for the giant fireball formed by the Shunnong 9-colored flames that cut off all escape routes, for Du Dezhong, although he would not be able to completely disregard the violent ape like Du Dezhong, who was at least at the peak of the rank 9 primordial ancients, he still had the confidence in his heart. It could even be said that he basically had the confidence to retreat unscathed in a single battle. Because of this, now that he was trapped by the violent ape in such a way, and the other party had the Blood Sea secret technique, which could condense 3 Blood Sea doppelgangers whose battle strength was on par with a rank 7 primordial ancients, when the time came to fight him together, there was simply no chance of survival. Therefore thus, at the same time that Du Dezhong felt despair in his heart at this moment, there was even more of a deep sense of unwillingness and resentment. As far as he was concerned, the Bao Yuan was originally unable to do anything to him, yet now it had acted in such a manner. It was truly too shameless, too much of a bully. Violent ape, do you dare to have a fair fight? Remove the fireball and don't use the Blood Sea secret technique to condense doppelgangers. As resentment flashed in his eyes, Du Dezhong made up his mind and challenged the violent ape who suddenly appeared across the void more than 100 million miles away. After all, you are also a famous figure on the right bank of the Milky Way. Could it be that you only know how to use this kind of unfair method to crush others? It really buries the illustrious reputation that is widely known in the outside world. What? He was even using reverse psychology. Unfortunately, it is useless against this Star Lord. The ape curled his lips, and at the same time, the voice of Yi Xian's divine sense was transmitted. This 9-colored fireball cannot be removed. Although I am not worried that you will escape, there is still a guy outside who is stamping with rage. In order to quietly kill you first, it is better to block him outside. As for using the Blood Sea secret technique to condense doppelgangers, this is completely as you wish. Hehe, anyway, those 3 fellows have all fallen. Although there is one left outside, he seems to be a little arrogant. He has no intention of escaping at all. Since that is the case, this Star Lord is not in a hurry. I will use you as a waste. You can be my training partner and exercise my muscles and bones. Don't say, your suggestion is really good. It reminded this Star Lord to use trash. Thank you. Puff. Before Xian's words had finished, Du Dedong, who was more than 100 million miles away in the void, was so angry that he spat out a blood arrow on the spot. Only at this moment did he realize that this ferocious and illustrious violent ape was actually so formidable in his ability to speak. He was about to perish, yet before he died, he still had to be humiliated by him like this. Suffering a bellyful of evil for nothing was truly too much of a miscalculation. If he knew this would happen, he would have just fought directly. Roar. You have a sharp tongue, violent ape. Go to hell. In the great hatred, Du Dedong did not say anything more. He raised his head and roared. In an instant, he raised his right arm and blasted a punch toward the violent ape. Don't worry, this Star Lord will not kill you casually. Since you are a training partner, since I want to use trash, no matter what, I have to play with you for a while. Otherwise, isn't it not worth it? Chapter 46:33. Inside the 9-colored flame ball. Rumble, boom. With a flip of his right hand, the big-headed black stick appeared. Without any hesitation, the violent ape's shoulders shook, and instead of retreating, it moved forward to meet Du Dedong, who was pouncing towards it with his fists. At the same time, his right arm was raised high, and he swung the big-headed black stick, smashing it down fiercely. Void thunderous rumbles could be heard in the air, and without any suspense, the big-headed black stick instantly fell, smashing into Du Dedong's body. Bang. A woo, fut. Amidst the earth-shattering noise, Du Dedong raised his head and let out a miserable howl that made people shudder. He opened his mouth and spat out an arrow of blood, his figure flying backwards. He was like a kite with a broken string. His entire body swelled up, and he couldn't be seen as a human at all. He was simply like a meatball. After all, the big-headed black stick was so huge, and he only had the figure of an ordinary human. This strike was like swatting a mosquito with a giant mountain. If it weren't for Du Dedong's cultivation base, which was a late-stage 7th-order almighty, this strike would have caused his body to explode and die. It's only been a while. Could it be that you can't do it? Didn't you just say that you wanted a fair fight? Now that you've gotten what you wanted, you're such a good-for-nothing. How disappointing. Again, when Du Dedong stabilized himself after flying backwards, Yi Xian's voice sounded out once again, filled with endless contempt and ridicule. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure had already shot forward again. The big-headed black stick in his right hand was raised high again, and smashed down fiercely. Bang. A woo. A second earth-shattering sound came, followed by the expected miserable howl. Du Dedong opened his mouth and spat out an arrow of blood, his body flying backwards uncontrollably. It was a one-sided slaughter. Although Du Dedong was a 7th-order almighty, the current violent ape was not weaker than a 7th-order almighty with its huge body of 60 million. Coupled with the ferocious power of the big-headed black stick, he was destined to be slowly killed by Yi Xian today. This beating did not end in a short time, and it lasted for about an incense stick of time. At this time, Du Dedong had been beaten to the point where he couldn't see his human form, and his consciousness was blurred. Bang! Even the violent ape seemed to lose interest. At this moment, the big-headed black stick in his right hand, and the big-headed black stick soon, a huge roar resounded in the void. Du Dedong's entire body exploded in an instant, completely exploding into a cloud of blood mist, and then spreading out. Shoo! Bang! It enveloped an area of tens of millions of kilometers, and the blood mist that had just spread out was swept away in an instant. Shoo! After all this, with the thought of Yi Xian, the entire huge flame ball with a diameter of hundreds of millions of miles instantly condensed, turning into a 9-colored light the size of a thumb, and rushed into the violent ape's forehead. Next, in an instant, the violent ape turned his hand, and the big-headed black stick disappeared. At this time, he had turned his head and looked in the direction of the right void hundreds of millions of miles away. That, inside, Du Dezhong's figure could be seen. At first, this old guy was still roaring like thunder outside the huge flame ball. Later, he seemed to know that everything was in vain, so he calmed down, but he didn't leave. It seemed that he was waiting for the violent ape to come out and then take revenge. At this moment, seeing that the violent ape finally appeared after killing Du Dezhong, who was waiting outside, flashed a cold light in his eyes, and the killing intent that had been restrained in his body instantly surged. I have to say, you are really confident. Unfortunately, as long as I am willing, even a half-step Supreme Master will still die. Turning his head and glancing at Du Dezhong with a playful face, the violent ape's eyes were full of ridicule. Buzz. As soon as the voice fell, the violent ape slowly raised his left arm without waiting for Du Dezhong to rush over. A ferocious energy bow quickly condensed. The shape of this terrifying giant bow was quite mysterious. The bow was made up of 3 parts. In the middle was a 2-headed monster, and its angry wide mouths were facing up and down. Its mouth was where the bowstring was, and its hands were at the sides of its mouth, as if it was howling. Its appearance was inexplicably strange. A bowstring that was obviously formed by countless fine golden threads twisted together, and the 2 ends were connected to the wide mouths of the 2 humanoid creatures. With a low buzzing sound, a golden energy arrow appeared on the bowstring. Du Dezhong was a powerful half-step Supreme Master. If he didn't use the fallen sky bow, Yi Xian really didn't have the confidence to kill him. So, it was natural for him to suddenly use this powerful ability at this moment. At this moment, as Yi Xian chanted, the violent ape's eyes burst out a strange golden light. He stretched out his right hand and directly pinched the bowstring of the giant energy bow in his left hand, holding the energy arrow, and slowly pulled it. Buzz. An incomparably low buzzing sound suddenly rang out, and the surrounding void seemed to have a formless wave. It was as if this arrow was only in the bowstring state, but the aura it emitted was already enough to make the void tremble. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, the violent ape released the energy bowstring in his right hand. In the void, an extremely sharp sound that resonated with one's eardrums rang out. At this moment, all the energy in the violent ape's body was drained, in order to ensure that he could kill Du Dezhong in one blow. Because if this blow couldn't kill him, it would be very difficult for Yi Xian to launch a second wave of the same attack in a short period of time, since all the energy in his body was almost drained. In an instant, the energy arrow that contained the full power of the string instantly shot out. Its aura was so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. It was simply unstoppable. It was as if even the void had been broken open. As the golden arrow shot out, a black wave like a tail flame appeared behind it. The time was so short that it could be completely ignored. This golden arrow whistled through the air at an extremely fast speed, and it was already in front of Du Dezhong. Fallen sky bow? How is this possible? No. At this moment, Du Dezhong was overwhelmed with shock. He raised his head and let out a scream. His eyes were filled with endless unwillingness and despair, but it was already meaningless. Following that, as the fallen sky bow was activated, the void around his body was locked by the mysterious power of this supreme ability. Not to mention him, even the powerful Supreme Primordial couldn't dodge and could only be forced to take this blow head-on. If he could withstand it, he would be able to live. And if he couldn't withstand it, then the result would be a complete death. Bang! An earth-shaking explosion sounded, and everything that followed was without suspense. In the blink of an eye, as the golden arrow entered his body, Du Dezhong's entire body instantly collapsed, completely exploding into a cloud of blood mist and spreading out. Whoosh! As the golden giant bow in his hand disappeared, the violent ape's face was expressionless, but he waved his hand immediately. Chapter 46-34. As Du Dezhong was killed by the arrow of the fallen sky bow, his body exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist, which was collected by the raging ape. When they returned to the source nest star in the future, they would give it to the army of beasts in the headquarters to devour. The 5 remaining supreme beings in Sheer Face Starfield had all been annihilated. Just like the Rainbow Venerable Forbidden Land, its level would drop. From a top-tier Supreme Starfield, it would become a senior Supreme Forbidden Land with only a Universe Supreme being in charge. Yi Xian had paid a high price in this battle. Using the Fallen Sky Bow at the end had drained almost all of his energy. Now, a deep sense of exhaustion was surging in him. Swish. With a slight hesitation, Yi Xian flipped his hand and instantly took out a large amount of top-grade precious materials and medicines. Along with a large amount of 9-colored divine medicines, he compressed them into a small pellet with the power of the Shunnong Peak's domain and directly swallowed them. The medicinal power in the pellet melted immediately, turning into a warm current that spread in Yi Xian's body, nourishing his limbs and bones. The energy that was drained was quickly restored. This time, I got the news of the devouring body. It's a surprise. Unfortunately, the soul of the body has left. What's left here is only the devouring treasure body. After doing all this, Yi Xian's eyes sparkled. While murmuring to himself, his body flashed, and he immediately dashed into the abandoned star hundreds of millions of miles away. Entering the star, the aura of the devouring treasure body became stronger instantly. The source was in a dark canyon on the right side of the star. Only it was fine if it was just inside the star. However, if one accidentally entered the canyon, even a supreme being from the remote antiquity would be trapped by the devouring treasure body's devouring whirlpool. Even if he wouldn't die instantly, it would be impossible for him to escape in a short time. Devour before the soul of the devouring body left, he had urged the bloodline talent of the devouring treasure body to the extreme. With the attribute power of the devouring crystal, the entire treasure body turned into a devouring whirlpool, which could trap a supreme being from the remote antiquity for a moment. What De Zhong and the other 4 wanted was the short period of time when Yi Xian was trapped by the devouring vortex. At that time, the 5 of them would attack from the outside, and the probability of successfully trapping Yi Xian was at least 80%. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. No matter what, they would never have thought that the method they had relied on to plot against Yi Xian was just a complete joke. Xiao. Yi Xian's figure floated high up in the sky within the star. With a raise of his hand, a ray of light shot out from the dark canyon below. From at this moment, the invisible devouring force in the canyon completely disappeared. This was because the devouring whirlpool had disappeared and transformed back into the treasured devouring body. However, it was no longer in the form of Yi Xian's devouring doppelganger. Because the doppelganger's soul had left, the treasured devouring body had returned to its original state. It had transformed into a prismatic crystal egg that was about 3 meters wide. Unless the soul of the devouring doppelganger returned and entered the crystal egg, the appearance of Yi Xian devouring the doppelganger would never appear again. Sure enough, it left a mark. Yi Xian entered the crystal egg with his divine sense and began to investigate. Soon, he found the soul mark of the devouring doppelganger inside the crystal egg. This was within his expectations. Because, if there was no such soul mark left behind, the crystal egg that the treasured devouring body had transformed into would not have been summoned by Yi Xian. What? You entered a source nest star? Very quickly. Quickly, Yi Xian took out the soul imprint from the prismatic crystal egg. After a round of investigation, he instantly received all the information within the imprint. His expression changed slightly, and he immediately cried out softly. This soul mark was a message that the devouring doppelganger had specially left for Yi Xian. He had accidentally entered the Sheer Face Starfield, but was trapped by Du Dezhong and the others. He could not escape at all. The only way was to give up on the treasured devouring body and transform it into a powerful devouring whirlpool. The moment the whirlpool formed, his soul would escape. Because, therefore, this decision was made. On the one hand, it was forced by the situation. On the other hand, it was because the devouring doppelganger originally had this idea. Because, before he entered the Sheer Face Starfield, he found a source nest star in a remote place in the empty Hongmeng void. Moreover, the seed of chaos in the core of the star had not yet sprouted, so he could enter it and replace it. Devour. The reason why the devouring doppelganger did not enter at that time was that his cultivation base was still weak. He wanted to wait for a period of time to raise his cultivation base to another great realm before doing this. But later, he was trapped in the sheer Fey star field and had to leave in his soul state, which forced him to enter the Source Nest star ahead of time. All of this was explained in the divine soul imprint within the rhombus-shaped devouring crystal. The devouring clone knew that Yi Xian would find this place sooner or later, and besides him, even the primordial era Great Perfection 9th stage half-sovereign wouldn't be able to collect the devouring vortex. Therefore, he did not have to worry about the soul imprint in the prismatic devouring crystal being taken away. He had even marked the specific coordinates of the nesting star in his soul imprint. Yi Xian could go and check the situation at any time. In that case, the devouring doppelganger has profited from a disaster this time. After understanding everything, Yi Xian let out a long sigh of relief. With a flip of his hand, he instantly stored the crystal into the undying world in his body. He had to go to the Source Nest star where the devouring doppelganger had entered to check the situation. Otherwise, he would not feel at ease. But now was not the time, because there were other things at hand that needed to be dealt with. Anyway, the coordinates of the Source Nest star had been obtained. Once the soul of the devouring doppelganger entered and replaced the original seed of chaos, the entire Source Nest star would be activated and would be enveloped by a layer of invisible barrier in an instant. This invisible barrier was formed by the Hongmeng void laws. Not to mention a primordial expert, even a primordial expert would not be able to break through it. Naturally, it was absolutely safe. This matter could be dealt with later. Right now, what was in front of him was to take away all the cultivation resources in the 5 Source Nest stars in the sheer Fey star field. This time, he had expended a lot of energy to kill the 5 powerful Source Nest stars, but did not obtain even a single drop of blood essence. This was because the blood mist that erupted from the bodies of the Source Nest stars could not be condensed into blood essence at all. After putting in so much effort, Yi Xian was extremely unwilling to accept the fact that he had not gained much. Therefore, he completely swept away all the cultivation resources in the Source Nest stars of Du Dezhong and the other Source Nest stars like a swarm of locusts. This was more or less a small consolation. Swish. Chapter 46-35. The Desolation survivors were different from the space beasts. The advancement of the ferocious beasts' cultivation was basically achieved by the blood in their body. Therefore, the ferocious beasts basically relied on devouring each other to strengthen themselves. Although they also had various treasures and would use various heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the starry sky, the proportion was not very large. The Desolation survivors almost completely relied on flesh and blood medicine to improve their cultivation. The flesh and blood of beasts was the main ingredient, but other top-grade treasures and medicines were also indispensable. Where therefore, in addition to the flesh and blood of beasts, the Desolation survivors must have a large number of top-grade treasures and medicines. Although space beasts also had such things, in terms of quantity, they were definitely not comparable to the Desolation survivors. God! Even ordinary Desolation survivors were like this, let alone Du Dezhong and the other 4 Desolation survivors. There was no doubt that the 5 of them must have collected a large number of treasures and medicines in their lairs, and all of them must be top-grade treasures. Even Yi Xian might not have such a large number of treasures and medicines. Although he killed Du Dezhong and the other 4, he only relied on supreme powers such as the Fallen Sky Bow, the 9-colored Flame Sea, and the big-headed Black Stick. Even his true combat power, which was comparable to that of a 7th-order powerful figure, was only in the state of the 9th transformation of the 9 changes of demonic ape bloodline. Really. Speaking of which, Yi Xian's own cultivation strength was only at the 5th-order universe supreme level, which was still a little distance away from the real powerful figures of the Desolation. And now, he was about to start plundering the lairs of the 5 powerful figures of the Desolation. Among them, there was even a half-step supreme at the peak of the 9th order. With such a huge difference in strength, there was naturally a difference in the various top-grade treasures and medicines in his possession. To Yi Xian, this was definitely a great harvest. All the resources in the 5 lair stars had been swept away by him. It could be said that his pot was overflowing with money. After doing all this, He immediately left the sheer phase star sector and directly activated the interstellar coordinate jumping ability attached to the system in his body. He locked on to the layers of the layers that nurtured his strongest body and disappeared in a flash. Whoosh! When Yi Xian's figure appeared again, he was already near the source nest star. Fu Jing quietly did not make any movements. Yi Xian extended his divine sense. After confirming that the source nest star was the same as before, he immediately rushed to the giant abandoned star used for seclusion in front of him and directly entered the core of the star. He was going to go into seclusion again. After this battle, he had killed 5 powerful remnant experts. The opportunity to continue making breakthroughs had arrived. Although Xian's power had skyrocketed, he was still only at the peak of the middle stage of the Universe Supreme Realm. He hadn't even entered the later stage of the Universe Supreme Realm, let alone the remote Antiquity Supreme Realm. No matter what, he had to ascend to the Almighty Realm as soon as possible. Only then could his peak combat strength reach the Supreme of the Ancients Realm. He had a premonition that the opening of the Great Desolation Apocalypse was not far away. It was very likely that it would arrive soon. This gave him a very strong sense of urgency. He had to increase his cultivation as soon as possible. Whoosh! After making the decision, Yi Xian waved his hand, and Shennong Ding was instantly summoned. He stepped into the mouth of the cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored fog, and sat down cross-legged. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After that, more faint sounds of breaking through the air could be heard. In an instant, fine rays of light shot out and suspended in front of him. These were the cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough, including the all-evil origin liquid, the 9-colored divine medicine, and so on. Immediately after that, Yi Xian immediately activated the power of the Shennong Ding's domain and compressed all the cultivation resources into the size of an infant fist. With a wave of his hand, he swallowed it into his stomach. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next instant, when the energy ball that had been compressed into the size of an infant fist entered his mouth, the sound of chains rattling could be heard from Yi Xian's body. All the resources that he had swallowed earlier melted in an instant, and a majestic energy river appeared in his body. This time, the shackles that appeared in his body were the same as before. There was only one. This was expected, so Yi Xian did not pay attention to it. Condense with his mind focused, Yi Xian activated the energy river that had just formed in his body and continuously circulated it through his meridians, one great cycle after another. First, in the previous battle, the energy in his body had almost been completely drained because he had activated the heaven-falling bow. Thus therefore, the breakthrough this time was not hindered at all. In just one day, the energy river that had formed in Yi Xian's body had been completely refined. When the energy river completely disappeared after each cycle and merged with Yi Xian's soul and physical body, after that, he only needed to charge once, and the shackles that had appeared this time broke. The anticipated system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind very quickly. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, 6th order universe supremacy. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, 6th order universe supremacy. 6th order supremacy. This. He had broken through the mid-stage and stepped into the late-stage supremacy realm. First. Previously, Yi Xian's original body's strength had been at the 5th order universe supremacy. After activating the power of the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body, his strength had risen to the 6th order supremacy in an instant. If he activated the 9 transformations of the ancient demon ape and reached the 9th transformation, his battle power would immediately rise to the 6th order primordial era. But in reality, if he took into account the increase in his strength due to the boundless blood energy in his body, his actual battle power would be comparable to a 7th order supremacy. But now, after successfully breaking through, Yi Xian's ancient demon ape bloodline would instantly reach the 7th order universe supremacy after activating it. Next, after activating the 9 transformations of the ancient demon ape bloodline and directly entering the 9th transformation, his peak battle power would be comparable to a 7th order primordial era expert. Taking into account the boundless blood energy in his body that was 60 million miles long, and the boundless blood energy in his body, his true battle power would increase by 1 level. For example, right now, the strongest battle prowess he could display was on par with a Desolate Era expert of the 8th stage. Apart from on top of that, he still had the Bloodsea secret technique. Once he activated the Bloodsea secret technique, he could condense 3 Bloodsea avatars in an instant, and all of them had terrifying battle power comparable to an 8th Order supremacy. In a 3 versus 1 situation, killing an 8th Order supremacy was a piece of cake. Even if he encountered a 9th Order supremacy, he would not need to use the Fallen Skybow. He only needed to use the big-headed black stick and the 9-colored flame sea, and after a tough battle, he would be able to kill them. And the probability was very high, more than 60%. My cultivation realm has already reached the 6th Order supremacy. If necessary, my peak battle power is comparable to an 8th Order supremacy. Chapter 4636. Whoosh. With a faint whistling sound, Yi Xian stepped out of the Shunnong cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored mist. Then, with a wave of his hand, he stored the cauldron into his body. According to the original plan, he planned to go to the Source Nest base camp after solving the matter in the Shia Fei star field. After leaving behind the 9-colored divine medicine and pills of various levels, he would then go to the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. Finally, he would go to the Forbidden Land of Phoenix Blood, which he had left for nearly 20 years, and pick up the Ferocious Beast Army and the Captive Army. But now, although the matter in the Shia Fei star field had been solved, everything else was not completely over yet. After thinking about it, Yi Xian decided to complete 2 more important matters before going to the Source Nest base star. First, he would go to the Source Nest base star where the devouring avatar resided to see if everything was going well. He always felt a little uneasy in his heart. Second, he would fully integrate the incomplete alchemy secret method. In this way, with the support of the Shunnong 9-colored flame, Yi Xian was confident that he could refine a flesh medicine that was more effective than the 9-colored divine medicine. This matter couldn't be dragged on for too long. Sharpening one's axe wouldn't delay one's work of chopping firewood. If they could really refine a flesh medicine that surpassed the 9-colored divine medicine, they would be able to refine it. Then the speed of his subsequent breakthrough would obviously be faster. Let's solve the first matter first. If everything is normal in the Source Nest base star where the devouring avatar resided, I will return immediately and carry out the final comprehensive integration of the incomplete alchemy secret method. After making up his mind, Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he instantly rushed out of the core of the abandoned star where he was in seclusion. He turned into a faint ray of light and rushed towards the void coordinates marked in the divine soul imprint at an extremely fast speed. Although he was currently in human form, the 9 transformations of the demonic ape within his body had already been displayed to the 9th transformation. Therefore, the current Yi Xian was at the 7th step of the Desolate Era, which was the late stage of this realm. His speed was naturally incomparably fast. In addition to using void teleportation from time to time, it took him only about 6 days to reach his destination. This area was very remote. Within tens of billions of miles, not even a speck of cosmic dust could be seen, let alone ordinary abandoned stars. In fact, the 3,000 Source Nest bases in the Hongmeng Void that nurtured a Chaos Demon God were all in this situation. They were all in relatively remote areas. Coupled with the fact that the Hongmeng Void was boundless, there was no end, so these Source Nest bases were basically difficult to find. At this moment, a dark origin nest star could be seen in the primordial chaos void that was billions of kilometers away. The primordial chaos void was completely dark. Apart from the vast sealed Milky Way star field, there wasn't a single source of light anywhere else. Even the 3,000 source nests scattered all over this dark void did not emit any light at all. Otherwise, they would have been found long ago. It was the same for the source nest base star field billions of miles away. Yi Xian's figure shot forward and soon arrived in front of the source nest base star. With a thought, he extended his divine sense. When he was only 10 million miles away from the source nest base star, with a faint buzzing sound, a translucent membrane appeared on the surface of the entire star. This membrane seemed inconspicuous, but it was condensed by the powerful Hongmeng void laws. It was the same type of existence as the giant membrane that sealed the Milky Way star field and prevented countless survivors and fierce beasts from entering. They could only wait on both sides of the Milky Way. Similarly, the appearance of this membrane also meant that the seed of the chaos demon god in the core of the source nest base star protected by the membrane had sprouted. Of course, there was another situation, and that was, like the giant source nest base star that nurtured Yi Xian's strongest doppelganger, the seed of chaos inside had been stolen and replaced. This was obviously the case with the one in front of him. Yi Xian had a similar experience, and he had personally planted his doppelganger in the source nest base star that nurtured the power demon god. So, as soon as he approached, he instantly confirmed that the source nest base star in front of him was the same situation. And everything else in this source nest base star was normal. As a result, his heart that was hanging in his throat instantly fell by half. Shio. With a wave of his hand, a faint sound of breaking through the air sounded. From the darkness of the void in the distance, a ray of light shot out and entered the space between Yi Xian's eyebrows. It was a message left by the Devour doppelganger. It was very brief, but it clearly indicated that he had entered the source nest base star. This divine sense message left by the Devour doppelganger made Yi Xian completely relieved. Without stopping, he immediately activated the interstellar coordinate jumping ability attached to the system in his body. With a flash of light, he almost instantly returned to the source nest base star where the power doppelganger was nurtured. No. With some hesitation, he immediately rushed to the abandoned star used for closed-door training in front of him and directly entered its core. Today, before setting off to gather the subordinate legions, Yi Xian had only one thing left to do, and that was to completely integrate the incomplete alchemy secret method. He had a very strong hunch that this time, after the completion of the new perfect alchemy secret method, with the powerful power of the nine-colored flame, from then on, the flesh medicine he refined was very likely to surpass the previous nine-colored divine medicine and reach a new level. After sitting down, Yi Xian immediately issued an order to the Devour system in his body, mobilizing all the calculation and deduction abilities of the system to carry out the final calculation of the incomplete alchemy secret method. At that time, he himself even used the terrifying divine sense of the seventh order to cooperate with it, concentrating and deducing at full speed. The new perfect alchemy secret method was not so easy to be integrated. Yi Xian's requirements were very high. The perfect secret method that he had mastered before must be perfectly compatible with the alchemy secret method that he obtained from Duda and the other 5 survivors this time. This, of course, was even more difficult. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, half a month had passed. During this half a month, Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged in the core of this giant abandoned star, seemed to have been completely petrified. There was no movement at all, and all his mind was devoted to the derivation and evolution of the new perfect alchemy secret method, but until now, there was no result. 3 days passed. Yi Xian, who had been closing his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, there was a deep light of fatigue that quickly flashed away. He had devoted himself wholeheartedly to the derivation. For nearly 20 days, every minute and every second was rapidly deducing. Even a late-stage mighty figure could not bear it mentally. Unfortunately, although the derivation this time had been completed, the new perfect alchemy secret method had not really reached the level of perfect compatibility. Sigh. Chapter 46-37. The alchemy secret method that he had obtained from Du Dezhong had been completely integrated, but the new alchemy secret method that Yi Xian had obtained was not perfect, and was still missing a little bit. This, if he wanted to make up for it, he could only obtain a new alchemy secret method from other remnants of the ancients, and then carry out a deduction and integrate it. But, moreover, ordinary alchemy secret methods were obviously not enough, and he would probably have to go to the top most powerful star domains to find the remnants of the powerful beings. Moreover, according to Yi Xian's deductions, even if it was just a single top-notch star region, it would most likely still be unable to make up for this flaw. It would require at least 2 top-notch star regions to inherit secret alchemy techniques. In other words, in order to make the new alchemy secret method perfect, Yi Xian would have to go to at least 2 top most powerful star domains. If there were too many missing parts, it would be fine, but now that there is only a small gap, I only need to go to 2 top most powerful forbidden areas to make up for it, obtain a more perfect alchemy secret method, and refine a flesh medicine that surpasses the 9-colored divine medicine. Murmured. While murmuring, Yi Xian's eyes flashed from time to time. So, if I let it go for the time being, I am really unwilling. Why not bite the bullet and do it a few more times? Whoosh. After making the decision, Yi Xian did not hesitate any longer, and immediately rushed out of the giant abandoned star where he was in seclusion, and with a wave of his hand, he directly took out the demon dragon chariot again. This time, his goal was still the powerful beings of the ancients, and his purpose was not to kill them, but to obtain the alchemy secret method in the hands of the other party. In this way, there was obviously no way to use force. If Yi Xian's current peak battle strength could reach the supreme realm of the ancients, there would be no problem, and after capturing the remnants of the powerful beings of the ancients and forcibly searching their souls, he would be able to obtain everything. But, now that he was in the 9th transformation state, even with the addition of the majestic power of blood and qi in his 60 million kilometer huge body, his peak battle strength was only at the 8th level of the powerful beings of the ancients. There was a certain degree of difficulty in capturing the remnants of the powerful beings of the early stage of the ancients. After all, killing and capturing were completely different, and the latter was more complicated. What's more, even if he succeeded in capturing the target alive, with his strength as a rank 8 Grand Master, he couldn't directly search the soul of a Grand Master of the same level. Yes, if Fang Ruo decided to go all out, he had the chance to self-destruct his spirit. Ruo, however, if he were to encounter someone with a stronger temperament, the final result would obviously be to draw water with a sieve. Therefore, the only way was to use the identity of the great foppish Lord Zuo and to obtain the secret method of alchemy, as he had done in the Xiafei star area. A long time ago, in the battle in the Xiafei star field, although he had revealed his violent star ape form at the end, there were no other life stars in the surrounding universe at that time. The abandoned star that the devouring clone was trapped in was an extremely remote area of the Xiafei star region. In order to prevent the news of Yi Xian, the prodigal son of the left bank, from leaking out, Du Dezhong and the others had already given strict orders before the great battle broke out, forbidding any survivors of the Forbidden Grounds from using their divine senses to investigate the area. Also, that was to say, although Du Dezhong and the other 4 had all been killed, the fact that the great foppish Lord Zuo and was the public enemy of the right bank had not leaked out at all. Even in the Flying Dawn star field, no one knew. Yi Xian was very sure of this, so even if he appeared in a top star area of the right bank as the great foppish Lord Zuoren, no one would doubt his identity. The incident in the Flying Dawn star field had been exposed, and the outside world knew that he had a conflict with Du Dezhong and the other 4 in the Flying Dawn star field, and that he had killed all 5 of them in the end. However, this obviously wouldn't have much of an impact, and he could just make up a reason to fool everyone, so Yi Xian wasn't worried at all. 7 days later, in the middle section of the right bank of the Milky Way. Swish! A faint sound of breaking through the air rang out, and a black light streaked across the void and shot forward at an extremely fast speed. This light was the demonic dragon carriage. While the target star area in front of him was called the Great Sun Star Field, and it was also a top star area guarded by the remnants of the primordial era. There were only a total of 4 almighty experts in the Great Sun Star Field. Currently, the 2 most powerful ones were at the late stage of the Great Sun Star Field. One of them was out visiting a friend, while the other was in seclusion. Unless there was a major incident that could affect the survival of the Great Sun Star Field, they would not come out of seclusion. There were only 2 remnants of the remnants left, and both of them were only at the early Great Sun Star Field, and both were at the 3rd level of the primordial era. Yi Xian had already inquired about this situation along the way, so he was very confident. At this moment, he was heading straight for the Great Sun Star Field, and the last part of the Great Sun Star Field was less than 10 billion miles away. This was the middle part of the right bank of the Milky Way, and the Flying Dawn star field was in the right part of the right bank of the Milky Way. Although it was far away, it had been a long time, so the incident in the Flying Dawn star field and the great foppish lord of the left bank had most likely spread out. This was indeed the case. When Yi Xian rode the demonic dragon and charged into the Great Sunstar region like a bolt of black lightning, the 2 early-stage supreme experts in the Great Sunstar region were coincidentally discussing this matter. Sensing the sudden arrival of the uninvited guest, the two extended their divine senses immediately. After checking, they were stunned for a moment, and then their expressions changed drastically, and they exclaimed softly, "Luxurious carriage, 9 great sun starfield experts. Hiss. The god of slaughter of the left bank is here." It is said that this person's cultivation is only at the 6th level of the primordial era, but not long ago in the Flying Dawn starfield, he killed all 5 remnants of the remnants of the remnants of the primordial era, including a peak stage 9 half supreme. No matter how he did it, at least one thing is certain, and that is this mysterious great foppish lord of the left bank is as violent as the violent ape of the starry sky who has become the public enemy of the right bank. It is obvious that he will turn hostile and kill at the slightest disagreement. What happened recently? The entire right bank of the Milky Way is not peaceful. The violent ape of the starry sky is not over yet, and the mysterious great foppish lord of the left bank has suddenly appeared. Why would such a person suddenly come to our great sun starfield? This old man has a very bad feeling. This time. I'm afraid our great sun starfield will be in trouble. Whoosh. Whoosh. Amidst the exclamations, the 2 initial great sun starfield experts immediately stood up and rushed out of the giant life form where one of the nests was located, toward the edge of the starfield at an extremely fast speed. On the other side, the black light transformed by the demon dragon was roaring like a bolt of lightning. Originally, it was still billions of miles away, but in the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of them. Chapter 46:38. Shio. A sharp sound broke through the air, and the demonic dragon stopped abruptly in the void space of the universe thousands of miles away. Hualala. Tight then, the sound of water splashing could be heard. The curtain formed by the dense fog in the front yard of the demonic dragon slowly rolled up, and Yi Xian walked out with a lazy expression. He walked slowly as if he was taking a stroll in the courtyard. Behind him, 7 gorgeous cultivators, including Corpse Ancestor and Drought Demon, were walking in a cluster behind him. The auras emitted from their bodies were all at pinnacle level 9 Universe Masters, which was equivalent to half-step Universe Supreme Masters. While Yi Xian's current aura was that of a level 7 great being of the primordial era, which meant that he was at the advanced stage of this realm. In addition, there were 9 black dragons in front of the demonic dragon, and the auras emitted from their bodies were all at the first stage of this realm. Such a lineup was extremely luxurious. Whether it was the 9 black dragons of the primordial era, the 7 half-step Universe Supreme Masters, or the maids who were so beautiful and beautiful, it was very difficult to gather them on the right bank of the Milky Way. Not to mention, there was also an extremely luxurious Luanjiao treasure carriage. Everything was gathered in the hands of a single person now, and there was obviously no need to doubt the strength of this person's identity and background. In fact, Yi Xian's identity as a big dandy from a super-powerful star domain on the left bank of the Milky Way was no longer doubted by anyone on the right bank of the Milky Way. If he didn't have such a powerful background, who on the right bank of the Milky Way would dare to kill all 5 great beings of the remnant people guarding a top-tier star domain like Xia Fei star domain? Of course, it wasn't impossible. At least, the infamous space-raging ape, who had become the public enemy of the right bank, definitely had the guts to do so. However, Bao Yuan was only interested in the ferocious beasts of the starry sky. As for the remnant starfield, although he had the guts to do so, he didn't even have the slightest interest in it. He simply didn't put it in his eyes. This had long since become the consensus of countless powerhouses on the right bank of the Milky Way. Looking at the luxurious scene in front of them, the eyes of the 2 great beings of the initial stage who had rushed over from Great Sun Star domain twitched. They turned around and exchanged a look. One of the great beings in a black robe immediately cupped his hands and asked cautiously, "My friend, may I know why you have come to Great Sun Star domain?" The other white-robed supreme expert's eyes flickered with vigilance. It was obvious that he had long since been on guard against Yi Xian's sudden attack. After all, he'd left behind an impressive killing intent in the Xia Fei star region, and the name of the god of slaughter had long since spread far and wide. My friends, he said. And I before I left. And before I. And. It may be said that I am temperamental and murderous, but it is not my fault. That day, I came here with good intentions. I wanted to learn the secret method of alchemy. I even said that if the secret method of alchemy in the hands of Du Dezhong and the others was useful to me and could help me successfully refine the legendary 9-colored divine medicine, I would help them refine a cauldron of divine medicine in return. In the end, after comprehending the secret method of alchemy they provided, I did not refine the 9-colored divine medicine, but only the 3-colored divine medicine. However, no matter how disappointed I was, I did not go back on my words. I personally refined a cauldron of 3-colored divine medicine for them. I never expected that those 5 old geezers would rebel at the sight of benefits. They relied on the fact that Du Dezhong's cultivation was stronger than mine, and he was already a half-step supreme exalt at the perfection of the 9th rank of the primordial era. They actually wanted to seize this young master's 8-colored rare flame, and a great battle broke out. In the end, they were annihilated by this young master with one strike using my trump cards. Xiao. As he spoke, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand. In an instant, a dazzling ray of light shot out and arrived at the side of the demon dragon. It transformed into a divine medicine of flesh and blood that was tens of thousands of feet in radius. The 3 colors of green, red, and blue were intertwined. It was indeed a 3-colored divine medicine. Moreover, it was obvious that this 3-colored divine medicine had just been refined. Not to mention the powerful figures of the antiquity era, even ordinary emperors could easily tell. This was the cauldron of 3-colored divine medicine that Yi Xian had specially refined in front of Du Dezhong and the others. Now, it was put to good use again. At this moment, after hearing Yi Xian's words and seeing the cauldron of 3-colored divine medicine that had just been refined, the 2 powerful figures of the initial stage of the great sun star field believed Yi Xian's words. After sucking in a breath of cold air, their expressions changed slightly, and they immediately cried out softly, "It is indeed a 3-colored divine medicine. Its aura is so fresh, and it is indeed freshly refined. 3-colored divine medicine. Although there is still a gap between it and the legendary 9-colored divine medicine, it is still a divine medicine of flesh and blood after all. In the top and even the most powerful star regions on the right bank of the Milky Way, the best quality flesh and blood medicine refined by all the powerful figures and supreme masters is only the purple crystal medicine. Compared to that, the 3-colored divine medicine in front of us is simply too precious, Xiao." Without waiting for the 2 of them to finish speaking, Yi Xian waved his hand again. A weak 8-colored light shot out from between his brows. As it expanded in the wind, it instantly transformed into an 8-colored ball of flames that was 300 meters in radius, floating in the air to the side. The 2 powerful figures of the initial stage of the great sun star field were stunned. They gasped again and again. 8-colored flames? Fellow Daoist, you actually possess this item. TSK, TSK, TSK. To refine a divine medicine, you need at least a 6-colored flame. No wonder you can refine 3-colored divine medicine. This 8-colored flame is your greatest guarantee. From the looks of it, Du Dezhong's group of 5 in the Flying Dawnstar region were blinded by greed. They actually tried to steal your 8-colored flame. It's no wonder they ended up like this. As they spoke, their faces were filled with emotion. Even they were tempted by the 8-colored flame before them. If it wasn't for their cultivation being far inferior to the 8-colored flame and the fact that they had Du Dezhong's group of 5 as an example, they would have probably made the same mistake. My fellow cultivator, we have misunderstood you. We are really sorry. I hope you don't take it to heart. We were misled by those false rumors and slanders. After lamenting, the 2 powerful figures of the great sun star field looked embarrassed. They cupped their fists and bowed to Yi Xian. Chapter 46-39. Whoosh. As the black-robed figure waved his hand, a ray of light shot out. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was secretly relieved, but he did not show it on his face. He still had a faint smile on his face, as if he was not very worried. However, when the ray of light came close to him, he immediately raised his hand and caught it. He extended his divine sense into it, and after confirming that there was no problem, he raised his hand and patted it between his eyebrows, and then it disappeared. 2 fellow cultivators, I will definitely fulfill my previous promise. I want to study it carefully to see if this secret alchemy method is helpful. After that, I will refine the divine medicine for you 2 fellow cultivators. Please wait a moment. At the same time, I would like to ask you two fellow cultivators to prepare the materials needed to refine the divine medicine, as well as the various top-grade heaven and earth materials as auxiliary materials, first. While speaking, Yi Xian cupped his fists at the two, smiled as a greeting, and then turned around and walked toward the demonic dragon behind him. Corpse Su Hanba and the other beautiful cultivators did not stay behind and all followed him. Whoosh! After entering the front yard of the demonic dragon imperial carriage, Yi Xian's chanting caused the fog curtain that was originally rolled up to fall down in an instant. In this way, everything in the front yard of the demonic dragon imperial carriage could no longer be seen from the outside. Even if the Supreme Primordial Lord used his divine sense to investigate, it would be impossible for him to find anything unless he could first destroy the field of the demonic dragon imperial carriage. Demonic Dragon Imperial Carriage. The Demonic Dragon Imperial Carriage was a treasure of the Primordial Lord. While it was extremely luxurious, it focused more on its defensive ability. Although it could not be compared to the Shennon Cauldron, it was completely impossible for an ordinary Supreme Primordial Lord to destroy it in a short time. Just as because of this, Yi Xian, who had gotten what he wanted, was not worried at all. After the fog curtain fell down, he immediately sat cross-legged in the front yard of the demonic dragon imperial carriage. Then after that, Yi Xian ordered the devouring system in his body to fully activate the system's deduction and calculation ability. Coupled with his terrifying divine sense of the seventh stage, he began to integrate and optimize the secret alchemy method that he had just obtained with the same secret method that he had mastered before. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Previously, he had already fused all of the alchemy secret techniques together. This time, he only needed to fuse the secret techniques of the 4 remnant experts from the Great Sun Starfield into the alchemy secret technique. Therefore, the speed was very fast. Even so, it still took an entire 10 days. After all, it required a lot of calculation and calculation work. Although it was delayed for another 10 days, fortunately, it was not all for nothing. Yi Xian's alchemy secret art had taken a small step towards perfection. According to his calculations, he would be able to complete it after going through the last star field. Hualala! The strange sound of water splashing could be heard. The curtains of the demonic dragon's imperial vestibule, which was suspended in the void, slowly rose. This time, Corpse Ancestor, Hanba, and the rest of the 7 gorgeous cultivators didn't follow him out, and they stayed within the devil dragon chariot instead. Only Yi Xian walked out slowly, and there was still a faint smile on his face. Shou! 2 fellow Taoists, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. I finally gained something, but I'm afraid there's still some distance before I can refine the 9-colored divine medicine. Later, I still have to go to other starfields. Walking out of the imperial vestibule's imperial vestibule, Yi Xian had already waved his hand and summoned an 8-colored divine flame, which turned into a 10,000 feet tall cauldron made of pure 8-colored flames. This was clearly the rhythm of fulfilling the previous promise and refining a furnace of divine medicine on the spot. At the 2 remnant experts who had been waiting outside the demonic dragon chariot for 10 days had their hearts in their throats. Now that they saw this scene, they finally felt relieved, and their faces bloomed with smiles. Shou! Very quickly, 2 rays of light accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air shot towards Yi Xian. These were 2 storage magic treasures. Inside them were the flesh and blood materials and various top-notch precious medicines that the 2 remnant experts had prepared. Shou! At the same time, the 2 people's excited voices sounded at the same time. Fellow Daoist, you've worked hard. These are the materials we prepared. Fellow Daoist is really a man of his word. The rumors outside are really too much. After this matter, we will definitely spread the news and make sure to clear your name. In that case, thank you very much. Yi Xian nodded and smiled faintly. Without saying anything, he turned his head and looked at the 8-colored flame cauldron floating in the void. Shou! Almost in the next moment, with a thought, a large number of remains of fierce beasts were taken out from the 2 storage magic treasures sent by the 2 remnant experts of the Great Sun Starfield. These were the main materials used to refine the 9-colored divine medicine. At the same time, a large number of top precious materials and precious medicines were taken out. There were countless of them. They even prepared the spring water used to refine the medicine. Of course, these raw materials, whether it was the flesh of fierce beasts or the spring water, were not as good as those in Yi Xian's hands. Inverted, there was no difference in the various top precious materials and precious medicines. After all, these were taken out from the hands of the remote antiquity experts. No. Although the materials used to refine the medicine were not as good as those prepared by Yi Xian, and this time, he only used the Shunnong 8-colored flames and not the 9-colored flames to refine the divine medicine. However, with Yi Xian's current refining methods, he could not refine the 9-colored divine medicine under such conditions. However, he could still refine the 3-colored or 4-colored divine medicine. Boom. 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 Shio. Shio. Soon, a loud rumbling sound was heard. This energy-shaped cauldron formed by the Shunnong 8-colored flames opened. Then, accompanied by the sound of breaking air, all the materials that were floating in the void automatically flew into the cauldron and melted together in the blink of an eye. Next. In the next moment, Yi Xian's hands fluttered like butterflies. Obscure runes of different colors and shapes fell from his hands like rain, directly entering the 8-colored cauldron in the form of energy. Their momentum was overwhelming and densely packed. The number was so large that it made people's hair stand on end. The speed was even more shocking. The two powerful experts in the void were dumbfounded at first sight. Time passed slowly. This time, Yi Xian deliberately slowed down. While refining the medicine, he felt and recalled the secret refining methods that he had comprehended in the past 2 days. Unknowingly, he had already mastered them. This time, it only took 1 day for this furnace of top-grade flesh medicine to be completely refined. As the great medicine was successfully refined, countless auspicious visions of dragons and tigers leaping appeared in the void of the inner space of the room in an instant. Roar. Ang. Boom. Almost in the next moment, a huge roar sounded, and the 8-colored cauldron in the void in front of him bloomed with infinite light. Phantoms of true dragons and true phoenixes all rushed out of the cauldron, roaring with their necks outstretched.